You know, I'd rather all of you shoot each other than start meowing at one another. Like, people keep not getting this. I prefer you to be overtly violent. I prefer you to engage in carnage. I prefer you to be the danger that sets apart our community as an unsafe space for all of those ne'er-do-wells out there. You call for assistance and aid as if you're a helldiver dropping an SOS. You are not a helldiver. You are a thief soldier. Now get out there and spread managed democracy. In case you couldn't tell, I was having yogurt. Some of you did call that out. And, you know, shut up, but like also shut up, you know? Gosh. I need like 2 more minutes. Oh, sorry. Someone in chat just said streamer eating sustenance and outrage. I guess I'm going to go on a hunger strike now. Like, fine, I guess. I mean, I don't need food. I can just subsist off of sunlight like a plant. I'm in California. Like, that's what people do here. That's why everyone's at the beach. It's not due to getting that tan. It's not due to meeting people. It's not due to leisure or recreation. It's entirely due to the fact that the more skin you have exposed, the easier it is to photosynthesize. And the beach is one of the best spots to do that. I found out a Yuri manga I like is getting an anime, but the cool thing is I got permission by Nirvana to use their song Breed for the opening. What? Okay, I need to grab... I was in call with someone. I was in call with a friend yesterday. And I called my noise is cute. And like, what response do I have to that? How do I respond to someone calling my noise is cute? Because like, if I say no, their response is like, oh, gap moe. And then I'm like, ugh. Stream announcement. What the frick's the stream title? It's about mechs. It's about mech design. It's, hey there, gamers. Have you ever wanted to design a mech? Sure you do. Sure you have. You play Lancer. Statistically. You play Lancer or watch Gundam. Statistically. Let's talk about what makes a mech design not work. And I can do mech shock because this is an applicable time to put on mech shock. The little emote that we have of me being like, whoa, to a Barbarossa. Let me just double check everything is good. I am freaking out a little bit on the camera. So let me make sure that's good first. I didn't do... You fool. You thought you'd catch me slacking, and strictly speaking, you have. It's 9 minutes after I planned to start, and I haven't set up a Q&A yet. It is Wednesday. My dudes, dudettes, and dudems. That's my question. My question is, it is Wednesday, my dudes, dudettes, and dudems. Oh wow. Hi. Pleasure. Fancy seeing you here. Didn't expect to run into you at this little soiree. However, I'm here. I have all of my stuff set up, and I'm gonna realize in like 3 minutes that I forgot something. It's gonna be something where I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna have forgotten something. I can unpin this message. Incredible. So, welcome on in, everyone. If you don't know, I'm Arrow. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk 40k. I talk TTRPGs like Lancer, like Kane, like D&D even. And I talk writing and storytelling advice. And I also stream. Here on stream, it's going to be me ranting for 5 to 7 hours, potentially longer, but hopefully not longer. I have stuff to do. Why is my... Okay. Please hold. I have a slight issue with this where it is not looking at my face properly. What the frick? What the frick? I want all of you screaming right now. I want you to scream to the heavens as if... I want you to scream to the heavens as if you were trying to tear down the pearly gates themselves by a sonic attack, as if you were a noise marine. I want you screeching. I want you the baboons of the community. I want you to go... just like on repeat. What the frick? Why is this not working? You're not screeching loud enough. I need more screeching. Screech for me. Yell. Scream. Tremble heaven with the might of your lungs. Drown out the wails of the damned. Bring forth Armageddon, yet silence the trumpets as you do. Oh, there we go. Wait, it worked and then it broke. I was about to say this actually worked. However, it broke again. So I think that you did hit a fever pitch of screeching. You need to screech louder. You hit it right, and then like you failed because you rested on your laurels. There's always another banana. You must seek the banana after the first banana. What the? Did I break it worse? What? What the frick? What the frick? Listen, I didn't say stop. I see chat slowing down. I see you slowing down. I want you to keep screaming. I want to not be able to read the start of the chat because so many people were screaming. Azu, I don't care if you have an infected throat, then I want you to spread disease as you screech forward. You bellow forth the chant of Nurgle. Okay, like, is this a... Okay. I'm gonna restart both of my programs. I'm gonna see if this works. Because, like, my tracking software is just kind of, like, being a bit screwy. Okay, so I saw a good, like, God help us all in there. I see someone going, help me. Like, these are not screeching. These are not baboon screeches. These are not, like, bellows of rage and misery made manifest, galvanized via your lungs, squeezing out with the cold grip of reality as you leave this mortal coil. Those are not the same thing. Okay, this is just... What the frick? What the frick? We modeled... Wait, Wait, please hold. I think we can stop screeching. Okay. The good news. I think I managed to fix it. Now I can, like, do this. Because, like, normally I'm like this, right? And then I go, ah! However, the screeching actually worked. I can now actually emote once more. Somehow, the emote actually worked. And I don't know why. And I don't know how. I think we intimidated the machine spirit. Is this... Are we tech priests? Are we tech priests and we all just did, like, canticles of incantation, except instead of, like, high gothic like chants with prayers and oils, we just screeched like baboons? Listen, y'all get applause for that. Y'all did amazing. Thank you so much. Please applaud yourself. Please thank yourself. Please bow, and then also give yourself a firm handshake and say, I like your moxie. You start on Monday, and then, like, hire yourself to your own position at your own job that you made. All of you deserve this. Obama is there, off in the corner, and he says, my fellow Americans, hello. So yeah, that was, I mean, what is that, like top 5 most normal Arrow stream starts? Come on, that's not that weird for what we do here. I'm not gonna lie, like that is not the strangest thing we started stream with. Just a group baboon chanting session. I feel like I'm like a middle manager that just took over a team, and I'm doing like a team building exercise where we go out and we're just like, all right, everyone, let's get together and let's all make like monkey noises, and everyone's like, what? And then I'm just like, yeah, it'll build team building, and then all of you are just like concerned about your safety, because why not? I want to tell you that the anime called the guy, oh wait, is that green lesbians? Is that green Yuri? Because I saw posts about Green Yuri, which is like, because it's just a teaser trailer and it's just Yuri and it has a green background and everyone's calling it Green Yuri, and apparently it's really good. Okay. You're gonna create a non-profit to give me awards? See, Licorice, you understand the assignment. So what's on the table for today? I mean, what was on the table was talking about mechs and talking about how their designs don't work, because we already talked about like what makes them work, and now I want to talk about what makes them not work, specifically with the Sherman Mark 1 and the Atlas design 0.5, like the alpha design, because the Atlas alpha design did not make it into the final long rim cut as far as I'm aware. Or at the very least, it was not the official art of the Atlas. And then the Mark 1 Sherman is an example of a, I assume, purposeful by Tom Bloom making the Sherman Mark II look more boxy, prototypical, less advanced, to demonstrate a progression of technology from the Mark 1 to the Mark II. So those are 2 different examples. That is a Doylean and a Watsonian explanation as to why those 2 frames look like they do. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk about what makes a frame not work. What makes a frame, not just in Lancer, but just generally speaking, not be what you're looking for. All manga volumes are covered in bright green, and oh, it's Green Yuri. Okay, got it. You know, I went to the library recently, and I was going to grab more Yuri. And then I realized I have the Murderbot Diaries, and I haven't finished reading them. I've gotten a couple pages in, and the issue is that I've been going to bed like consistently after 2 a.m. for like the past like 2 months. And so I keep wanting to do what my plan is, and what I was doing with manga prior, and now with this novella that I have. I want to sit down in bed, or rather I want to take my melatonin, brush my teeth, get ready for bed, get comfy, get in bed, turn off the lights except like my flashlight on my phone, and read a book for like 20 minutes before I go to bed. The issue is, if I do that at 2:40 in the morning, I'm exhausted and I want to go to bed. If I do that at 3 in the morning, at 1:30 in the morning, if I do that like so late, I can't. Melatonin goblin. Listen, I started taking melatonin and it does not really affect me. However, last night I took melatonin like 30 minutes before I actually planned actually getting into bed. What I've been doing is I have been taking melatonin, like, and then I brush my teeth and then I go into bed, and then the plan is like to read or whatever, but I've been busy, so I just go straight to bed. And I'm like, dang, melatonin ain't doing nothing. But as I was like on my computer after taking melatonin last night, I was like, I'm actually getting kind of tired after like 20 minutes. I think this might be the melatonin actually hitting me, because obviously you're supposed to like avoid screen time before going to bed. Melatonin doesn't like knock you out, but it does just help you get more drowsy. And so my main experience is I've been in bed when melatonin hits, so I think it's just me falling asleep naturally. So I think I need to take melatonin even earlier before going to bed, which is crazy. Counterpoint, what if we played 2 more turns? Dude, Neko, I had stuff to do. I didn't finish that voiceover. Can we talk about that voiceover? How many of you here have not seen the voiceover I did yesterday? The extra big mechs voiceover. How many of you have not seen that? Because if you haven't, it's 20 seconds. I recommend go check right now. Go watch it, because I'm going to talk about it. It's a bit of a common meme. I did a voiceover. I do voiceovers all the time, VA. It's on my channel. Oh, also, hi. 2 things. 1, we have a Q&A channel. It is Wednesday, my dudes, dudettes, and dudems. So that means if you have a question, drop it there. That can be about me. That can be about the channel. That can be about VTubing. That can be about TTRPGs. That can be about writing advice. Thanks for the membership, Azu. Welcome on back. It can be about anything you want, as long as it doesn't violate TOS, and I will give you answers. And I generally devote the last half hour to last hour of stream talking answers to these questions. So if you ask a question and you have to leave before it's answered, it will probably be in the last hour of stream, so you can always check the VOD. Speaking of the VOD, hi. I like to give you attention because you give me your attention. So if you're a VOD watcher, or if you are in the comments right now, or if you are a lurker, or if you're an active participant, drop a hello. Say hi. I will respond to you. This is where we get the hi wave. Just everyone goes, hi, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, hi, this person, that person, this person. Like, that's the goal. Yeah, I like to respect your time because you're respecting the effort I put into this. What flavor is the melatonin? I think it's like cherry. It's one of the red ones. It's like a red gummy. So, hi, Carolyn and Real Robot and some dude, and that's a Russian name that I think it's Alexander. Carmen and Gaming and Harmless and Moss and Sergeant and Mizzle and Licorice and Eltrin and now Azu and Clam and B and Skeleton VA and Traden and Double Dice and Dire Queen and Neko and Forgot to Log Out and Harmless Chimera, Emily, Ryu, I think that's Ignis, Cyan, Kiki. I think that's everyone who said hello. Amonti. If you say hi later, I'll probably say hi to you. That's how this works. I don't like... In case you couldn't tell, if I was in Stellaris, I would be kind of egalitarian because I'm a firm believer that, like, even though I'm a content creator, I'm not better than you. Which is far cry from the average mentality most content creators have. I don't say that to dig on anyone I personally know. I say that to dig on all of, like, the megalomaniacal, like million subscriber count channels that like consistently are like, yeah, I'm a god. I literally am better than other people because I make content. And it's like, oh, egal confirm. No. Anyone know where the Q&A channel is? So I pinned a message and I dismissed and I unpinned the message. If it is still pinned where it says ignore me while I sprint to eat some food, refresh, go to live chat, and then you should see the Q&A channel. Your ego's out of control. Listen, I have people be nice to me, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is what it feels like to have a unrestrained ego marred by hubris and stained with pride that will send me spiraling down into the abyss. And it's like, someone said, hey, I like your content. It made me smile. And I'm just like, forsooth. The wicked rakes that drag across mine heart, they are thorned with pride, named hubris, and drag me, screaming, but silently, down to where I may never be seen again, to the place not where I have been elevated to, but lowered to the spot I deserve. And like, that's anytime anyone compliments me or is nice to me. I kind of hit that like Lord Byron pose, and I'm just like staring out into the water. like that's why if it's so you know the non-binary pride non-binary pride voiceover I did earlier in June. It's all about like, oh well, if you have a male partner, good boy. If you have a female partner, good girl. What do you call a non-binary partner? And that's a bunch of jokes about it. And a lot of people responded, who's a good person, right? And then obviously who's a good person has a very different connotation. So I like to imagine just like someone asks me and they're just like, oh, and they're trying to like tease me or like flirt with me or whatever, like, who's a good person? And then I'm just like, not I. For despite my yearning, I find that ethics and morality slip through my fingers like sand from an hourglass. For time waits for no one, and I've cut myself upon this shattered glass. And they're just like, I was trying to smooch you. And then I'm like, oh, no, thank you. like that. That's the kind of interactions I have. Maybe cute person. Well, yes. Does that mean you're getting consumption like Lord Byron? Do you see my complexion? I have people accuse me of succumbing to a pallid pallor. I have people saying that I have that what's it called? Jaundice yellow. Like I am a pale corpse white surrounded by jaundice yellow. I think the consumption already hit me. I think I've been with consumption. Who's a good XO? Exactly. I'm still so surprised. Like, I understand. I'm not the largest channel. However, how many people are making Kane content? Like legitimate, I don't know. I know that I have made Kane content. I know that Zactac has made Kane content. 11 Dragon Kid has made Kane content. I know that like Division 20 or Division X has made, or Division, is it 12X? The actual play has made Kane content. I know that I think Operation Goliath was one from like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. But is it a gothic or emo jaundice? Okay, y'all tell me. My take. Yellow is emo, gold is goth. You tell me if you disagree. Now, for the sake of simplicity, I say my colors are gold or are yellow and black. However, strictly speaking, as you can see, my colors are actually gold and black. So in practice, I functionally do a lot more yellow with my stuff because it's easier and more applicable. Right? Dark yellow is goth, exactly. So, like, technically speaking, and what I have in my set or whatever, I would say this is much more goth than it is emo. However, a lot of what I do in, like, my branding is yellow. It matches your eyes. Yes, it does. Gold is easier to paint than yellow? Well, yes, because when you have a metallic paint, like, that tends to be easier. Zach, Dragon Kid, Division 12, Operation Goliath. Is that, like, actually it? I suspect that part of Arrow's scared of compliments because they're afraid that accepting it will release something beautiful inside of them, probably a puppy. Okay. Throwback to the time. And I talked to my roommate about this after the fact, and they're just like, that is not what I intended whatsoever. Throwback to the time where I showed my roommate a meme. I don't even remember the meme, but it was a dog, and it... Okay, actually, let me check Twitter Blue Sky. Let me check Twitter Blue Sky. If I check Twitter Blue Sky, and I look at my post history, I can grab the image. It's a while back. Oh gosh, I gotta scroll for a minute. Please hold. Elevator music. Stop it. So I just showed my roommate this video of a dog that looked like it had no thoughts, and their first question was, would you like to be that dog with no thoughts? I don't know why. I don't know why my roommate thought to ask me this question. Like, I just showed my roommate a funny video of a dog, and their first question is, would you like to be that dog with no thoughts? And so I was in danger. I asked my roommate about it later, and they're just like, yeah, some people like want to be like a little cat that doesn't have to worry about problems, or like a dog with no thoughts. And I'm just like, oh, right. You're significantly more ace than I am, which is like my roommate asked me this question completely just like, oh yeah, don't you just want to like be a little creature that doesn't have to worry about like paying taxes and stuff? And I'm just Gray. Excuse you? You're saying frick do you mean? You see the resemblance? Like, we look nothing alike. The only thing that we got going is that we both have a black outline to our eyes. We don't even have the same color hair. Have you ever seen my tongue? Well, yes, you can see it when I open my mouth, but like, have I ever stuck out my tongue at you? Do I have reverse crossed eyes? I have two choices here. You're a puppy girl or wolf girl. Like you're offering me that choice right now, or you're saying that I have to be one of them? Because I feel like the true like Sigma male answer is to say like, I don't choose the wolf pack. I don't choose the domestic dog life. I walk my own path. And then I go out in the woods and I become like some jackalope. Which one is there? I don't know what you look like, Arrow. This is what I look like. You are looking at what I look like. Arrow's just a goober. That's my theory. Yeah. So fox. Okay, I will say, I have been told by people in my life that apparently, like one of my friends told me this because she sent me a meme at one point where it was like all women, and I'm not a woman. I am non-binary, but like I'm more femme presenting, and one of my friends is very femme, so we tend to talk about femme stuff together a lot. It was like all women are either cat pretty, deer pretty, fox pretty, and I think it might have been dog pretty. It might have been, but it's the idea of like it's like face shape and styles of attractiveness. For instance, like a fox tends to be very like narrow, both in like face shape and also generally in body type, and tends to be more of like a sly and like it's association, right? So like cats are very like traditionally feminine while also being a little mischievous. Deers tend to be very elegant. Fox pretty tends to be more like sneaky and like mysterious and like maybe flirty. And then dog tends to be more like that like round face, cute, happy. Bunny pretty. I think that was one. Because I think bunny pretty was like the cute one. Deer are not. No. I grew up around deer. I know how inelegant deer are. However, I do kind of got like the deer face shape, which like is a horrible thing to say when you consider that deer's face a deer face looks like this. So maybe I don't have a deer face shape. I think that this is a little bit too big of a brow for me. The opposite of cross-eyed is called a wall-eyed? Whoa. What does a female version of Venom count as? Wait, so when you say Venom, do you mean like the anti-hero, like the Spider-Man villain? Or do you mean like the thing you inject in people? Because if we want to talk about like male and female Venom, I feel like female Venom has got to be poison. Because if we're talking like in engineering, like a male and female part, a male part has a protrusion, a female part has an insertion, male part goes into female part. So it only makes sense that if we're talking Venom, if we're talking defense mechanisms, Venom is the male toxin, whereas poison is the female toxin, because Venom needs to be injected, whereas female needs to be injected or ingested, right? The anti-hero? I mean, isn't it just like Venom? Like, yes, obviously, because comics are comics, and like, this is part of why I don't actually care about Marvel Rivals being such like a silly game. Like, Marvel Rivals is stupid with how it treats all of its characters, but that's also because it's like based on comics. And to pretend like comics have ever been anything other than like treating its characters stupidly is it's a losing battle. You should not try this. Venom, when bonded with someone, is still just Venom. However, if you have Venom, I mean, let me literally just go like Marvel Rivals Venom. If you have Venom bonded with someone, like Eddie Brock, he will look like this. Eddie, Eddie, we must go to the gym, Eddie. And then if I go, I, for instance, look up Storm, she looks like this. That's not what I wanted. Oops. So, like, do you see the difference? And the crazy thing here is not just that it's like the symbiote's just a freak like that. Because, like, the symbiote is a freak, don't get me wrong. However, Storm looks like this identically out of the suit. Storm has this exact same body type and everything and physique outside of the suit. With Eddie Brock, I presume he's just like a normal dude, but knowing Marvel Rivals, maybe not, right? I had a Spider-Man comic as a kid where he left a Valentine made of webbing in the sand for Sue Storm. Comics are very serious business. Listen, anyone who says comics are serious business and that like they don't get up to nonsense and or that like, oh no, well, it's not that bad. Well, yes it is. You lie. You lie like the rug. You lie like the ground. You lie like the bedding that I throw upon my bed in order to cover over the fact that last night I went to bed later than I should have. And I'm trying to smother it with a pillow. Get down there. Comics are nonsense. That said, comics are also really fun. And I think anyone who says that you can't have fun with comics is equally as nonsensical. Like, I'm a big believer in calling it what it is. I'm a big believer in just like, listen. Like Marvel Rivals, I don't like using this term that much because it's just weird. Marvel Rivals is gooner bait. Let's be real. Marvel Rivals is a gooner game. Much like, I don't know what the other popular games are, like Stellar Blade, Arc Knights, I don't know. I don't play these games. But like, Marvel Rivals is really silly about that. Overwatch was for quite some time. And I think Overwatch has toned it down over the years, and that has corresponded to its lacking player count. Comics, oftentimes, are also gooner bait. Not all the time. Not even most of the time, but a lot of the time, they are. I say call it what it is and recognize it for its merits. I reviewed Girlframe, for crying out loud. Like, I reviewed Girlframe and I was positive about it. I was like genuinely like, yeah, this sounds like a pretty good system. I walked away from that system being like, yeah, I don't plan on playing this, but like I recommend this to a very niche group of people, and that niche group of people somehow, I don't know if I've mentioned this on the channel. I've certainly mentioned it on Twitter Blue Sky. Apparently, due to the Girlframe review, Girlframe, like the day of the review, like the day after the review or something, beat the previous record in sales of Girlframe. And which was like its release day. And so single-handedly, the Girlframe review like boost Girlframe out of, like, blew it out of the water, sent it from a niche thing that like had some consistent support, but ultimately like I don't know how it was doing financially, like to it got another huge boost of support. It's now like number 4 on itch in terms of TTRPGs. It's like number 4 on itch for TTRPGs. And the dev just released another game, or I think it might be like early access or something, which is about cannibalism. And that's like number 8 now. And just to kind of cut it off at the pass, I don't plan on reviewing that game. If she reaches out again and offers me another free copy, I'll probably take it because I take free stuff all the time. Like I'm not going to say no to free stuff most of the time. Me reviewing it's probably not on the table. If it is, it would be after like we hit another major milestone. Yeah, cannibalism TTRPG, I don't know. I think it's like if you eat someone, you get their power kind of deal. Like, so if you eat someone's corpse, you get their power, but it's also like, oh no, it's all romantic. And it's all like, you'll be a part of them forever. I don't know. I've like heard like 1 paragraph total about it, and I've seen the cover. Finally, you become the media. Well, so I would say like, oh yeah, like I might talk about after we hit 100K. So like, if we hit 100K by the end of the year, I already owe you a girlfriend video. I already owe you the girlfriend game. Which, at least at present, and we'll see how I'm feeling in like 4 months, in like 5 months. At present, I am fine to run this. It will just be a matter of logistics. It'll just be a matter of actually getting players, setting up a game, and then running it. Now, what would I actually do with it? I have no idea. 150 by the end. Like, listen, I already don't expect to get 100K. I'm not going to add in like a stretch goal to be like, oh, 150. I'm going to like review this. Maybe if we hit like 100K in the next like month, I would do that. Like if we start like actually exploding, I might do that. But at least for the present, I just don't plan on reviewing it. Arrow, this TTRPG has a might, and I mean might have a good template for delicious and dungeon. Frick. That's a really good point, actually. Because isn't there another game that's like basically just dungeon meshy? Isn't there another game where you are adventurers and you go around and you kill stuff and you eat it, and like you're like the whole society is built around like cooking monsters, and it's a little bit of dungeon meshy. It's more so Monster Hunter. Isn't that like a whole TTRPG? For 150K within the year, Arrow will commit an act of cannibalism. Listen, like 150 by the end of the year, like what do I do at that point? Do I just say like, yeah, just like on stream, I'll just smooch one of my buddies, right? Is that what I say? You're not mature enough to understand that things like Kane and Girlfriend are not for me because of that handler thing, but I do hope those who enjoy it have fun. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is I'm a pretty firmly, I mean, if you didn't see the Arrow answers from the other day about me going to a goth club, that was filled with a lot of people that are part of a scene I'm not a part of. And my overwhelming reaction to that was like, oh, that's neat. Cool. And like, that doesn't mean that I'm a part of that scene. That doesn't mean I'm trying to enter that scene. That doesn't mean that I have any strong interactions with that scene. But what that does mean is that they're different than me. And I'm just kind of like, that's cool. Like I don't know. 150 at the end of the year, tax for 150K by the end of the year, Arrow promises to stop committing acts of cannibalism. Okay, well, let's be real. I stopped listening to Butcher Vanity on repeat a while ago. However, in and out, and I'm still rocking this, is Salt Wound Routine. Also featuring Yishi and the motorcycle that's outside driving by. You know what? Would you mind if I cannibalize you? Because, like, I'm not looking to cannibalize no one. However, that would be one way to silence that motorcycle. Is that what you're offering? Is that you, like, you're just so excited? You're like, oh, me. Like, is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing here? Jeez. 150K at the end of the year. Arrow does a knee reveal. I had people be like really weird stuff. So like I mentioned on a previous post, I'm just like, oh yeah, I did like my hand reveal or whatever. And people are like, oh, what about forearms? What about like a knee? What about a foot? Technically speaking, I have done a thigh reveal. Strictly speaking, I've shown off thigh on stream. Now, granted, this was like, I don't know, 10 square centimeters of thigh for about 5 seconds, as it was on the very corner of the screen. But technically speaking, you've seen my thigh. Back reveal? I mean, like, what I could do, what I've discussed previously, and what I think would be really funny, would be do a full body reveal, except I'm fully silhouetted. I don't know how to spell silhouette. Character sheet reveal? Okay, what if I just take a picture of a random part of my body and like I zoom in really far, and then you have to guess what part of my body it is, and then if you get it right as a community in like 3 guesses, I show you more. And so it's just like, I just gamify it. Yeah, GeoGuessr body part, like, yeah, that definitely seems like, and I'd be specific. I'd be like right or left bicep. I would be like back of the right knee. I would be like top of the left thigh. Like, that's what I wouldn't just say like, oh yeah, left leg. Or I wouldn't say one of your legs. I would say like, no. It's gotta be specific. Singular pixel of a body part. Dude, like, the Wiki Feet article would go crazy. I mean, like, the thing is, like it's one thing to be like, hey, I'll do this thing if you as a community. Give me a moment. Whew, had to cough. It's one thing for me to say, I'll do X if you do Y. It is kind of funny to me, though, to have a transactional relationship with my audience where I'm continuously like, hey, listen, if you didn't know, there's a VTuber wiki, and it's entirely powered by fans adding stuff to it. So I don't have a page on that. So what I want you to do, I want you to go on VTuber Wiki, add a page of me, give all the bio and stuff. I didn't do a debut, so just make stuff up and see what happens. And then, like, if you do that, I'll do Y. And, like, I think that would be really funny if I just started doing that consistently. Like, that was like a thing in my channel. The issue is that would immediately make a rancid community vibe, you know? Because then you're not here for me, you're not here for the content, you're not here for each other, you're not here for the community. You're here to hit the next goal. It is the Mr. Beastification of a channel, right? I cough weird, big dog? Well, yeah, of course I cough weird. I have a freaking model that's being blocked by my mic. Scalp reveal? I'm not bald. I have camera. I have a hair. Give us your numbers of all your measurements, but don't tell us which body part they refer to. Oh, so like I measure my bicep width, and then I also measure like my calf width, and I also measure my hips and my bust and my waist, and I just like jumble all of them, and I give you a bunch of measurements. That could be funny. I actually don't know my measurements. Fun fact. I actually last time I met, which was years ago at this point, I actually have an hourglass figure, but only measuring shoulders to hips, right? Like a perfect, like 1-to-1, like from what I measured, a perfect 1-to-1 ratio, but only when measuring from the shoulders. So it's like, so like my actual bust is a little bit smaller than my hips, but like I do have like the waist to hip ratio. Community poll to guess Arrow's measurements. That's pretty funny. I'm not sure you want the consequences of going down that route. Of what route? Forget face/body reveals. I want a fake closet reveal. I mean, that could work, but also, like, unironically, I have been recognized by my voice before. Now, granted, this was on, like, a video game. This was on comms in, like, Marvel Rivals one time. I've talked about the story on stream before. I can say it again if you want, because it's a funny story. I don't know how I feel about revealing, like, face and stuff as well as clothing or whatever, because if I reveal, hey, for instance, I have this black tank top and this like gold like rose choker, and like you see someone walking around with a gold rose choker and a black tank top, and you're like, hey, excuse me, and I'm like, yeah, and then you're like, oh, you're Arrow, aren't you? And then I'd be like, no. Guitar reveal? I don't have a guitar. I used to have a guitar, because what happened is that a family friend, or a friend of one of my siblings, was having a garage sale. They had an acoustic guitar that my sibling picked up. Acoustic guitar. And then they didn't use it, so I picked it up. And then I didn't use it for years. And then I tried using it to learn to play guitar, but it was too small. It was like a half-size guitar. And so it just became a decorative piece. And then my mother, because this was like it's back out east because I didn't take it out here when I moved. My mother's like, hey, do you want this, or can I give this back to your sibling? And I'm like, you can give it back to my sibling. I'm never going to use it. You're Arrow, aren't you? Counter with, yes, I'm not romantic. I've had a couple people now. Fun fact, if you don't know, my channel name, Arrow Writes, is a shortening of my full name, Arrow Kiss Writes. Not, I'm a writer who is Arrow. Despite the fact that I am a writer who is Arrow. Like, it's one of those things where it was completely coincidental. And for the longest time, most people said, oh, I assumed your channel name was that you're an aromantic person who's a writer. And like, yes, but also the reason for it is Arrow Kiss Writes, which is why all of you self-identified as the Arrow Kissers. Which, like, was kind of weird when it first happened. I'm endeared to it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's so silly, but it's so specific to us. Arrow, that's a ukulele. No. So when I say half size, I mean like, if this is me, right? My gorilla arms. If a ukulele is like that, right? And then a normal guitar is like, right? Not quite, but like, you know the vibe. This guitar was like that. It was like halfway between a normal guitar and a ukulele. I think it was intended for like a full-size guitar for a child under 10 kind of deal. I think it was a normal acoustic guitar for a smaller person. We'll catch up later for the Warhammer Copium. Gosh. Ironically, I found Arrow Writes from the Toxic Lesbian Mecha vid. A lot of people did. And that's why I find it really funny when people are just like, I love the niche of like Arrow Ace reviews NSFW material. Which I've spoken about this before. I am not a safe for work creator. I'm strictly a family-friendly, like PG-13 channel. I don't like delve into that stuff. And now, particularly so, because I recently checked my analytics and like 1 in 5 of you or 1 in 6 of you are a minor, are listed as being a minor on your YouTube account age. So that means that like, even if I wanted to do this kind of thing, which I'm not really trying to, that would be irresponsible of me, given that a large part of my audience is not able to view that kind of content and should not be exposed to that kind of content. That being said, I also think that there's a space where you can safely, in a, not necessarily family friendly, but like in a unobtrusive, inoffensive way, talk about 18 plus content in a way that is not necessarily safe for work, but is like, doesn't breach YouTube TOS. And so like, that's what I tried with the girlfriend video. And I would be down to do more of that. I would be down to do more of, this is a sphere that I'm not a part of, that I'm talking about, and basically acting as an intermediary between these two communities. A big thing for this channel this entire time has been, I want to bridge communities. Which is why, despite being a VTuber who makes TTRPG content, I am primarily a TTRPG tuber that brings in some VTuber viewer. Mostly, though, I am a TTRPG channel who I have had people who I'm like the only VTuber they've ever watched, and then they will go and find other VTubers as a result of me. Or maybe they only watch me, and that's fine, but they learn more about VTubing and VTubing culture, and they learn like, oh, I thought VTubers were cringe before, now I know they're cringe, but like affectionately cringe. Also, I thought your name was short for aromatherapy rights. I appreciate your maturity in this, and also because it means I can listen to your videos while I'm working. Thank you. OMG, a responsible streamer, it must be a blue moon. Yeah. 1 1 in 5 and 6. Dang, those shorts really do attract the youngins. Yeah, for the longest time, like years, it was like under 10%. It was like under 10% of the audience was 13 to 17. And obviously, I'm aware of this. I understand how the internet works. Of the folks that are listed as 18 to 25, of the folks listed 18 to 25, I'm sure at least a large proportion of them are under 18, but like saying that they're 18 to get around age restriction or whatever. So for the longest time, 18 to 25 was like 30% of my audience. And 26 to 35 was like 35% of my audience. So 2/3 of my audience was like in the 18 to 35 range for the longest time. Now it's kind of shifted a bit, where basically I lost a bunch of the folks in the 18 to 25 range and gained a bunch in the 13 to 17 range. But still, like 35% of my audience is 26 to 35. So if you're in the 26 to 35 range, I salute you. You're doing good work watching this channel, keeping the channel alive. VTubers are cringe, and that's the best part. Kiddos being afraid of cringe for fun. I mean, like, well, apparently a thing that's happened, and this is mostly with, I think, Gen Z. I think this was Zoomers. Where, like, if they go out, they're scared to dance. If they're out at, like, an event, they're scared to draw attention to themselves. Because it's so common now for people to record everything. And then they might be posted on someone's like Instagram reel, or they might be posted on someone's Snapchat story, and then they experience social death because they are completely just like made fun of, which I think is dooming, but I don't think is inaccurate. I think that people need to learn that it's okay to be made fun of. And obviously not if it's like bullying, but I think that there's a fear of, oh, if someone records me and posts it, people are going to make fun of me. And even if that has no material impact on me, and 95% of the people that see it aren't going to know me, I'm going to be made fun of, and therefore I need to avoid that because that's scary. Listen, I can tell you someone that gets made fun of regularly for a multitude of reasons, most of which I will say, most of them are just people being like homophobic, transphobic, or they are being just nasty towards VTubers, right? One of the two. Those are the two big ones. But like there are some people who are like just mean. There's some people who are just nasty. And I'm gonna talk about this real quick. It's not gonna be a big thing, but social media was a mistake. Back in the day, if we did dumb stuff, that was a funny moment. Now kids are afraid to be caught in 4K. And that's the thing, it's like, you tell me if you're on the social media scene. I've never been in social media that big, which is why it's crazy I'm a content creator. Does bullying actually happen as a result of like, hey, someone made a fool of themselves and had a 15-second Instagram reel that got like 100,000 views? Do they get bullied, or is it just kind of like everyone laughs at them and moves on? Yes? Oh wow. OMG, my Zoomer friend won't go to the beach. We're all trans. I mean, going to the beach when trans is something where it's like, I get that because it's embarrassing that, for instance, if you're trans femme and you are unable to have a very feminine form, like you can't wear a bikini, that might be dysphoric, that's whatever. If you're trans masc, you might have to cover your chest, and most men don't cover their chests at the beach. So like, I get that, but also it's like, hey, live your life. Like learn to enjoy yourself, and obviously keep yourself safe. Don't do things that will be unsafe for you. But also like, yeah, you're gonna not pass. That's fine. Yeah, you're not gonna have a supermodel beach bod. Most cis people don't. I mean, do you remember what lol call is? I guess what I'm getting at is how many people. How many like kids and young adults and also just adults have had something comedic filmed of them that was then uploaded to social media? And even if it did get 100,000 views or 100,000 plays, which is different than like, so in most modern social media, YouTube did this like a year and a half ago or like 2 years ago. But like TikTok did it before, Instagram did it before. Views tend to be plays. And that is just as soon as the video starts playing, even if you scroll off of it half a second later, it counts as a play. So in all likelihood, and YouTube also gives me access to engaged views, which is you watched a sizable portion of the video. Generally, it's about 1 and 2. Generally, engaged views is about half of unengaged views. So for short form content, for clips like that, that tends to be, it's inflated by about double. So let's say about 50,000 people actually watched it. Like, I don't know. I don't know how many people like make a fool of themselves at the club, get a clip of them uploaded, it gets 100,000 plays, that's 50,000 engaged views, and then they actually get comparable damage from that. I think what's more likely is people self-doxing. I feel like what's more darning is people who post a video of them saying a slur. People who post a video of themselves and they're like that one person who was humping people's orders in a store, right? Before shipping them out because they were like problematic people who were getting orders, and so they're like, I can't like stop the order, but I can hump it and they'll never know, but I know. Like that's the kind of stuff where this is what I'm more concerned about personally. Because at the end of the day, like I'm not gonna diminish cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is real, but it is the kind of thing where it's like, there's just so much volume that not only is it, even if you do hit that 100,000 views, it's probably not going to be like too bad. You're also probably not going to hit that 100,000 views. What's going to happen is that 5 people are going to record you from different angles. All of them are going to get a collective like 100 views. 500 views, depending on how popular they are, maybe 1,000 views between all 5 of them. And it's like, okay, no one's gonna care. Well, that is logical. I think Zoomers have spent most of their life with the knowledge that this is possible and it triggers a fear response. Like, and that's fair. That is fair, but like, this should also trigger a fear response. And this doesn't. Most Zoomers, and also millennials, and I assume Alpha as well, like, they're so down to just admit the most like heinous things on social media because it's either clout chasing or it's engagement farming or it is attempting to connect with people genuinely. And like, I do this. I self-dox all the time. I talk about stuff in my life that probably I shouldn't have. But generally I have the wherewithal to not say stuff I shouldn't. Generally. Sometimes I do. And generally I will like either walk it back or I will just kind of play it off, or I may even just be like, hey, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Let's just move on. That face when you put the phone down and the short plays on repeat 5 times. Yeah, that counts for 5 different views. There was a guy when he was younger, messed with a lightsaber in his garage. It got uploaded, he got bullied, and now he's a lawyer for cyberbullying. Well, yeah, and what I'm getting at is like the lightsaber kid. The lightsaber kid was not, oh, someone recorded this and it got kind of popular. That was like viral. That was like one of the first main internet memes of the late 2000s. If there are nasties in power, then it doesn't matter anyways. If there are nasties in power, then I cannot voice my opinion anyway. I live in Turkey. If I said something against the people, you're going to go to jail. Yeah, and that's like, I think a lot of people, particularly in this chat, because US-based content creator, I have like 50% US-based audience. It's gonna be very US perspective. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, freedom of speech, because a lot of you don't have freedom of speech in the same way that I do. And even for me, I like the US has freedom of speech laws. The enforcement of those laws is not always equitable, and oftentimes is not equitable. And similarly, it only relates to government. It only relates to government. If I talk about how annoyed I am with, for instance, Twitter's policy platform, Twitter can ban me. If they add into their TOS, you are not allowed to say anything mean about Twitter, and then I say something mean about Twitter, they can ban me. And I can't say freedom of speech because they're not a government institution, right? And so I feel like there's, particularly in a lot of US-based commenters, there's a lot of perception of like the US frame of mind. Hello from the other 50%. Awesome. You have the Star Wars kid with the SFX? Yeah. In some European countries, you can't take someone to court for recording you and uploading it without permission. Oh, you can take someone to court. I mean, and like different countries have tackled this in different ways. For instance, like in Japan, like it's pretty famous that all cameras have to have a audible shutter because there was a huge issue of perverts and like underskirt photos, and we're like on a crowded train, people like put their camera beneath someone's skirt and take a picture. So now all cameras have to have an audible shutter, where that means that if someone takes a picture, it's going to be known. You can't do that subtly. And then like obviously the EU and European countries, they have like, oh, you can take someone to court for recording without your permission. Different places deal with it in different ways. Most of them are completely ineffective, but you're in the 5% of Brazil, more Brazilian. Oh my gosh. Like, listen. The Brazilian girlies go crazy. And I don't say that in like a, oh, haha, party like Rio. What's the big Brazilian festival that everyone cares about? It's Cinco de Mayo. Is it? Carnival? Yeah, Carnival. Thank you. I don't say that in like in a weirdo way of like Carnival. I say that in a way of like, no, just consistently, Brazilians in this chat have been crazy. Like y'all have been actually kind of cracked, and I love it. Mardi Gras, and Carnival, those two. Yeah, because like in the U.S. perspective, I will say the U.S. is a consumerist nation. Obviously, we have a very strong production industry. For instance, we have like the Rust Belt, a lot of the northern countries in the center of the country, like the center Midwest, like Michigan, for instance, like Ford Automotives, like U.S. made vehicles. We have a lot of like raw resource production, but ultimately we are a consumerist nation. We buy more than we sell in most cases until certain recent political events. And so a lot of U.S. perceptions of other nations is based primarily off of how we consume their products. The US-based perception of Japan is very influenced by things like anime, obviously. The US-based perception of Brazil is very influenced off of the big cultural events that Brazil has, like Carnival and Mardi Gras. The US-based perception of something like China is heavily influenced by the competition between the US manufacturers and Chinese manufacturers, because we consume a lot of like electronics and cheap consumer goods from China. So whenever you wonder, how does someone from the US think about my nation? Think about what you're known for culturally, and if you have any notable exports. And then think, what is the first stereotype I would have about someone from a country that made this? And that's probably what they think about you. Like, obviously, that's not every American, but like the average American, if you say like, hey, Ireland, they like Ireland is known for exporting like alcohol, like Irish whiskey. Ireland is known for St. Patrick's Day. Ireland is known for a lot of things involving not just alcohol, I mean also like leprechauns and like Gaelic culture, whatever, but like mostly it's known for alcohol. And so the stereotype of a lot of Irish people involves a lot of alcohol. And that does not mean that that is a good stereotype, or that is a stereotype that's even accurate, but that is like what the average American thinks of the average Irishman. A lot of Americans don't know. 2 questions. A lot of Americans have no idea anything about like Irish English history. A lot of Americans don't know that historically Irish people were treated very poorly in the US. Yeah. No, seriously. But like, we were never taught about the Troubles. I learned about the Troubles from Irish content creators who mentioned it. I did not know what the difference between Northern and Ireland and Northern Ireland. I don't know how to differentiate them. Like, I was going to go geographically of Northern and Southern, but like we all know about the potato famine. Yeah, we all know about the potato famine. That's about it. Do you want me to get into the troubles in black culture? Like, U.S. education is all over the place. U.S. education really is all over the place because, again, for those of you who don't know, the U.S. roughly looks like this. It's a bit chonky. Don't worry about it. Roughly looks like this. And most like countries in the world are smaller than a geographic region of the US. And I don't say that to brag, I say that for context. Someone who learns something in California is going to have a very different education than someone who learns something in Texas or Florida or New York City or Michigan or Seattle, right? Someone who gets these educations are going to be very different from one another because culturally, there's very little tying together, like LA and like Michigan, or let's say Chicago, for instance, right? There's very little tying together, like rural Texas and New York City. Now, there is stuff tying together, for instance, like California and Texas, funny enough. Those are often seen as polar opposites. Both of them have a very strong tie to Mexico. Not just in terms of there's a lot of Mexican people there because of the proximity to the border, but also because, like, both of them were at one point controlled by Mexico and then joined the United States after, like, the Mexican-American War and Western expansion, right? So, like, there are different areas that have certain similarities together, but even that, like, pretty major cultural heritage is really ignored because of the distance between them, right? My folks told me a story of when they were growing up, a guy getting his house raided for smuggling guns to Northern Ireland. Oh my gosh. Irish and Italians were not considered white till after... No, it wasn't until after September 11th. It was definitely earlier than that. Like, yes, I'm just gonna say real quick, we're kind of like going off the deep end on a big boy conversation, on a conversation that deals with very serious issues. I'm gonna kind of pull this back in like 3 sentences. So if you have any more thoughts, feel free to share. Just know that I am wrapping this up like in 3 sentences. In the US, the concept of white people as a group was invented. Yeah, exactly. Like it was an in-group, out-group thing. Generally speaking, for most of history, you would delineate yourself based off of nationality. And then that shifted more towards ethnicity. And then race as a concept, which was mostly based off of skin color, but also some other things, was made post hoc as justification for bad stuff in the real world. I don't think that this is gonna like lead to much outside of just kind of like people airing their grievances. So let's pull back. Let's acknowledge that this was a big boy conversation, and this is not about mechs. So let's go to mechs, but with mechs. Yeah, we're pull-out game so strong I can get a whole crowd to do it at once. Why didn't this work? Also, just again, I said I'd give myself 3 sentences. I spent like 1 sentence. I will say real quick, I didn't see anything that was problematic. I didn't see anything that was bad. I'm just cutting the plug before something problematic may happen. I'm cutting the plug because that's not why you're here. Like, this may be something that some people have left because they didn't want to hear that kind of stuff. This is not a situation where anyone did anything wrong or I'm gonna like take punitive action. It is, from what I saw, totally kosher. So, looks too human? No. So, this is the OG Atlas. This is the original Atlas design. And this is the finalized Atlas design. And as far as I'm aware, based off the Lancer Wiki, based on the Lancer Wiki, my understanding is that this is the finalized design both in and out of universe. This is the original design prior to the release of the supplement. Am I understanding right that this is not actually like the OG in-universe Watsonian, it was phased out for the other one? Instead, it is Tom Bloom drew this and then decided, no, he prefers this one. Is that correct? Is the wiki a good resource? Some fan wikis are. I would say the wiki is opinionated. The wiki is pretty good about having mechanics of frames. It gives a summary of the lore. It does not give exact lore. It actually summarizes it, which I have found by cross-referencing with the book. Because anything that is core, I use the book, and I supplement it with the wiki. Anything that is not core, and I do not have access to, I use the wiki, right? Because I don't have long rims, so I can't use long rim frames. I don't have wallflower, so I can't look at the lore for wallflower frames. Generally speaking, it's pretty good. I will say, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you this. Lancer, Wiki, Atlas. Because I do find it fairly funny. This wiki is very opinionated. So this is the wiki. Hi, wiki. Say hi to the wiki. Hi. Advertisements. Goodbye, advertisements. Yeah, so it'll be like, here's a tactical analysis of it. The Atlas stat line is trash. Almost literally a Duskwing, but worse, except for slightly difference in mounts where some builds might prefer the Atlas ability to carry 2 mains, clearly intended to make up for its traits. It's like, oh, okay. And so like, the wiki will occasionally be like, hey, what is the... If I go like Morning Cloak. It will also just kind of like give you extra trivia and information. Yeah, a fundamentally pointless weapon does less damage on average than a tactical melee weapon against real targets, even at grid 6. Like, it will just give you additional context, and it will give you like whoever was writing it, their thoughts on the weapon, which is kind of silly. But it also does give you stuff like, for instance, this rule was written before the intangible status came out, so blah, 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 blah. This rule is written before intangible status, but it does not refer to status, blah, 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 blah. It gives you additional context. It also does stuff like... This is the raw writing of the sword, of the Terashima blade. This is the condensed form that the wiki sets up, which... Like, obviously, the wiki's way is, oh, stance is like threat 1, damage 1d6. Lord stance is threat 1, 1d6, and on missed range attack, deal X. On missed melee attack, do Y. And so, like, it does X or Y as that, and, like, it gives you a little flowchart that is a bit more readable than just block of text. So, like, the wiki's got some pros and some cons. The wiki definitely is not the best wiki I've ever seen, but it's certainly not a bad one. Man, this is messed up. Like, the wiki... what I will say, I appreciate the wiki being willing to be like, hey, the Atlas sucks. Because if you don't write that explicitly, instead, you just kind of get the vibes that the person who wrote it resents the Atlas. But if they say, hey, Statline sucks, here's a breakdown of why, here's explanations as to why, I might disagree with that. I might say the Atlas is awesome. I might say, oh man, the Atlas finishing blow and Jaeger dodge, like, combined with the Jaeger Kunst, is just so powerful that, like, I don't even care if it's that bad. But I need to know that the person writing this didn't want to be writing it. I need to know that the person writing this, and that obviously, like, yes, it is mostly copy pasting. It is mostly just inserting information. What little bits there are is very important to know. I didn't even know there was wiki. Yeah, this is what I use for most stuff that is not in the core book. And I'm at the point where, like, because of homebrew I've been making, as well as because of the Lancer videos, I actually have, like, in arm's length of my desk, like maybe like 1.5 meters behind me, I have my Lancer book, and I'll just reach over, I'll grab it, I'll move my Switch off of it, I'll take it, and I'll open it up. Oh, I need to play my Switch more. I have Tears of the Kingdom. I've not played Tears of the Kingdom, and I have Tears of the Kingdom. I've been wanting to play Tears of the Kingdom since it came out. The Saladin is very good at its core fantasy, but the core fantasy is rather boring. Okay, so like, Big Sal, much like the Atlas, is a frame where I'm much more a fan of the flavor and the lore behind it than I am of the frame itself. Because a singular flex mount, where you spend most of your time not shooting and just taking defensive actions, sounds kind of boring to me. That said, the Saladin, in researching it, it goes kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. The Saladin is good at what it does. It's just what it does, like you said, is kind of boring. The opinionated bits are disgruntled engineers venting about the companies making poor decisions to reduce costs. See, and like, listen. Make a mech game. wait. Cooking. Make a mech game. All of the lore is marketing by the manufacturer. All of the mechanics and explanations of the mechanics are by the engineering team, who all hate their job and hate what they're working on. So the lore focuses on how cool it is and how amazing it is and how awesome it is, and then the mechanics are all just like, listen, this gives you plus 1d6 once per round. It's not going to be that useful. Like, yes, you could take this. However, you could also just take the standard equipment that GMS makes, and it would do you just as well more than once per round. But I'm obligated to tell you this, even though I don't get a commission, that you should buy it. Like, yes, it has one SP instead of 2 SP. It's not going to be that good. Like that would be so silly to me. Oh my god. I'm already making, like, I already am juggling multiple projects. And I already put, like, the cane stuff on pause. I put the cane supplement on pause because, if you don't know, this Friday, when did I take out my hair tie? What the freak? The cane supplement that I've been working on Fridays, I'm going to be playing Signalis this Friday on YouTube stream. So I'm going to play through Signalis. My understanding, Signalis, 4 streams. If I spend like 4 hours in a stream, 3 hours in a stream, I think I can get it done in like 4 streams. I know like nothing about it. All I know is that Signalis. Oh my god, give me a moment. Wait, so I understand the bees. I understand the bees. Okay, so you were meowing at one point. Like, where did the bees come from? How did we get from meowing to bees? Why are we remembering? Must collect honey for queen. Arrow, any homebrew mechs? Oh yeah, so the bees, yes, they came to the community from me making the joke with the ASMR. But I'm wondering, like, now. So if you're asking, okay, I still have. Does anyone remember? Okay, how many of you were here? Please tell me at least one of you were here. Back when I had a stream where I took a picture of my rice cooker, and then I changed it after a certain point, and I clicked it with a ding to indicate it was finished, and I just had, like, on my loading screen, on my pause menu, I just had it be a cooking rice cooker, and then it had a dink, click. This was a while ago at this point. Arrow, any homebrew mechs? Yeah. I literally yesterday, I uploaded to Discord. I uploaded the Leviathan, which I'm uploading for critique from the community, because if you don't know, I have released 3 homebrew Lancer frames. I'm currently working on a 4th, and I have both a 5th and a 6th plan. So I'm currently working on a 4th. The 3 that I've made, one of them is a Harrison Armory frame that I released like 8 months ago. And the other 2 are both frames related to a homebrew manufacturer called the Armature Consortium, where this 4th one and this 5th one and the 6th one are all the frames part of it. I made core bonuses, I made some lore for it, and the whole thing is all about energy damage, forcing saving throws from enemies, and overall not having a stupid amount of attacks. Like, honestly, I'm probably gonna remove a mount from the behemoth, and I think part of what I might do is that part of, like, the signature of the consortium is no 3 mounts, because, like, they have a pretty high save DC. They tend not to be very combat oriented, or not combat oriented, damage oriented. None of them are strikers. And I think I might remove that 3rd mount from the behemoth, because the behemoth is a size 2 defender that likes meleeing people. And I think it would be funny if I took away a mount. I would make GM hate you with those mechs. Which, I mean, if you're interested, I can show off what I currently have for the Leviathan. I just was showing it off on Lancer on Discord last night, so I could just show it some more. Is the naming scheme for homebrew manufacturer biblical figures? It initially was, and then I realized I don't know enough biblical figures. So initially it was going to be like Behemoth and Leviathan, and then I ended up going Kraken. And so I was just like kind of like mythical megafauna. So I have Kraken. Sorry, I have Kraken, Behemoth, Leviathan is what I'm currently working on. I'm going to work on the Rock and the Lastragonian are the 2 I have in mind. And if I have like a 6th that I want to make for the consortium, it would probably be like, I don't know. I just had one in my brain, like the Megalodon or something. The bloop. I actually do have, I tried to reference the bloop in the Leviathan, actually. I got the Zig. Let me show you. Let me show you what we're doing here. So, this is not including any of the changes that the community said last night, because I was asleep, and then in the morning, I haven't had time to do their changes. So, you know, I mean, not quite after kaiju, but like kaiju-sized monsters. So, the Leviathan. The consortium rarely scraps projects entirely, instead cobbling them together with other rejects to see what sticks. Oh my gosh, my throat. Gosh. Sorry, my throat just died. The consortium rarely scraps projects entirely, instead cobbling them together with other rejects to see what sticks. The Leviathan is one such amalgamation. Archaeological equipment was first paired with geological surveying parts, in part due to their natural synergy, but also as a foray into utilizing subterranean sonar technology in a combat application. These delicate parts proved quite volatile, so systems were taken from an ecological vessel built to weather coastal storms and grafted on for durability. This came together to form a stable, if bilateral, frame. Leviathans were initially marketed as defensive frames capable of holding key points, primarily to military bases and corporate headquarters in consortium space. However, Leviathans found their greatest use with solo contractors, most often in a non-combat reconnaissance role. This has led to a divide in their pilot base, with snipers and scouts avoiding one another when possible. Few Leviathan pilots are prideful enough to come to blows, but most don't care for one another. So, stat line: size 1, armor 0, save 12, sensors 10, hull 8, repair 4, E-defense 8, tech attack plus 0, SP 6, evasion 8, speed 4, heat cap 5. So pretty standard across the board. Just an increase in save target. And then I think a decrease in repair cap. I might drop down like E-defense and evasion by 1 each. I might go like 7 and 7. Just because it is like it's not supposed to be up there. It's not supposed to be in the front lines. Terrain target acquisition. The Leviathan gains +1 accuracy when making an attack that targets an object or a character adjacent to an object. And lay low. If the Leviathan is not within any hostile character sensors at the beginning of its turn, it may take the hide action as a protocol with a main mount and a heavy mount. This is, I initially conceptualized it as a artillery. In reviewing it, it definitely leans more controller, so I might swap it to controller. But the point being here is that it is all about hitting, like it's hiding and hitting you when you're like set up, right? Wait, it's not about books by Thomas Hobbes. Listen, we're not talking about the Leviathan like society. We're talking about the Leviathan as in like monster in the water. So it's resilient more so. I mean, it's not even resilient. It wants to evade you. It wants to hide from you. It is when it's not within anyone's sensors, it can make the hide action as protocol. Which hiding allows it to be hidden in Lancer. Being hidden is you cannot be targeted, but someone can still attack your general area. They have to make an action to search for you. So the core system. Trapdoor, a little bit Trapdoor Spider. Actually, yeah. Yeah, the big sea monster from the Bible. Yeah, the initial naming convention was going to be Behemoth and Leviathan for Bible creatures. I realized I don't know enough Bible creatures. So the subterranean sonar array is the core power. Geological surveying equipment intended to analyze soil composition via pierced spikes called pylons. These were driven into the ground by a hydraulic pressure release to pierce through sediment cleanly and with minimal ecological disruption. The pylon would engage in onboard analysis of trapped sediment while scanning seismic, volcanic, hydrological, and biological readings via sonic pulses through the ground. Once its manufacture was integrated into the consortium, this hydraulic pressure release was extended and empowered to form a mid-range launcher capable of firing pylons with enough force to pierce a mech's chassis. The sonar instruments proved too integral to remove from the pylon during prototyping, so they were included during tests before accidentally discharging. This was capitalized on with a remote activation to allow for controlled detonations of sonar, though this leads to a rapid degradation of an individual pylon. Oh, that's why we were zig-maxing? Leviathan, Behemoth, and Ziz are the big three. Maybe 4 if we want to include the funny whale from that one story. Yeah, in case you couldn't tell, not up on my Bible studies, so I'm going to trust your judgment. So this is an integrated mount. It is the pylon driver. The pylon driver is a main launcher with arcing, range 12, blast 1, 1d3 kinetic. So very little damage, but blast. After firing this weapon, I don't know if this is the proper terminology. I don't know if it's like after activating this weapon, after firing this mount, a pylon spike is deployed in an unoccupied space within the affected area, if any. Each pylon spike is an object, size 1/2, HP 10, 5 evasion. If it takes any energy damage, it is instantly destroyed and deals 1d6 energy damage to all characters and objects in a blast 1 area centered on itself. Size 1 characters size 1 and larger can move through its space, but treat it as difficult terrain. Each pylon spike lasts until destroyed or removed from the ground by an adjacent character with a successful hold check. If you deploy a 4th pylon spike, a pylon spike of your choice is first destroyed. So, what does this mean? I shoot this. Because this is range 12 blast 1, if Divine and Monty are standing right next to each other, I can have a blast 1 area hitting both of you. I make 2 attacks. Maybe I miss Monty, I hit Divine. I deal 1d3 kinetic damage to Divine. Because the blast area is larger than just you two, I put a pylon spike in one of the unoccupied spaces in those other, I think, 4 spaces, because each blast 1 area is a center space, and the 5 areas around it. Yeah, it's 6 total. 6 total. So it's the 1 center space, 5 around it. If you're occupying 2 of them, then that means I have 4 other spaces to put the pylon spike. The pylon spike does not block your movement because it's size 1/2. Size 1/2 characters can move through the space of other size 1/2 characters, and size 1 characters or larger, so size 1, size 2, size 3, can move through it, but it's difficult terrain. And so if it takes energy damage, it blows up. 1d6 energy, which means if you have 2 pylon spikes right next to each other, you can have 1 pylon spike blow up and set off a second pylon spike and have them chain react and deal 2d6 energy damage by dealing energy damage to one of the pylon spikes. And then the actual activated ability, the core power, Stormfront Rising. Each pylon spike overloads in a sonic burst detonation and gains immunity to energy damage until destroyed. They cannot be detonated. They cannot be detonated now. All characters in a blast 1 area centered on each pylon spike must make a system save or become jammed until the end of your next turn. Jammed is they cannot talk, they cannot make attacks, they cannot use tech actions, and I think that's it. A single character in the range of multiple pylon spikes is only affected by single detonation. As funny as it would be to have you have to save multiple times, that's generally not how game design works. The same area buzzes with electrical energy and becomes dangerous terrain until the end of your next turn, dealing energy damage. I initially was going to have this be just flat 1d6 energy. I changed it to dangerous terrain because 1, that's easier, 2, that's cleaner, and 3, that gives you another save. Right? So dangerous terrain is a core mechanic, which is if you walk on it, you have to make an engineering check and take 5 damage if you fail. Flat. Jammed can't make ranged attacks. Okay. So I'll ask you a question later then, for those of you who know. Ziz is basically a rock with a worse name. So, I mean, I could change the name of the rock to Ziz, right? Is Ziz like the air? There were human-faced locusts with scorpion tails led by Abaddon, not named but described. Nephilim. Okay, so what I might do, I like the Kraken though. I really like the naming scheme of the Kraken, and the Kraken is not biblical. So for those of you who don't know, I released the Kraken. The Kraken was my second homebrew frame and the first one of this manufacturer. The Kraken is a ranged grappler. The Kraken literally has tendrils it can grapple you with from multiple spaces away. And I think that's really fitting for a Kraken. So I don't know. I like the idea of biblical beasts. If you have any on the Discord, either in suggestions or in the Lancer channel, feel free to drop some. Just be like, hey, Arrow's asking about biblical beast names for homebrew. Here are some. Is the giant griffin-like bird like a phoenix? I might drop rock then. I might remove rock and have it be Ziz, because the rock, the next one that I want to make, my thought process is it's a flyer that can push and pull. Not pick you up and drop you and deal fall damage, but it's a disruptor, it's a controller that its main focus is flying by you and pushing you out of formation. And that would kind of fit with Ziz, from what I'm understanding. Era, I'll be so real. I had a fantasy about biblical mechs and kind of made one of my head called the Gabriel. Oh, Gabriel. Gabriel with the royal at the end. Oh my gosh. I mean, the lore of this is a bunch of board executives working on projects and everyone would want to go into the naming scheme and kind of have a contribution. So, yes. However, I also want it to be kind of in line, which is why I was comfortable grabbing Last Dragonian, Rock, Kraken, in addition to biblical monsters, because those are all giant monsters. And I feel like the naming scheme fits in the same way others do. IPSN, it's all ship captains, admirals, pirates. They're a shipping company. SSE, moths and butterflies. They're very perfectionist. They're very elegant and beautiful. Horus, like fantasy monsters, they're horrifying. Harrison Armory, famous conquerors and warlords. It fits them being military industrial complex. The Consortium is a small, relatively speaking, manufacturer that wants to compete with GMS of all things. So does it not make sense for the small scale like competitor trying to usurp the mountain that is the Everest, Sagarmatha, Komolungma, to name themselves the biggest, baddest monsters they can think of? Oh, we're not just like the Phoenix, we're the Rock. We're not just the shark mech, we're the Megalodon. We're the Kraken, the Leviathan, the Behemoth. Like, we're the biggest, baddest monsters out there. And it's basically peacocking. It's something that I'm going for. So I feel like the biblical names would also work with that. Small dog energy. Yeah, exactly. They are a small dog trying to take on GMS. Like, in the lore of the Consortium, they don't like GMS because they like everything being front to end Consortium made, even though Consortium made tends to be worse than GMS. They are very much it's a matter of pride and also a matter of control. The board executives of the Consortium want to control end to end. They very rarely do contracting. Anyway, so Dangerous Terrain, originally it was just flat 1d6 damage. Now I made it Dangerous Terrain. Dangerous Terrain, cleaner way of getting the exact vibe I was going for. But if you destroy or remove a pylon spike, it ends its area's Dangerous Terrain early. Once this effect ends, all pylon spikes are destroyed. So what this is, 3 pylon spikes, ideally, up to 3. They explode. System save become jammed for a turn. That sucks. That super sucks. And Dangerous Terrain surrounding each of them. Right? Initially, I had it they could link together, and I wanted it to be like you could make walls of them. I felt like that was a bit too complicated. I felt like that was a bit too much. I feel as though the burst of jammed followed by damage is good enough. Right? I feel like this is enough to like make it worth a core power. If I may have a suggestion, you can use the slag cannon from Kobold as a reference for the wording of weapon. Thank you. That's something where like the wording of it I was confused about. So Wiki, Lancer, Kobold. That's the wrong wiki. There's 2 wikis. The Kobold. Slag cannon. So let me just do this right now, just to show you this. So, slag cannon. But this is not the one. So if your target is on the ground or a flat surface, once this attack resolves, place a size 1 mound of slag in a free space adjacent to them. The mound is an object. Okay. Delete that. If your target is on the ground or a flat surface, once this attack... Well, because the issue is, this is a blast, meaning I can target multiple people. And the way blasts work is that if multiple people are within my blast, I make multiple attacks. That's why I'm wondering how to phrase it. So I think if your target's on the ground or a flat surface, once all of this weapon's attacks resolve... Attacks resolve... Place a size 1/2 pylon spike in So if your target is on the ground or a flat surface, once all of this weapon's attacks resolve, place a size 1/2 pylon spike in a pylon spike is an object. I mean, so do I do like the size 1/2 pylon spike is an unoccupied space of any, and then a pylon spike has 10 HP. And 5 evasion. If a pylon spike So if your target is on the ground, if the attack area is partially on the ground or a flat surface, once all of this weapon's attacks resolve, place a size 1/2 pylon spike in an unoccupied space within the affected area, if any. A pylon spike has 10 HP and 5 evasion. Keep all stats together. That's what I was thinking, but like the way the kobold is functioned. So if I do, I mean, like, because like, yes, for readability, what is a pylon spike? Size 1/2, 10, 5. Awesome. If your target is on the ground, if you're, what the frick did I change this to? What the frick? What the frick? What the frick? If the area of the affected area is on the ground or a flat surface. Pardon the weirdness, but what is a mech's battlefield role? For a 1/2 size mechs, it's infantry. What about 1 or 2? Okay, so why would I use a mech rather than... I actually talked about this earlier. So in Lancer, size 1/2 is not infantry size. Size 1/2 is not infantry size. Size 1/2 is like Space Marine sized. Maybe like Custody sized. To use a 40k example. It's a little bit shut up mechs are cool. However, in Lancer, in the setting of Lancer, everything can be 3D printed, including like fusion reactors. So there's no real reason to not print a mech when you can have a fusion reactor that gives it like laser beams and whatever that can like cut through tanks easily. Does anyone have our story tall? What the frick? Yeah, I had a partially on the ground. I don't know if I need partially on the ground. Yeah. So a hard suit, an exosuit, is like power armor, right? That is smaller than size 1/2. Technically speaking, I think mechanically, pilots are size 1/2 because they need to occupy a space in the game. But size 1/2 mechs are like person-sized. Are like a bit bigger than person size. Like, for instance, the Goblin is size 1/2. The Goblin is size 1/2, and you can see the pilot. See their arms. So, like, for instance, yeah, so like this is a size 1/2 mech. This is the proportion of human to mech. A story I think is pretty fair. 10 feet tall, 3 meters ish. Like that's a pretty fair assessment. That seemed a little bit big, but yeah, like you're wearing a car. Size 1 would be something like the Blackbeard. Or let me actually instead grab one that has a pilot visible. Nelson. And heads up, the person to mech ratio is all over the place. It is mostly whatever is cool. Don't worry about it too hard. But basically, this person goes in here. They're like, let me use white because this shows up better. They're like in here and they're piloting this mech. They run around, they stab you, they have a power knuckle, all that stuff. Then a size 2 mech is like the Tortuga or like the I'll do Saladin. Although actually the White Witch is also size 2, right? Yeah. So like the White Witch is another example of like here. So like the mechs get larger and larger and larger because you can go all the way up to size 3, which the size 3, my beloved, the Barbarossa. absolute unit, absolute size difference. I love it. But why don't they just use like vehicles? They do. In Lancer, there's a vehicle template you can apply to other mechs. You can make vehicles that have similar statistics to mechs. They're just like have worse handling because they're vehicles. Broadly speaking, in Lancer canon, in Lancer like the setting, mechs are so accessible that random pirates, if they get the license, can print it on a 3D printer. Backwater planets that have no external support but have 3D printing like technologies can just print a mech, and they can have like a defense force of mechs. You as a Lancer on like a ship flying out into space can have a printer that prints a full new mech between missions, right? So all of this, like, it's just ease. And then obviously you need a lot of skill to be a Lancer, to be a pilot, whatever. However, it is the sort of circumstance where in my personal setting, I do exactly that. I have way more vehicles. I run a lot of enemies, NPCs, where they are not true mechs. I run a lot of grunts you fight are like bipedal walkers that mechanically have the stats of whatever mech you're fighting, but flavorfully are like a little like sentry, like bipod, right? Mad Max vibes? I wouldn't say Mad Max vibes. I would say more, well, so what it is, does anyone know? Star Wars, Clone Wars video game. The issue is there was multiple of these. So I'm talking this game. And I'm not thinking this specific vehicle, but I do love this specific vehicle. Or actually, I thought this vehicle was kind of lame, I'm not gonna lie. Because I had access to the walker. Do I just look walker? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? No, this is an ATT. Is it this one? I think it might be this. ATX walkers. ATXT Walker Star Wars. No! Yes! Sorry. I looked up ATXT and it started giving me ATST and I'm like, no, I've been betrayed. These guys. I literally, when running grunts, assaults, I just modeled them after these guys. They're little bipeds. They have two little walkers. They have two little guns here that shoot out, and then I gave them little blades that like could like slash out in front of them, and they're just like little walkers. Because I like the idea that if you're a pirate crew, you aren't having access to like proper mechs. Yeah, like the Imperial Guard walker, exactly. The Sentinels. So the ATXT walkers, I love these because I grew up playing, one of the games I played was Star Wars: The Clone Wars on GameCube. Yeah, this game, so good. A literal pile bunker on two legs would be so pirate coded. That is very funny. That is very like I will say a pile bunker on legs is very silly. However, the pylon driver is actually not. I did not write this as a play on it, but I did realize after the fact it's basically a pile bunker. It's basically a joke about the pile bunker because what this is, and that's why I had like hydraulic pressure release, where the way that they would drive the pylons into the ground was they would have basically a pile bunker that would launch it into the ground, and then it would get a bunch of soil samples or whatever. And so what the consortium did is that once they got their hands on it, they're like, what if we just make this at range? And so it does it. And it's very funny to me. Anyway, pylons, set up at least 3 of them. They act as basically like tank blockers. They make it more difficult for large characters to move around, but it does not stop them. And then you can explode them. The licenses. Okay. Archaeoslip nanothrusters. This is one that someone said this is very similar to a talent. So 1 SP, once per round when you take the hide action, you can immediately move half of your speed as a free action. You may not enter the engagement range of any hostile character during this movement, and must end it in soft cover or hard cover. So what this is, when you take the hide action, which this thing can take the hide action as a protocol for free at the start of its turn, you may immediately move half your movement if you end in cover and don't enter engagement. So this thing is a 4 movement, probably you're only going to get to move 2 spaces. It's a 1 SP, it's not meant to be super powerful, it's meant to give you a little bit more movement. I considered giving you full movement, but then I realized that something like the metal mark would be horrendous with this. Because if you're invisible and then you can hide while invisible and then you can also move while hiding while invisible, that's a lot. The storm type disruption charges. This is one someone said was a little weak, so I might power this up. Expend a charge from the system to gain one of the following effects. Lightning grenade, range 5, blast 1. All characters must pass a system save. On a failure, take 1d3 energy and cannot attack targets outside of their sensors. And then thunder mine. All characters must pass systems. On a failure, they take 2d3 and cannot attack targets. The difference between a grenade and a mine: grenades you throw, mines you place next to you. Right? That's the big thing. So this is something where it was pointed out this is a little weak. I could make this like D6. I could make this blast 2. I don't know how we're feeling. I don't know what the vibes are. I was basing this off of the frag grenades from GMS. But the metal mark has a system which is set up a blast 3 area. You can't shoot out of it if you're inside of it. You can't shoot into it if you're out of it. So this is a little similar to that, but it does deal some damage. So I think I just increased the range, like the blast. So this is where you get the frame. The bolt tagger and the ventral accelerant. The bolt tagger, main rifle, range 12, just like the pylon launcher. Blast 1, so in an area, can hit up to 6 characters. 1d3 energy, very low damage. But on a critical hit, the target is slowed until the end of your turn. And the nice thing about this is threefold. 1, you get accurate if you are shooting someone that is next to an object. So if you use your integrated weapon to fire a pylon, and then you use your bolt tagger to shoot someone, you get accurate on it. If you are accurate, that's plus 1d6 to your roll. If you get a 20 or higher, it's an auto crit. So that means that you can fish for crits very easily. Second, it's a blast of energy damage. This means that if you launch a pylon and then you shoot someone standing next to the pylon, you also explode the pylon, getting an extra 1d6 damage. And then the third thing is that you can slow them. You are not intended to be a front range fighter. You want to slow them and then back off. You want to shoot them and then back off. The ventral accelerant. This is something I'm surprised you couldn't do normally. So I added this. Choose an arcing weapon. People said this should be a mod. I want it to be a mod. The issue is that mods can't work with integrated weapons, so I don't know how to fix this. Choose an arcing weapon. Once per round when deploying a grenade, mine, or deployable system, you may instead deploy it within the weapon's range. This bypasses line of sight requirements so long as it's possible to trace a path to the target. That is the same phrasing as arcing. You basically give a grenade, mine, or deployable arcing. You cannot deploy a grenade, mine, or deployable this way in the same turn after making it. That makes a weapon attack, and you may change which weapon this system affects during a full repair. Enjoy some dude. We're currently talking about the Leviathan frame that I made, and that I'm currently subjecting to critique over on Discord. The Terraweave Lattice Cloak. This is as a quick action. You can raise the hood of this cloak. As long as the hood is raised, you gain the following effects. You gain benefit from soft cover. You treat hostile characters' sensors as if they were 5 lower to a minimum of 5. Characters cannot scan you and attempts to search for you get +3 difficulty. You become jammed. You may lower the hood as a protocol, ending its effect. It lowers automatically upon taking structure or stress damage. What does this mean? You always benefit from soft cover. Attacks to hit you have +1 difficulty. Also, your Archaeoslip nanothrusters always work, because you're always able to do that. You're always able to be in soft cover at the end. You treat hostile characters' sensors as if they were 5 lower. Sensors is how far their mech can scan out, how far they can hack out, how far they can sense you. And so reducing their sensors for treating you means that if they have 10 sensors, you treat them as if they only have 5 sensors. Even if you're 8 spaces away, they only have an effective range of 5 sensors. They can't hack you. They can't search for you. And also, you count as out of their sensors for the purpose of hiding, for lay low. So you can then hide at like 8 spaces away or 9 spaces away instead of having to be 12 or 13. They cannot scan you, which scanning isn't really going to come up much on the NPC side of things, but I figured that was a nice little addition. And attempts to search for you get +3 difficulty because you're hidden, right? But you're jammed. Again, jammed is you can't speak, you can't shoot, and also you can't use tech attacks. I'd also probably make the hood lower if you clear. That's also fair. It was automatically picking upon taking structure or stress damage, or if you lose, or if you are no longer jammed. I was told by someone on the Discord, you cannot activate this protocol because you can't use systems while you are jammed. Can someone please confirm that? My understanding is jammed is just, I cannot shoot you, I cannot talk, I cannot tech attack. Or I cannot tech action. But I can still use systems, I can still move, I can still boost, I can still melee attack, all that stuff. Mechs in hoods or cloaks, that's why I wanted to go. I was like, listen, I could make this whatever I wanted. I want it to be like this cloak that has like Luma suppressant camouflage lattice that like networks with the nearby terrain to make you super hard to detect. So they can't lock for advantage to hit then? Yeah, so the way this works is that you theoretically could put this on a melee build and always benefit from soft cover and reduce their sensors, and also they can't search for you, or they get really hard searching for you, and you're jammed, so you run up and you start meleeing them. This one, like this mech isn't designed for melee, so you probably wouldn't do that on a Leviathan. You might grab this cloak to put it on like a Morning Cloak, or like a Metal Mark, or another like stealth-oriented assassin kind of character. That said, like, if you're already in their melee, lowering their sensors doesn't matter. And searching for you doesn't really, like it's nice, but it doesn't really matter. So, like, I don't think this is like broken if you're going to put it on like a Metal Mark or something. And then the other thing, the relay speakers. We're getting Cthulhu out here. So a relay speaker is defined as size 1/2, 5 HP, 10 E defense, 10 evasion. It's also a deployable. It is considered a deployable, so you are able to use it for the ventral accelerant. Expend a charge to deploy deactivated relay sensor that attaches to any object or surface within sensors in line of sight. Or if you use the ventral accelerant, you can do it within a weapon range that has arcing and without line of sight. As a protocol, you may activate or deactivate all relay sensor speakers deployed. Relay speakers cannot be recalled and expire at the end of the scene. When activated, all characters in a Blast 2 area centered on each relay speaker must make a system save. On a failure, they become slowed and jammed. Characters must also make the save if they begin their turn in the area, or when they move through it for the first time on their turn. These effects last until an affected character exits the area, or their relay speakers are deactivated. While deactivated, relay speakers are hidden and can't be targeted, a la mines. Mines have the same thing, they're hidden and can't be targeted, but you can still search for them. You can still look for them. Relay speakers deactivate automatically upon being destroyed and can be forcibly disabled from an adjacent space by making a successful systems check as a quick action. Jammed characters cannot attempt this action. So what I did is I just made it, if you are not jammed, you can just deactivate it a la mine. You can, if you're not jammed, you can like shoot it. They better have some weird lore about being from a Metal Vault or something. Nope. What it did is that this was this is the only wholly original system. This is the only wholly original system that the consortium made for this entire frame. Everything else was just stripped and repurposed from prior mechs and like prototypes that didn't end up working out. So what they did, the lore of the Leviathan, they stripped a ecological vessel called the Darwin and a archaeological probe called the Delver, and they cobbled together their systems along with some geological surveying equipment, that's the pylons, and then they put it all together in a cloak and called it a mech. And so everything here is just like, oh, we stripped this from the Delver, we stripped this from the Darwin, we stripped this from like geological survey equipment, and then this one is the Darwin operated in conditions of deafened and unprotected human, leading to it developing revolutionary auditory dampening systems to protect its crew. Consortium scientists managed to not only reverse engineer this after its manufacturer's integration, but utilize the principles learned to enhance sonar technology. This was paired with geological surveying sonars derived from a pylon to form a wholly new consortium-made technology. So what this is that everything here is the consortium absorbed a manufacturer, like stopped their production lines and stole all of their stuff and added it to their own mechs. This is the only system on the Leviathan which is wholly from the beginning. Like, oh, wow, you revolutionarily like did sound dampening technology in order to protect your crew going into like gale force winds in active coastal storm fronts. Let's ignore that and instead use it to maximize the damaging potential of our sonic-based attacks. Like, I love writing the consortium because the consortium is so like annoying. The consortium is so frustrating. And everyone who I read the lore to, they're like, I hate the consortium. And I'm like, good, you should hate them. They're awful. You can only do ram, grapple, and improvised attacks with... Lancer. Cheat sheet. This is what I've been operating off. Jammed. Can't talk to others, make attacks other than improvised attack, grapple, ram, can't take reactions, and can't benefit from tech actions. Like, when I read, and this is from the cheat sheet, this is not from the book. I guess I could open up the book. Can't talk to others, so you can't communicate. Can't make attacks other than improvised attack, grapple, or ram, so I can't shoot. I can't use melee attacks either. Can't take reactions. Can't do anything reactive. And can't benefit from tech actions. That says nothing about systems to me. Yeah, you're so close to being a constructive company. You keep taking these wonderful things and ruining them. Which, if you don't know, the lore of the consortium is that they are a small manufacturer that basically took over a planet. And then they expanded to a system. They had some tension with GMS, and then they lost a legal battle in DOJ courts, but they managed to secure their right to actually manufacture like mechs and military grade hardware. And so now they are attempting to compete with GMS despite occupying probably less than a 1% market share, would be my guess. And so they like see themselves as like the up and coming rival that's gonna like topple GMS, despite the fact that, well, no. And so a lot of their frames are explicitly previously non-combat mechs and vehicles and frames that they have militarized. Corporation is bad? Yeah. Me about to play I'm thinking Miku, Miku, ooh, on speakers, yeah. Caramel dancing on the speaker, yeah. Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, Jammed does nothing for systems. So with the systems, while you have the hood up, you can still do Archaeoslip nano thrusters. You can still throw storm type disruption charges. You can still utilize your ventral accelerant. You can still lower the hood. You can still deploy or activate relay speakers. Everyone loves an underdog. No, you're a corporation with infinite... Shade, you understand. You understand exactly what I'm going for. But like I hate them so much. It's so much fun to write for them. You want a Miku mech? I mean, this is kind of the closest you're gonna get, at least as far as I can aware. Because like I wanted to implement a little bit of sonic attacks because I love sonic attacks, and so I gave them like the disruption charge. I gave them the sonic bits on the pylon spikes. I gave them the relay speakers. Wait, has someone made a Miku Lancer mech yet? I mean, like, dedicated Miku? No. Has someone made a frame they flavored as Miku? Absolutely. 100%. Hear me out. Tiger Hunter Combat Sheath from Zang can be used while jammed, and it lets you punch people twice. With the hood, you can make Batman and Lancer. I am the Knights. Whatcha? I mean, honestly, grab Metal Mark, take the Combat Sheath from Zang, grab the Terraweave Lattice Cloak from Leviathan, and suddenly you are invisible, an assassin that can sneak up on people with soft cover and like they can't scan you and search for you, and then you stab them while it's jammed. Miku Mech, but it's a sound-based Gorgonal. Hold. Oh, actually, I just realized something. The Kraken is the... Actually, the Kraken is the newest. Canonically. So the Kraken... Let me close this real quick. Let me grab Behemoth, let me grab Core, and let me grab Kraken. So the Kraken is canonically the newest consortium frame released, right? That actually fits with the naming scheme. So if what I want to do, I could keep the biblical naming scheme. I could keep Leviathan, I could keep Behemoth, and for the Rock, I could rename it the Ziz, and the Last Dragonian, I could rename Nephilim. Suddenly, biblical, and then the Kraken is the new one. And the Kraken has an NHP, which was given to it by an external force, which is never confirmed what it is. However, if you look at the core powers and you see that they work with a certain other manufacturer in a certain regard, the consortium probably worked with Horus to get the NHP for Charybdis, meaning that Horus was involved in the naming scheme, or in the construction of the Kraken, and because of that, it has a more Horus-aligned naming scheme, being called the Kraken, because it's both a tie-in to megafauna, like mythological megafauna, while simultaneously being a like D&D fantasy monster. It fits the grappling aesthetic, it fits the tie-in with Horus, and it fits the giant monster aesthetic. So we keep the biblical theme, and the biblical theme stays with the idea of giant monsters, which keeps up the idea of like, oh, everyone loves an underdog even though we're a corporation with infinite money. And it gives the kind of like biblical angle of we think we're the savior. So that actually might be the play. I think what it might be is that we rename the Rock into the Ziz and the Last Dragonian into the Nephilim. Can we get an alt mech named Jacob after the man who wrestled with God and debatably won? Magical girl themed half-size mech where you teleport on the... Okay. Magical girl sized 1/2 mech that transforms into a size 3 mech, but only if you have 5 total half-size magical girl mechs all use their core action in the same round. And then they summon their Mechazord, and then they come forward. Have I told you? Have I mentioned? So I did not watch Power Rangers growing up. I was never into Power Rangers. My mother would not allow me to watch Power Rangers. However, like a couple weeks ago, I caught on YouTube like Zyurangers, the Japanese precursor series that inspired Power Rangers. And I watched like half of it. I watched like the final couple episodes, and then I watched like the first half of it because it was like a 24-hour marathon kind of deal. So I was watching this. It was actually really fun. Like, do I think it had much substance? Not really. Like genuinely speaking, like critically analyzing it, I think it was a show that was intended to have good guys beat bad people, reinforce the idea of civil responsibility and like treating children well and like protecting the kids and whatever. And it was meant to be a fun, family-friendly kids show that was unproblematic and like nothing more past that, right? Even the characters didn't have well-defined relationships. It really just kind of boiled down to every episode, one of the 5 characters has something happen. They find some child that has some issue, and then they connect with the child in a way that's like, oh, I'm like your older sibling now. And then the whole episode is the child being put in danger from a monster that shows up, them all saving the child, and then the episode ending with like, well, That's just what us Z Rangers do, and then moving on. Like, none of them had defined relationships with one another. Very few of them had a notable personality from what I saw, and every single episode was just, monster shows up, we fight the monster, our standard fighting ability doesn't actually work, so we have to try a different ability, and then we summon our giant, like, robot guys after they become a giant robot themselves. Or after they become a giant monster or kaiju version. And that was like every single episode. So like, I'm not going to say it was like the most substantial thing I've ever seen. It was fun though. Arrow discovered Super Sentai almost a year after. Yeah, I discovered Super Sentai's Zyurangers like a couple weeks ago. I did, like, genuinely, I knew nothing about Super Sentai. Outside of the fact that in Persona, they kept referencing this series called Featherman that looked like the Power Rangers. I literally did not know that, maybe I knew this, but like I forgot about it, and I was unaware of the fact that Power Rangers was effectively an Americanized ripoff of Super Sentai. Like I didn't know that. I thought Power Rangers was just like its own thing. And when I say like Americanized ripoff, I mean like they used the same B-roll footage. Like, yeah, I'm sure the plot lines are different and the monster designs are different and like most of the fights are different and the episodes are different. Like they use the same B-roll footage. They have the same outfits and the same colors. And that's why, like, I actually didn't know. I thought in Super Sentai, it would be red, blue, yellow, pink, green. With black being like an extra ranger, because like that's what I'm pretty sure Power Rangers is. Green is the 6th ranger. Black is part of the core cast. The fight footage is usually ripped. That is hilarious. That is hilarious to me. I recommend Arrow. I recommend Roy Chiato. He and his friends go over Power Rangers, Z Rangers, and all the background drama from Power Rangers. There's background drama? Oh my gosh. Will Z Rangers with the first Super Sentai be adapted to the West? Yeah. They also introduce a bunch of Power Rangers core concepts like the living mechas, the Zords, yeah. Almost everything in the suits is from the Japanese version. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. They just dubbed over it? That's really funny. There's so much... Remember, I never was into Power Rangers. I never got into Power Rangers because like my mother didn't allow me it. I didn't realize that there was like lore behind it. Like obviously there's always lore and there's always drama, but like this sounds less like, oh yeah, some bad stuff happened and like unfortunately like people got hurt. This sounds like it was like a conspiracy. Yeah, pretty much. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was a very fun adaptation. Z Rangers, Yellow Rangers is a guy. Yeah, that was what I was gonna point out is I was surprised that the Yellow Z Ranger was a guy. He was a younger brother style of character. He was definitely put in a role similar to women in the same in the way of like not so quite infantilizing, but like not being treated as a serious contributor in the same way as everyone else. And that was like one of the episodes was about him being like, oh, I can actually contribute even though I'm not like everyone else. Context is super different, but it just leads to the same fight. Huh. There's so much bad stuff in the background, it's crazy. I kind of want to watch that. Because what happened is that it's like a 24-hour YouTube live stream, right? Just playing the entire series over and over and over. And so I was watching Z Rangers. I was watching Super Sentai Z Rangers. And something I would do every single episode, they begin like 100 million years after the dinosaurs, the Rangers awoke once more. And every single time I would hit that, I would go to my roommate and I would say, hey, do you want to know something? Or hey, I have something to tell you. Did you know that 180 million years after dinosaurs? And so I would find my roommate and I would bother them every single time this happened. And like they were cooking and I would leave my room to be like, hey, did you know? They would be in the bathroom and I would knock on their door and say, hey, did you know? I was driving them somewhere. I drove them out to like drop them off at a bar so they can meet up with friends so we wouldn't have to take public transit. And I text them, hey, did you know 180 million years after the dinosaurs? And they got so annoyed with me. Because remember, this is a 24-hour video. I was watching this for like 6 hours in the background. So I would just have it on in the background, and then I would just be like, did you know? Little Karibo made some videos going over episode 1 and 2. I've heard bad things about Little Karibo recently. You'll leave his stream stuff and cool stuff? Okay, I kind of want to watch that. Did I watch Ultimate Sentai Beetleborgs? The only Super Sentai I've watched is Z-Rangers. I have not even watched like Kamen Rider. I've not even watched like Kamen Rider. That's how like green I am in terms of Super Sentai. I haven't watched Power Rangers. I haven't watched Kamen Rider. I've watched like half of Super Sentai Zoo-Rangers, which is the like dinosaur precursor of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Which the fact that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the fights are just identical is hilarious to me. The guy who produced the adaptation is a litigious scumbag who claims to own the concept of Sentai in the West and has sued people trying to make their own games and series. Oh. I propose a did you know a meme to bother Arrow? What the frick? What the frick? Yeah, so I know very little about Super Sentai. Just generally speaking. I don't claim to be like a Super Sentai fan, but like at this point I kind of get it. And it was just so nice. And I think this is a little... I did this like 2 years ago with Parkour Civilization. In Parkour Civilization, no one jumps for the beef. Like, I watched like an hour and a half of Parkour Civilization at like midnight when I was just so exhausted that I just turned my brain off and I watched like the big giant compilation of Parkour Civilization where every 5 minutes was a new episode. So every 5 minutes was like a 2-minute recap of what happened in the prior 5 minutes. And it was just the most brain dead content I've ever consumed. And it was awesome. I'm not gonna lie, like it was like actually kind of healing. And I think in the same way, watching Z-Rangers, where like I didn't critically analyze it, I didn't care about it, I didn't connect with any of the characters, I didn't have any sort of connection to it, I just kind of like allowed it to play and had fun with it, was just kind of like nice to have on in the background. I'm not gonna lie. I prefer to actually be like, you know, invested in what I watch. This was actually kind of fun to just have it on in the background. I grew up with the Power Rangers and basically watched all of the series, the dinosaurs, the samurai, the martial art furries, the martial art furries. Okay, so I knew Power Rangers, which is so odd to me. Like with the Power Rangers, I knew that they had like kanji on some of their masks. Because I knew that, like, I didn't know anything about them, so I just thought that they had a bunch of different outfits, right? What is the, like, Super Sentai reunion collab kind of deal? Like, what's the one where it's... This is really low resolution. Is there any better resolution? There's like a image, yeah, it's like all of the Super Sentais. Yeah, I assumed like all of these were just kind of like different outfits. Whoa, this is I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this one. I don't know, that just looks odd to me. This is like a clone trooper. The frick? Oh, this is like a gambling? Sure. Is this like OG Power Rangers? Birds? What the frick? What the frick? I don't like it when they have separated eyeballs. It's so odd to me. I prefer just like the mask. Like the kind of like the visor, like the like I like that. All these weirdo design. Oh, what is this? The furries? Did I find the furries? Is this furries? Is this martial arts furries? What the frick? Dude, this is crazy. Do you see this? What the hecky? The furries are something else. Okay, this looks like they're evil. This looks like a villain squad. What the frick? Arrow, I left it in cool stuff. There are shorter ones. I kind of want to check it out. Is Goblin Mule Frame size 3 Lancaster the only way to make a Megazord in Lancer? Well, no. What can you make a Megazord with your friends? The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Goblin. Like, if you have, like, a size 3 Lancaster with Mule Harness, if you have a Barbarossa... I feel like Barbarossa actually is not a bad, like, base of a Voltron. Because it's giant, it's boxy, it's humanoid. Mule Harness, I don't know how effective that would be. I think what would work better is if you have, oddly enough, jockeying pilots hanging off the side. Yeah, I don't like these. I don't like just the shapes. Like the star one and like the equal sign. Like, I'm not a fan of these. I don't like the ones that are just faces. I don't like the ones that are just shapes. I like this. No, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's a freaking shark. What the frick? Why do you have shark teeth? Are you like a snake? Are you a bird? Are you a wolf? Are these the furries? Did I find the furries? Are you a bull? What the frick? Worst Megazord with 1 cockpit and 4 people hanging out for dear life. That's Wild Force. How do you recognize these? I've already looked at how many are there? What the frick? This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. What's here? What are you? A lot? Yeah, I noticed that there's a lot. Dude, Japan loves Super Sentai. What? Let me... I don't know, like, obviously the point is that most of these are like the same base design with different helmets and armor. Oh, I reckon these ones. I've seen these ones before. Yeah, like, I can rock this. I think this is cool. This is a bit overly designed. Why are these football helmets? Why are these American football helmets? Why does one have a set of scales? And like a question mark bird and a cobra? What? What the frick? Are you sure this isn't the furries? Are you sure this isn't the furries? That's samurai? The themes can be literally anything. I've gathered. Are these like race car drivers? Is this Speed Racer? Are these like knights? Is it? This is just animals. How many of there? Oh my god, so many. Like, why do they all just have like a thing on their forehead? What the frick? Huh, interesting. So it's not just that they have like, so they have a wild card here. They have the Queen of Hearts, they have the King of Clubs, the Ace of Spades, and then the Jack of Diamonds. Somebody clip this and turn it into a song. What the frick? What the hecky? This is just animals. Me going to a furry convention trying to network and get into the IT. What the frick? This is just animals. Super Sentai gambling addicts? That's my assumption. Like, you could legitimately tell me, yeah, back in the 80s, there was Super Sentai gambling, and they resolved all of their conflicts by having like blackjack and poker showdowns. And it was like as a result of like big neat culture rising in the 80s and like the huge gambling debts of like the Yakuza at the time. And it was actually really like cutting social commentary. I would be like, I believe you. Dude, you could tell me that there was Super Sentai babies And there was like a bunch of like child actors that were like 2 years old, and they were like in Super Sentai outfits, like jumping through hoops and like hopping off of buildings. And like, I would just believe you. If you told me there was Super Sentai, like XXX, where it was all about sussy content and it was all about like weirdo, like 18 plus stuff, I would believe you. I don't know Super Sentai. And as we just established, there's enough here that if you told me just about anything, I would believe you. Like there's samurai. Is there ninjas? There's martial arts furries. If you told me that there was one where it's just a queer awakening for all of the Rangers, and the power of the rainbow is to represent all of the different sexualities, orientations, and identities coming together under one unity and defeating like the great evil of bigotry, like I would believe you. Yeah, there's a few ninja teams. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. I bet there's a Super Sentai gacha game. I would be shocked if there wasn't. Like, for a gacha game, really, all you need is, depending on player size, all you need is like 30 to 50 characters ish. Maybe even less than that, depending on how like narrow you want to go. You need like 30 to 50 characters, and you need the willingness and the ability to constantly make alternate art of them. All you need is like 30 to 50 characters, and then you can have a roster of like 200 by just giving each of them, here's their beach outfit, here's their winter outfit, here's their Christmas outfit, here's their Easter outfit, here's their wedding outfit, here is their casual wear outfit, here is their classic outfit from the original animation, not the one we adapted to this game. Here is one where we did a collaboration with Super Sentai, and here's them in a Super Sentai outfit. Like all of this stuff, and suddenly you have like hundreds of characters. And if you want to do banner polls, you have to spend money to get the character you want, because you might not get wedding form Black Ranger of Super Sentai Zyurangers unless you spend money, right? An entire series of Super Sentai had to change its premise from what was the cause of a cult, and it was so bad it almost killed the series. What? New gacha game, 30 to 50 feral hogs. Okay, what I think would be really funny. So there's a, I don't know if it's like a derogatory term, but like the term whale is used to describe someone who spends a lot of money on someone or something, often used in the terms of gacha games and also in the terms of simps. The idea of a whale being someone that is constantly pumping money into a game or an MMO or a content creator, and they are like spending most of their money, or at least they make up a sizable amount of the game's revenue. Imagine a game where it's like whale gacha, and there are all these different whales, and they're all different, like cute, and they're all different funny, and they all have different personalities. And so you go around and it's just social commentary. Do you want to talk about social commentary? You want to talk about social commentary? I made a voiceover yesterday. I made a voiceover yesterday about extra big mechs. It was a meme I voiced. It instantly got very popular. It's always the videos I spend the least amount of effort on that gets the most popular, because the ones I spend the least amount of effort on tend to be like, oh, this is doing like an hour and I'm only halfway done with this voiceover. Let me just rush through it real quick and then see if that works. And then because it's a voiceover, it tends to catch the algorithm. This left containment very quickly. Like, I'm going to be on record. I'm going to just be so straight up with you. I don't care if you have a mech story that has no political themes and it has no gay stuff. And like, I don't care. It's a meme, bro. Like lay off. I had so many comments. I had dozens of comments of people being like, oh, so you're going to shove this down my throat? Oh, the liberal woke agenda. And I'm just like, geez, dude, like chill. Because what the short was like what the meme was saying, mecha stories require political stuff and gay stuff. Which, like, yes, they kind of do. Like, at most, if not all major mech series have included both of these things to one extent or another. But I changed the meme. I added the Transformers and the Superman comment at the end. And I changed the meme to be about media literacy. So shock of shocks, when I make a meme about media literacy, and then a bunch of people get butthurt about the fact that they don't have media literacy. Because what this meme was, what I changed it to, is, yeah, like Transformers. You get mad when Superman's nice to immigrants, don't you? Implying that the person who said, yeah, I want this mecha story to be like Transformers, ignoring the fact that Transformers, despite the fact I don't know much about Transformers, has a lot of queer themes and has a lot of very political, right? And so I made the Superman comment because Superman famously is an alien, is an immigrant, and is also deeply tied to American culture. And so a lot of people who are bigots get really upset whenever Superman, as a representative of American culture, is nice to people they don't want him being nice to. Despite the fact that he, as like a random like Kansas farm boy, who is also an alien, who is also an immigrant, who's also written by two Jewish creators, has a lot of not just tolerance, but also legitimate connection to other communities and other identities and other groups, right? So it's a meme about media literacy that like probably 100 people in the comments section failed instantly, right? Yeah, put an insult down and someone will pick it up. Yeah, like, bro, you are in control of what you watch. Like, and that's the thing is that, like, I'm of the opinion, and I hate the idea of, oh, I'm gonna like hide all of your comments. I'm gonna ban you from the channel. If you disagree with me, goodbye. I don't do that. However, if you go around calling people like R-slur, F-slur, N-slur, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna hide you. I'm gonna remove your comment, and I'm gonna like make so you can't comment on the channel further. If you say, oh man, like this meme clearly indicates that like you need to go touch grass. We're gonna argue about like media depictions. Like, I don't care. Like I voiced a meme. Like, if you just like disagree or you think it's dumb or whatever, like, I don't care. You can fight in the comments all you want. That's not really my place. This left containment, I'm not gonna try and pretend like this is a good representation of the community, that comment section. But it is something where it's just like, I am gonna ban you if you're being a jerk. Just saw your extra big robot video and loved it. How's it going? Funny enough, we're talking about that right now. There's 100 God's Not Dead style movies. I get along fine just by not watching them. Yeah. Arrow, I'm serious. The Sentai season was supposed to be serious boots on the ground, but because of the... Oh. His creators are Jewish, so that's why his first comics had him beating up fascists. Well, so a lot of comics... So Superman was Detective Comics? What was it? I mean, Detective Comics is DC, so like, yeah, but Superman was like literally the poster child, was the cover art of like one of the first main DC comic launches, and this was in the 30s. Oh, Action Comics, thank you. Which, if you don't know, a little thing was happening in the 30s called the Rise of the Axis Powers. And the Axis Powers had a little known thing, you know, called Germany at their center. And this little German thing, you know, did a lot of bad stuff in the 30s and also into the 40s. So, most comics began as propaganda. Straight up. Like Captain America, his first comic appearance, he punches Mustache Man on the cover of the comic. It is a, you know, like Humanity F yeah? It was America F yeah! Like that was the purpose of that comic. The purpose of Superman was to show he's in red and blue. And he has, I think, is the chest white? Is the S on his chest white? But like he's in like American colors. He's in like US flag colors. He's deeply tied to America. He's a Kansas like farm boy from born and bred. Well, not born and bred, rather. Bread, not born. Ray is not born. Still remembering the Superman? Yeah. Not going to talk about that. A lot of comic creators were Jewish in the early 30s when the comic was getting popular. Yeah. And also just like a lot of comics were intended to increase public support of, yeah, let's get in the war. Because if you don't remember, or rather not if you don't remember, if you don't know, the US, despite all of the US's aggrandizing and modern policy in particular, prior to World War II, particularly following World War I, the US was like, that's Europe's war. That's Europe's problem. We don't want to get into another war. We're dealing with the Great Depression. We don't want to deal with that right now. And so it was like, there's this big resistance to entering the war. And so comics was a big way, and cartoons was a big way to kind of change popular opinion. Look at how awesome we are by, in our comics, punching out Mustache Man. Look at how amazing it would be if America went in and saved Europe. Look at all of this stuff. And then obviously Pearl Harbor and like the entry into World War II and all of that stuff and how terrible that was. But comics were like legitimately used in order to get public support on the side of interventionism, because America, the US, was not down for that. And the US at the time was more worried about Mexico than it was about Germany, which is why the Zimmerman letter was so important. Like the Zimmerman letter was, I think it was a Zimmerman letter. You correct me if I'm wrong. A telegraph that the British intercepted from the Germany to Mexico that was basically saying, hey, Mexico, if you attack the US, we'll support you. And we will assist you in taking US territory once we win in Europe. And so the British took that. Oh, that World War I? Thank you. I'm mixing up my timelines. But point being, that's the kind of like mentality that we had. So in World War II, we were actually way more friendly with Mexico because post World War I with the Zimmerman letter, US intelligence getting the Zimmerman letter made us improve relations because we wanted to not go to war with Mexico. And so the US supported the existing regime in Mexico, despite the fact that a lot of people didn't like the regime in Mexico, which, as you would expect, has led to a cascade of issues since then. Yeah, America wanted to stay neutral, and they were until December 7th, yeah. If I recall correctly, Captain America debuted before America joined the war and was slight countercultural. Yeah, because the point was to increase public support. The point was to, let's do this. Let's go save Europe kind of deal. I still see punching Hitler as humanity F, yeah. So that's the thing, is that at the time, I don't know if it was. And you correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like at the time, the full scope of what was going on, which we're not going to talk about in explicit detail, that was not understood. And like, yeah, I'm sure intelligence services had ideas of what was happening, but the actual like full understanding of what was going on in Germany and surrounding areas and what was happening to the people there, like, was not understood. So like, we knew bad stuff was happening. We did not understand the extent to what was happening. So public perception was not, oh, Mustache Man is the worst man ever made, to the extent that like he is now. Public sentiment was mostly, to my understanding, oh, this is a bad guy. He's attacking Europe. We need to go and save Europe. Hoorah, right? They basically said, invade the US first and you can annex Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Don't worry, everything's going to be all right. Yeah, but I got my wars mixed up. Goodness gracious, it's been almost 3 hours. I just yap. I have a video coming out tomorrow. I have an Arrow Answers coming out tomorrow about like, how do I yap? Yeah, the killings were not known. People thought of H-Man being basically Napoleon. Yeah. Oh, a current opinion of yours, not as a historical perspective. Because yeah, most people didn't know about that. Yeah. So like looking back on it, yeah, it's a bit of a humanity F, yeah, because it was a win for humanity. However, at the time, it was more of an America F, yeah. There's also the original America First movement and the fact that they modeled themselves on how American government treated. Yep. Yeah. And America First has not gone away. It's still around. It is still around. And shockingly, right-wing Germany has made a comeback. Of all places. I would never expect that. Some island population got their hand on early Marvel and DC comic. Today we can still find pop tribal art with Warshield painting with comic characters. That's crazy. Too many people don't know how H-Man's ideas were based off the US. Yeah. And there was a lot of stuff there, and we're not going to unpack it. We're going to, again, this is like no one has said anything over the line. This is a line that we're not really going to cross. I was talking about it more from the historical perspective. This is a line that we kind of keep like flirting with, and I'm like, let's pull back again. Although it does feel kind of glib to just kind of hop back to mechs. That being said, with the Leviathan, I think I lower its evasion E defense slightly because it is like supposed to be, it's not supposed to be one that is like actively dodging you. And I think that with the increased save, it's mostly just an Everest. It's very similar to an Everest. Do I drop on Behemoth? Do I remove a main mount? Do I give it flex and heavy? Because I feel like it'd be interesting if all of the consortium mechs don't get 3 mounts. And like I was looking it over, the Tortuga only has 2 mounts. A lot of mechs only have 2 mounts. Like a proper gunboat gets 3 mounts. And I think what I'm going to do is the Last Dragonian, which I'm probably going to rename Nephilim. The Nephilim is going to have 1 mount because it's a support piece. And the Ziz, I think I may give like a main Ox. Oh, like a single main Ox mount. So I think what I do is I drop this controller / artillery. So clean this up. This is fine. This is apparently similar to a talent, but I haven't heard anything to change it. I don't think it's that bad. This I increased to blast 2 instead of blast 1. This I haven't heard anything on. This I've heard recommended be a mod. Do I make this a mod? Do I make this a mod that you modify a weapon and then I just make it that you can integrate it into the main weapon? Okay, what I could be like an absolute rat. How does this feel? It's a mod that can modify integrated weapons even if they normally are unable to be modified. Because this doesn't actually change anything about the weapon. All it does is allow you to... So it still has to be an arcing weapon. Like if it is an arcing integrated weapon, you can attach it. I can't, Monty, because the way that this works is that the licenses are separate from the frame. As a Blackbeard, I could take 2 LLs of Leviathan. Which integral weapons are arcing? I think the only one that is arcing is the pylon driver. So I'm effectively, I'm doing exactly what Monty suggested, just in a 1 step removed. I think only this is arcing. I think only this is an integrated arcing weapon, which means that like, the Raleigh, the relay, that one would not be accessible. The Enkidu, it would not be accessible. The Lycan, it would not be accessible. So like none of those would be conflicts. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to say like on the pylon driver, this weapon can be modified. Because then what if you give it some broken like payload or whatever? That's all Ox weapons now. There's a core bonus that gives any mech an integrated weapon. But it's not. It says choose an arcing weapon. Choose an arcing weapon. It can also modify integrated weapons. So like most aux weapons don't have arcing. The only weapons with arcing I can think of are like the mortar, the howitzer, the cannon. Okay, but look up if they do have arcing integrated weapons, because if there is one, I mean, like if there is one, then you can combine it with that and it will be a synergy. Like, so if I go CompCon, Compendium, and if I look up CompCon, mech weapons, can I look up tags? Table? So let me just chart view, scatter view, group by LCP, group by source, no grouping, filters, weapon type, fired mount. I can't search by integrated. Tags, I guess arcing. Does this not have arcing? Arcing! No. None of these are arcing. Thumbs up. All is well. Okay, so my thought process is, if someone else makes homebrew that is an integrated weapon that has arcing, I don't see why you can't do that, right? So basically, the point of the ventral accelerant is, and I might actually do like 1 SP, right? 1 SP on a mod, because this is not really something that is like, it changes how you engage with the game. What it does is it allows you to extend the range of other systems you have access to. Yeah, so and it's also only a grenade, minor deployable. I specifically, like in the lore, I made it so that it removes the ability to have drones, because I feel like being able to deploy a drone up to 12 away without line of sight might be a bit much. That can be not only like a Hydra's drones, that can be a turret that you set up. Whereas with grenade, minor deployable, that's just kind of like launching it further. I think the only mod from official content that's 1 SP is super massive. I mean, so like the issue with this does literally nothing unless you have a grenade, minor deployable system. So while yes, it is only 1 SP, it's also does nothing by itself. As a mod, it does nothing by itself. So effectively, this increases the cost of your frag grenades. This increases the cost of your storm type disruption charges. This increases the cost of your napalm grenades by 1 SP. So while yes, I understand what you're getting at, like, this really isn't that powerful, and it doesn't do anything by itself. But yeah, for an arc, yeah, you could throw this on a monarch. You could throw this on a Barbarossa. You could throw this on a cannon or a howitzer or whatever. Hydra would be very happy. Terrorweave Cloak, you can drop it even while jammed, so that's fine. It's quite highly specified, yeah. But like, I considered saying like grenade, mine, deployable, drone, like multiple different things, or like deploying an object kind of deal, or like deploying a system. I figured I would be specific, right? Can it go seeking? Seeking is basically better arcing. Correct, it is basically better arcing. However, that's not what this is. So seeking is generally, it goes after via like guided directions. It is like guided towards it. Arcing is just, I'm lobbing it. And I think that's why it's 1 SP, because arcing is not that powerful. Arcing allows you to like overcome line of sight, but that's about it. Put this on a Colbin and watch someone drowns in slag from 100 miles away. Yeah. And like, well, actually, this doesn't actually change what the goblin can do, or what the kobold can do, because the kobold, does it have deployable systems? It just shoots you a slag gun. Dance of Death with the Viceroy, throwing grenades and missiles everywhere. Raise the hood, benefit from soft cover, that's super normal. You can treat characters' sensors as if they were 5 lower to a minimum of 5. So that is, if you have a sensors of 10, I treat you as if you have a sensors of 5. Characters cannot scan you in attempts to search for you, gain +3 difficulty. I've heard that apparently +3 difficulty, +3 accuracy is like the big boy, and that I have done stuff where it's like, oh yeah, +1 difficulty, and they're like, no. People are like, no, make it +3. And I'm like, ah. So I'm going +3 difficulty because I think it's like, it's hard for people to search for you. It's not impossible. I considered having it be 1 difficulty, but I feel like that's so niche that it doesn't actually matter too much. And then the speakers is a area denial, slow and jammed. Area denial, if you walk through it, you might be slowed and jammed. Well, so can deploy slag as a quick action? Is that a deployable? Because if it's not a deployable, it doesn't count. The deployable is like a tag that you add. So for instance, like this is a deployable. The cover that you deploy in GMS systems. One of the GMS systems is like deployable cover, 2 units of like size 1 cover. That is a deployable. It has the deployable tag. Not everything is a deployable. Hey, Alza. Okay, Era, the first 3 seasons of Power Rangers. Oh my god, you're still on this. Roy Shadow are in Cool Things. It's 6 hours. Do you want me to also upload the other series? I'm going to stick with the 1 and then see from there. Also, I really want to know, how does arcing work in 0G? That's a good question. I don't think there's any mechanical explanation for that. I think it's just you kind of gotta like, oh, well, don't worry about it. Yeah, so we now have the Leviathan. I think the Leviathan, I need to add in... Okay, question. Do you want me to... Real quick. I'm going to grab the matchbox. Make a copy. Want to make an NPC together? Name. Controller. Let's make an NPC mech based on the Leviathan. I think that this is plus... I think this is... Call me crazy. Plus zeros across the board with an increasing systems. And then I think like that's +1, that's +2, that's +3. Like it's not meant to be like in the fray or anything. Also, if you want more, I'll just... Thank you. The train is specifically labeled as terrain, not a deployable. The ammo has retro boosters. Grenade has magnetic seekers, EVA, or it doesn't arc and you just punt it. That'd be funny. Okay, so I think we go 8, 10, 12. Oh. I think we go 0 armor, 0 armor, 0 armor. Then we go 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. I mean, probably... No, it's meant to be hidden. I think we just go 4, 4, 4, 1, 1, 1. I think we start at 5. We go up to 6. We go up to 7. I think we go 11, 12, 13, 10, 10, 10. So what are we thinking? It's like, this is like a sniper. This is one that is far away from you. Maybe +2 agility, you roll that versus... Yeah, what if I do this? Feel. Not great hull, not great at engineering, nothing bad, but it's just like systems and agility gets little bonuses, nothing crazy, right? Okay, base systems. I think the main system is actually the... I think we go main rifle. I think we go +3, +5, +7. I think this is where we go range 12 / blast 1. And I think this is where we go 3, 5, 7. And then I think I literally just go on hit. The target is slowed till the end of their next turn. How do we feel about this as just like a standard weapon? Not burn energy. Right, so like this is obviously based off of the Leviathan's gun. However, because NPCs are supposed to be brain dead easy. So instead of, oh, it's a main rifle, it's a blast 1, and then on a critical hit, they're slowed until the end of your next turn. It is just like gun, range, I can slow you. Right? Anything that makes sense for the arcing mechanics in space would probably just be seeking. I mean, I guess. You want to, we gotta head to bed. Good night. Got it. Good luck and enjoy. Thank you. Okay. So what are the core traits of I think what it does. Crazy. I think what it does is it does this. Lay low. If the name is not within any hostile character sense at the beginning of the turn, may take the hide action as a protocol. Is that it? Do I literally just like give it this and nothing else? You're back, you have dinner? Ooh, nice dinner. Yeah, I made curry last night and I forgot how much curry there is. So I'm going to be having curry for the next couple nights. But curry's good. So I like curry. I can have lunch and then I can have curry for dinner. What kind? A Japanese style curry. So I made it with, so I added in garlic, yellow onion, because that was what was on sale at the store, or that was what was cheap at the store. I added in beef, where I got a chuck beef, because I looked it up. Apparently you want a really like firm, like tough beef for curry, for like, kind of like a stew. You want like a brisket style. What I did not realize, it said that I wanted marbling, so I got one that was pretty fatty and like had good marbling. I didn't trim the fat, and so I thought that I wanted to throw it in with the fat, and I'm realizing now I think I should have trimmed all the fat first, then marinated, then seared and thrown in. So I did all these. Then I added in, I don't know what they're called. I think they're just white cap mushrooms. They're like they're white cap mushrooms. White cap mushrooms. I think it was, no, that's definitely not what it is. They're like, they look like this. And they grow in like little bunches. White buttons? They might be white buttons. White button? Button mushroom? No, not white buttons. They're definitely not shiitake. White thin mushrooms. White oyster? I don't think they're not oyster mushrooms. They're not enoki. I know they're not. I mean, they look like enoki. Are they enoki? They look like this. I thought enoki was different. Anyway, they look like this. Point being. Anyway, so I threw in some enoki. I threw in a chopped up carrot, potato, and I was gonna add in a Fuji apple, but it was like $3 a pound, and I'm like, I'm not doing that just for curry. So even though like I like throwing in some apple just for some freshness, I didn't do that. I threw in some bok choy, and then I just have like a curry cube that I use. I know. I use like just a Japanese style curry cube. I don't make my curry from scratch. I'm sorry. I'm basic. I'm learning. Yeah. So I made that. Generally, when I make this with my roommate, we don't use a beef. We don't use a protein because they're Jewish. So like I don't want to infringe upon their ability to eat the curry. So I made it with beef for the first time. Pretty good. I actually really liked it. I got a couple pieces that were very fatty. and that kind of threw me for a loop. But the actual like beef, like the flavor of the beef itself and the consistency of the beef, it was very like stew-like, because like curry is basically a stew that gets thickened. No, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Wait, what dairy is in the curry? No, oh, so sorry. There's no dairy in it, but because my roommate like is Jewish, grew up Jewish, they didn't have red meat in the house, so they never got acclimated to red meat. So they actually like get like ill, like they get unwell when they like taste red meat, because they never like developed the internal systems to actually like process red meat. Aaron, I'm sorry I have fixated on this, but you brought it up, so suffer. But Rory does have vids where instead of the full 6 hours of 3 seasons, he breaks it down in later vids. Okay, you can't say that. I thought you were saying like Rory's in like Rorston VT, like my friend of the channel. And I'm like, since when was Rory super into Super Sentai? And I'm like, is this like a fact about him I didn't know? Is this something that like he's been posting videos about that I just missed? I think stick to the video that I sent, that you sent. I appreciate it, and I will check it out. And if I want more, I can probably just hop on some more. But yeah, so the curry, very good, very colorful. I'm very glad it's so colorful, because it is a primarily brown due to like the curry powder. But it's got like some orange from the carrots. It's got green from the bok choy. Obviously the beef is brown. The kind of, it's got this like this gold all throughout it because of the onion and also the garlic, and also like the curry is kind of like a yellowish brownish. So it does actually have some nice color to it. I have oshinko. Oshinko is pickled daikon radish. This doesn't strike me like it would go good in it. No curry, but what I'll do, I have leftovers. I will take a picture of it after I heat up some leftovers. I also didn't add scallions last time. I don't think you add scallions to curry. I don't think you do. But like I put on some white rice. So I served it on some white rice. I might add some scallions. I might add some daikon, because daikon is like, has a kind of like sour pickle flavor to it. And that might be, not only would be a good like pop of color, because it's like a very bright yellow, it'll also give some lightness to it. Oh yeah, so I'd add it as garnish, exactly. But like, I never cared for most of my life about presentation of food. Like obviously if I went to a restaurant and it was well presented, I'd be like, oh, that's really cool, it's well presented. I'm gonna now eat the food and ruin the presentation. But now that I've like, I wouldn't say I've quote unquote gotten into cooking, but like I'm at the point where I made burgers the other day, and my buddy who I was on call with was just like, you know, I'm proud of you, buddy. And I'm like, what's that? He's like, a couple years ago, you were really struggling to get into cooking, and now you just like decided that you wanted to make burgers, so you got stuff for it, and then you made burgers. And I'm just like, thank you, because that's something where I came from a family where cooking was never really part of our culture. Like my roommate, for instance, comes from a family where cooking, major part of the family culture. Like everyone chips in for the meal. You all work together for the meal. Meals are a big deal. You all sit together, you'll eat together, and like you meal prep for the week together. And it's like for birthdays, like you plan out a meal that everyone works together to pitch in. And it's like a special meal for you. So that's a very different culture than I grew up in. I grew up in a culture where meals are very, very functional, but we were all expected to eat together. So it was more of a social thing in the actual eating process rather than the cooking process. And so I've kind of like been building over the years since I've left home of getting better at like actually properly cooking, not just like, because I can make rice. I can make like a rice stir fry. I can make a noodle dish, and I've learned how to make like a hoisin sauce with like soba. I can make like not just microwave, but also just like frozen stuff in general. Like I can do a variety of foods that's healthy enough and varied enough, but it's generally like noodles and pasta and rice with accoutrement. And I want to get to the point where I can get past that. I want to get to the point where like I can pretty comfortably say like, I made this dish. It needs something. I'm going to add a little bit of salt and a little bit of rice vinegar. And then suddenly it pops. And then I'm like, boom, awesome. I want to get to the point where I'm making something and it feels very muted. So like a little bit of rice vinegar, maybe some lemon juice. I kind of pop that out, but now it's very lemony because I added lemon juice. So now how can I curb that? I'm going to add a little bit of soy and a little bit of mirin, for instance. Have I ever dipped fries in my curry? I don't eat fries with curry. I'll take a picture of mine tomorrow because I'll just be remaking the same meal. That's what I'm doing today. You're telling me an arrow fried this rice? That is correct. I've made fried rice before. Dude, fried rice is one of those things that it's like, it's just more effort than I want to do when I'm not in the mood to cook. But it's so easy because it's basically just fried rice. You make a stir fry and then you toss in some rice. And then you add in like some sauce. So, you add in like a sauce to get that kind of like yellowish golden color. Me and my grandpa are having burgers and fries today. Yay! You live in Southern California, so you've been doing your best to learn proper Mexican food over the years. Yeah. Yeah, I generally, and this is like a little bit because I'm a weeb, but also mostly just because like I just like the flavor palette. Most of my cooking experience is actually East Asian. Primarily Japanese. Like for instance, I make Japanese curry more often than I make like Indian curry, right? And that's not like because I have any connection to Japan, or I mean, I technically do. I've been to Japan. But like I don't have like a strong connection to Japan like culturally, or like my family's from Japan. It's just I like katsu, I like ramen, I like a very miso, soy, ginger, earth flavored stir fry. So I like all of that. But I have been trying to be like, let me try something Mediterranean. Let me try something like Latin or like Mexican. Like let me try something for different parts of the world. And like I tried making or with my roommate, this is like a year ago, we like made like jerk chicken, which is Jamaican. And it's something that like I had no experience with, they had no experience with. It wasn't very good because we didn't know what we were doing. But like it's fun to try different things from different parts of the world and try to expand your repertoire like that. Hey, Arrow, we talking food? Hey, Echo. Have I heard the funny story behind Japanese curry? Is it that I've definitely heard it before. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Scotland is the Mad Max of culinary fusion. Listen, Scotland is many things. Scotland is the sort of nation that instead of at noon during the day, firing 12 cannons to signal to people that it is noon, they would wait an hour until it was 1 p.m. and fire 1 cannon to conserve ammunition and black powder. That's the sort of people Scotland are. That's the sort of nation Scotland is. And I respect that. I respect the Scottish just vibe. Outside of like the whole like Scotland forever, freedom, like all of that stuff. Like just like the culture that I'm aware of Scotland is very just like, hey, listen, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not too fussed about this. And I don't think you should be either. I should look into Brazilian Portuguese dishes sometime. I've seen a few people here. Yeah, so the main thing I want to make I keep forgetting to like look up Brazilian dishes. Because like generally I'll be like, oh, I want to cook something. I'm at the house. I don't think like, oh, I want to cook something when I'm going to the store. So I don't pick stuff up at the store unless it's like, oh, like for instance, yesterday when I was making curry, I realized I didn't have an onion and I didn't have an apple. So I went out to go like pick up an onion and an apple. Apple's too expensive, so I didn't grab that, but I got an onion. So I got the onion and I also got some other stuff at the store because I was already out. Is it Brazilian brigadeiro? Dude, like I really want to make brigadeiros and I have the power to do so. But like people have been telling me about brigadeiro. Like anytime I mention like, oh yeah, I really like chocolate, particularly dark chocolate, and like all of the Brazilian bros, all of the Brazilian girlies, they all come out of the woodwork and they're just like, do I have the thing for you? And I'm like, yes. I want to make this. And the first thing I looked up Brigadeiro, and the first thing that came up was recipe. Oh. Like, oh, look at that. Those are the sort of noises that people want me to make, and I'm just like, it's from a Brigadeiro recipe. Sweetened condensed milk, unsweetened cocoa, tablespoon butter, sprinkles for rolling. Oh, so it's literally just milk, cocoa, and butter. Oh, so it's just a truffle. It's just a truffle that you roll in chocolate sprinkles. Understood. Got it. I've made truffles before. My brother had a Mexican hot chocolate and fudge milkshake and said he'd get me one soon. I want it now. Oh my gosh. Well, something I had that I didn't expect to like. I had family come over a couple months ago, and we were going around, and like we hit up some spots that were like touristy spots, and one of them had a cart that had like mango and pineapple and some other fruit. It was like Mexican street food, and it had, I think it was tahini, lime juice, and chile powder. So it was like really sweet fruit, and then like spicy or sour stuff on top of it. It was really good. Like I did not expect to like this as much as I did, which is why when I cut a pineapple like a month ago, I had a pineapple, I think like end of May or whatever. I tried it with like this chili lime spice blend, and it was actually really good. Like sweet spicy is a hallmark of Mexican cuisine, and it's just so good. Like I did not expect to like sweet spicy as much as I did. The other week I made sweet and spicy noodles. I made like sriracha noodles that I added. What did I add to make them sweet? I think I added oshinko. I think that the thing is I added oshinko, which was like sweet because it's like a pickle. So I like sriracha noodles that I made with like oshinko in it, and maybe I think I added some mirin to cut the spice, or to round out the flavor palette. And yeah, so I was like, I've been experimenting with different flavor profiles. Honey chili is popular. Honey chili is best combo. I've never had honey chili because, don't hate me, despite my bee puns, despite the fact I'm black and gold, I actually don't really like honey that much. It's too sweet for me. Funny enough, I actually don't have a huge sweet tooth. Like crazy enough, I really like dark chocolate. I like sour candy. But generally, like, if it's just sweet, I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah, I found that I'm not a huge fan of sweetness in particular, which I guess I'm a very sour person. I'm a very bitter person. I'm a little bit of a spicy person. So I guess it makes sense that like out of those, like I tend to prefer like sour over sweet. But I've tried having like honey. It's too sweet for me. I've tried having like brown sugar and stuff, and it's like, it's too sweet for me. Yes, I do like sweetness, but generally paired with something else, right? Of course, the honey would be too sweet if you made it. No. It is very sweet, but that makes it pair really well, deep, savory. Yeah. Like I like sweet in cooking more than snacks, if that makes sense. Like sweet and cooking, like sweet and sour, sweet and spicy, sweet and salty. Sweet and salty sounds kind of bad, actually. Like a sweet and salty, like a caramelized pretzel sounds like something I would not enjoy. I really like pretzels. I really like salty foods. I like the crunch of it. I don't like caramel. I don't like honey. I don't like the really sweet. I don't like a milk chocolate. It's like salted licorice. I don't think I've ever had salted licorice. Okay. My main exposure is Twizzler. However, I've had other brands. I really like black licorice. I prefer black licorice to standard licorice. Teriyaki chicken. Okay, the thing with teriyaki chicken, I don't know if you're like this either. For me, teriyaki chicken consistently, I like the idea of it better than I like the execution because I think it's too sweet. Teriyaki chicken, I love a good teriyaki glaze on something, but almost always it is just sweet with no depth to it. Just tuned back in and your handwriting made that look like sweet and cuddly for a second. You adore double salted licorice. I've never had salted licorice. Generally, I have Chinese food, sweet and slightly spicy food. Absolutely. I almost always go for savory, spicy, etc. for snacks. Yeah, like for snacks, I really like my go-to is sour and salty. Not necessarily together, but like, for instance, like Sour Punch straws. I got some Sour Punch straw candies recently. I got sweet tarts, which start out tart. They're like a sweet tart, like gummy clusters, like nerds gummy clusters. Lemon heads is one that I don't really have often, but comes to mind. Salty pretzels, my favorite snack, bar none. The only thing that can compete, and this is definitely sweet, a good like chocolate chip cookie. Oh my gosh, I went to a local like store recently and I was doing all my shopping and I'm like, I have cookies that I got from Costco, but like I want something chocolatey, like chocolate, not just like a cookie, because I have like one cookie day as part of my routine. I am very neurotypical, but I have a routine that I follow to pretty strictly, and like every single night, once I'm like, okay, I'm gonna turn in for the night, I go out on a walk or a run, then I come back, I do a weight workout. Generally, I've been trying to do sit-ups as well, although sometimes I'll do that earlier in the day. Then I do stretches, then I shower, then I have a cookie, and then I'm like in night mode. That's when I go from like, okay, I'm not going out anymore. I am not like being productive anymore outside. I'm like staying home and I'm like doing editing, right? And I'm probably gonna go to bed in the next couple hours. I have like a routine that I do. Cookie is part of that routine. Cookie, I've had to like make the decision because like sometimes my brain is not nice. Sometimes my brain is not nice and it's like, do you really deserve a cookie? I've had to have the conversation with myself where cookie is routine, not reward. Therefore, my reward cannot be taken away from me because it is not a reward, it's a routine. If I do something and I have a bad day, I get a cookie. If I do something amazing and I have an amazing day and I did wonderful, I get a cookie. I don't get multiple if I do better. I don't get fewer if I do worse. It is just a comfort that I just give to myself because I've been doing this for years at this point. I love this. It's cheap. It is a nice, like, it's part of my routine. Errol always deserves a cookie. I don't always deserve a cookie. That's cute. That's not cute. But like, I literally had to like rationalize to myself because I was having like bad brain days. And I was like, I want a cookie, but like, brain says no. Brain says I shouldn't have a cookie. And then I'm like, no, it's okay to have a cookie. I'm not a bad person for having a cookie because what this means is that this is me following my routine. And conversely, if I have a very good day and like I got like a lot of money from streaming, or if I had a successful TTRPG drop that day, or if I had a video that did really well performing, I don't get extra. And this started because health. I don't have major health concerns when it comes to like overeating. In fact, I have a little bit of the opposite of that. I also don't have that much of a health concerns, particularly in the past couple of years of like diet balance. I'm pretty good on my diet balance. I have not just fruits, but I also make sure I get vegetables. I have probably too many carbs is probably my big thing. And saturated, like trans fats, saturated fats, I should probably like work around. But generally speaking, I'm pretty well balanced. I'm not like significantly overeating. I'm not out of whack. I'm not like neglecting vegetables or anything. I'm not overloading on like unhealthy carbs and oils. I'm generally pretty good. However, I was pretty tough on sugar for a while. And I'm at the point where my relationship with sugar is pretty like narrow. I'm not afraid of consuming stuff that has sugar in it. However, I'm at the point where I have the sort of built up habits and discipline where I have significantly less sugar than I used to. And I've talked about this plenty of times on stream. It was because I got sick at the end of like 2023. And then for all of 2024, I was like super strict on sugar. For 2025, I was way more liberal with sugar. And then now I am at the point where like, yeah, I'm not going to have like a soda a day. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm not going to have like multiple cookies a day. And then I'll just have like a cookie, which I don't need that, but it's part of my routine. And it helps keep my brain happy. But the reason I brought all this up is because I went to the store. And they had these like mint chocolate cookies. And like they were like off-brand Thin Mints, right? And I got them on a whim because I wanted something chocolate. Separate from the cookie, because cookies like kind of routine. And this was where I'm just like, wow, this just tastes like a Thin Mint. This just tastes like a Thin Mint. And so I tried it for the first time yesterday. It is like maybe 50% larger than a Thin Mint. And I think that it was like $3.50 for the whole pack of them, or maybe a bit less. And so at this store, I randomly found like an amazing, like, I mean, obviously I've had one, right? Even though it's like, oh, this is like, I'm trying this out, I'm still only gonna have like one a day because of the aforementioned, like being careful about ensuring I have healthy eating habits. It's still something where I'm just like, wow, I was not expecting this to actually be like really good. I was expecting this to be kind of sucky because it was like the off-brand, like store brand version of it. You say it's not cute, but it's kind of, how is it kind of cute? Yeah, no, I get it, but it's a really cute way to solve the issue. I'm gonna steal that. Or the arrow kiss or scribble ball will jump inside your head and hang the brain demons. I think it's a very good way to incorporate snacks in a very healthy way into a routine, independent of its cuteness. Hey, Archivist. So, now I'm embarrassed. Hey, Skeleton. What'd you miss? We were talking about cookies and how uncute and repulsive I am. I think adorable would be a more apt description. No. This is YouTube. This is a cult that it claims to be, quote, of arrow-dorableness. So I guess that, like, I am kind of like telling you how to preach your good word in your space. This is your space. Arrow's blushing. I'm not blushing. I'm just in disbelief. VTuber eating cookie. What more arrow adorable thing is there? Listen, that's art right there. That's art of me being like eating a cookie and being like, hey, I'm not cute. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find a not cute cookie. That is true. The cookies are very cute. I hadn't thought of that. That's a really neat pun. Yeah, we had a whole like cult arc. That's why if you're on the server and you become a delusional heathen, you have pledged your loyalty to the cult. I'm not blushing. No, I'm not blushing. I'm not. You think I'm not drawing it already? It's scary. It's scary having fan artists. It's scary having community artists. It's scary having people who like have the ability to take stuff in their brain and make it look really cool. I'm not blushing. Meanwhile, behind the model. No, I'm not. No. So you're saying you're arrow? No, I'm not. All this combo is missing arrow ending their sentences with baka as the chat keeps No. I am going to talk about mechs. Ooh, chat. Mechs. Ooh, mechs. It's an NPC template. Oh, look. Keys are behind me. Mechs. Look at this tag gun. Wow, can slow enemies. Wow, that's pretty good for a controller, isn't it? Oh gosh, I remember the Miku artist meme of I can draw anyone pregnant as a threat. I'm kind of sooner right? Yeah, and what are you going to do about it? Are you gonna do something about it, or are you just gonna say it? Fear the fan artists, for they can draw you in any situation if you're comfortable. Alza, you're one to talk as yet another fantastic community artist that has made and contributed great work. So Arrow, why do some mechs not work? I already talked about that. Wait, did we talk about that? For those of you who have been here for the past like 3.5 hours, have we talked about why mechs don't work? I think we started to talk about it and then I got distracted. I think with the damage and blast, maybe it should force a system save. So I would say force a system save, but that's more upkeep. I want this to be as simple as possible. You were going to make him into a spaceship, however, I don't know if it really fits. By all means, go ahead. What power do I have as a humble clam to act upon your sundariness? Y'all deserve a gun. You'll deserve one singular gun pointed at you. There's nothing adorable about this. That's exactly what happened. You got distracted immediately. Yes! Yes! I get distracted. We know this. Just like you should get distracted from all of your delusional heathenry. We need a tally of streams where the title is talked about or not. Sorry, I have no idea. I just joined. Mechs don't really work because you're incapable of working most human standard jobs. You're not going to see a Blackbeard collecting cards. Okay, so what I was getting at before, we talked about it a bit with the Atlas. I needed confirmation. Is the Atlas Mark 1? Is the Atlas like 0.5 alpha version? This is listed on the wiki as being like official art that was drawn, but not the official Atlas art. Is this because Tom Bloom said, I prefer to draw it with more sparry inspiration? Or was it because in universe, this represented like the Gen Alpha version, and then this represented the Gen Beta version? Is this a Watsonian or Doylean explanation as to why this is the official art, despite there also being a different version of official art? Arrow trying to stay on topic. It's like a moth trying not to fly into a lamppost. No, so Arrow talking about the topic, me talking about the topic, is literally a lamp trying, a moth trying to hit a lamp. So I'm like flying over here, and then I go like dunk, 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 dunk. Like I'm just smacking into it, where the actual topic that we're trying to discuss is right here. And then this whole barrier around it is my ADHD. And so like, I'm doing my best. I'm like, I'm fighting the good fight. I'm like, dunk, 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 dunk. And I just can't reach it, right? It's in the book, but the blue is the official pick. If I recall correctly, in Titanfall, the Titans started out as farming equipment before being adapted to military use. I say Atlas and my first brain thought Battletech. Oh my gosh. Well, so like the two Shermans is an example. I'm like 90% sure that this was always intended to be the main Sherman. This was always intended to be the Sherman, or at least once Tom Bloom started drawing the Sherman, he was like, yeah, this is it. This is just art they added for filler art as the Mark 1 Sherman. This is just art that was added to fill out the rest of the book. Arrow go blind if they get on topic. I will actually burn away like a vampire walking out into the sun is what will happen if I get on topic. I thought it was more like a moth going into a lamp, but there's like 9 flipping strobe lights around. I'm so confused about why there's a blue Sherman and a white Black Witch on the book cover art. I mean, in real life, the main reason we don't have mechs is because there isn't something that really requires a vehicle and a humanoid at the same time. Yeah, legs don't offer an advantage. Like in real life, and this is something like as a real conversation in robotics. Modern day robots, like in real life, they're most effective when they look entirely inhuman. Like, you ever see those like weird like dog robots that have like, do you know what I'm talking about? They have like legs like that. These are more efficient at movement than like a bipedal humanoid form is. We are very awkwardly positioned. Did you know that walking is just falling forward and constantly catching yourself? Did you know that when it comes to standing in place, you're constantly doing little micro adjustments? Back and forth, back and forth. And that's why when you stand in one spot for like 10 minutes, you tend to get kind of tired if you're not leaning against something. Whereas if you're walking for 10 minutes, you're usually fine. So modern day robots tend to employ either quadrupedal, or they will go full on like it is just like a box that has treads and it has like interfacing on this front bit and maybe some like bits on top, because it doesn't need to walk around and reach forward with an arm that throws off its center of balance that it needs to then do micro readjustments to ensure that it doesn't fall over from. Instead, it can just be low to the ground and do whatever function it has intended. That's not walking, that's falling with style. Like maybe it can move over rough terrain better, but that's about it. So the thing about legs is that wheels require flat surfaces. Treads lack maneuverability and particularly steering. That's why tanks are so famously, like, tank controls are named after how terrible controlling tanks is. Quadrupedal means that if like one of them goes out, you're kind of screwed. One of the four, like horses with a broken leg oftentimes have to be put down, because not only like the recovery time of like a broken leg, but also like they can't really function while they don't have one of their 4 points of contact. And then like bipedalism. I mean, like, really what it is, the reason we're bipedal is because ancestor species were like arboreal, and then we went from arboreal to like bipedal, right? It was more advantageous from an evolutionary perspective, and I think that the theory I've heard, which may be obsolete now and may be changed, is that we started from arboreal ancestors that came to the ground because of savanna grasses. Our little boys were like this. The savanna grass was like this. So it was more advantageous to stand upright on 2 legs, because I'd let them see over the savanna grass. And then because of that, we developed a muscular system, and our skeleton readapted to facilitate bipedal walking. And then from there, we got things like a longer leg to arm ratio, which not only allowed us to walk faster and further, but also allowed us to throw things. And one of the greatest early inventions of humanity wasn't actually fire, it was the ability to throw stuff. Throwing sharpened sticks is one of the reasons why Homo sapiens became so dominant. Or I think Homo sapiens, and then from there, Homo neanderthalis and also Homo sapiens went from there, right? This is my understanding of early human evolution. Yeah, sharp sticks just evolved. And then giraffes were like, lol, I stretch. Too few trees, so we had to run between them instead of swinging between them. All of human weaponry is some version of throw danger at it. No! Some forms of human weaponry are stab danger at them. And if you're going to tell me, oh, well, stabbing is just throwing at close range. No, it's a fingers and thumbs situation. Throwing is stabbing from far away. If I throw a sharpened spear at you, I'm stabbing you from far away. If I shoot you with a gun, I'm stabbing you from far away. If I throw a nuke at you, I'm stabbing you from the sun. Like, I know how you operate. I've been knowing how you operate. I will continue to know how you are operating. Maybe I'd like to remind everyone that evolution is getting to a more optimized species, but the environment changed, requiring adaptation. Well, so adaptation, like, evolution never stops. And evolution is never clear cut. Evolution, based off of the theory of survival of the fittest, based off of natural selection, based off of Darwinian understanding of evolution of species, is not, oh, I have to accomplish this thing, allow me to evolve for it. It is, over millions of years, we did accomplish this thing incrementally by being slightly more inclined to not hunch over. And so, because I slightly wasn't hunching over, I had slightly better vision of the surrounding area. And so, you died, I survived, I passed on my genes. Now, all of my kids slightly don't bend over. And then all of their kids slightly don't hunch over. And then all of their kids, one of them is like, again, slightly less hunched naturally. They arc their back a little bit. They perk their head up a little bit. And so they are more inclined to pass on their genes. And so kids and kids and kids and kids. And then that is natural selection, right? Like, obviously, that is not as simple as I put it. However, my understanding is not at an academic level. I am not a historian. I'm not claiming to be an authority. So I'm just giving the SparkNotes version. Yeah, flight evolved several times. I missed the word not and YouTube can't edit, yeah. Stab is just short range throw with infinite ammo and high impact. AC 20 might as well be a punch. It's like it's like people learning meta stats for games because it just works better. Mm-hmm. It's not do this, it's if you don't do this, you die. So the ones who do this get to... Exactly. It is not, oh, I should do this. It is, by not doing this, I'm more likely to die. And because the ones that did that survived, they pass on their genes, meaning their children are more likely to do that. And then the way averages work is that if, for instance, for like this, generation 1 is like right all over here, and let's say all of these die, or let's say these 3 die, meaning that now we kind of have kids that are all in this range. Or let's do different generations or different symbols. So like, and let's say these 2 kids die. Let's say one goes there, and let's one goes there, and then all of these die, right? And then it's naturally drifting towards this, just by the fact of if you aren't doing it, you die, and so all of your children are going to be like fairly genetically similar to you, fairly habitually similar to you. Even if they are going to have variation, they are still going to like have backseating. Not all of them are always going to be further ahead. It's not just a forward advancement, but the ones that do kind of go back the other direction are going to die. Like, you want fire support, artillery, and tanks, do it cheaper. Oh, for mechs, another thing why we don't punch for the tech is any role you can come up with something else does it better and cheaper. But see, Lancer gets around that. Lancer gets around that by everything being printed. The main dividing factor between why every single combat is not decided only by mechs. One, it is in a game of Lancer, all of the mechs, like all of the enemies you fight are going to be mechs. And then 2, pilot training. Lancer training is like the big barrier. It's not actually production of the mechs. It is pilot training and license levels. That is the big barrier, right? In my setting, I kind of remove this. I make it so that there are more vehicles. Oh, I remember. I was talking about this earlier. Because I was talking about the ATXT Star Wars Walker. Like, I run like assault grunts, for instance. I wrote a module where the assault grunts are in a pirate crew, all look like this. This is not a mech. This is a walker. Mechanically, still a mech. Flavorfully, not a mech. Mechanically, identical to the assault grunt template. Flavorfully, they are cheaper and easier to pilot and more like vehicles than a true mech. In the module, there are 3 mechs you fight, and all of them are named characters with call signs that are the leaders of this pirate crew. Right? So this is something where it's like, I believe it makes you feel more special as a mech pilot. If you're fighting non-mech pilots and you're blowing up tanks and you're shooting out speeders and walkers are falling before you, and then you see an enemy mech roll up and you're like, oh shoot. And then you like see this enemy and you have to like go toe to toe with them. MTs versus ACs in Armored Core. I would say yes. Yes, but closer to like PCA weaponry. Because PCA weapons in Armored Core are not ACs. And they're not MTs either. They're kind of like a step above MTs, but below ACs. Like the Ekdromoi are not ACs. Yeah, I think they're closer to HCs, like heavy cavalry. On paper, they're both mechs, but there's a clear technical divide. And I think that's like for grunts, absolutely. They're MTs. For standard enemies, they are HCs. And then actual enemy pilots, actual enemy lancers. These are ACs. Dude, I want to play AC6 again. Like, I don't want to play through the story. I want to play like certain missions. What are my favorite missions? Is there a tier list for AC missions? AC6 mission tier list. Oh, heck yeah. Should I do a tier list of all of the different Armored Core missions? You want to play Armored Core but like a roguelike? I could see that. So this is... I don't know how this website works. I was trying this yesterday. I reset it. How do I reset this? I actually don't know how to... I don't know how to like undo all of this because I can't edit this. Go to template. Oh, okay. Awesome. So what we're going to do real quick, we are going to go through all of the missions in Armored Core and I'm going to say my thoughts on them. S tier is, I love it. I actively went back to play it just for fun. F tier is going to be, I did not enjoy it. Like actively did not enjoy it. I'm going to shoot for B tier being average. Okay. Illegal entry. I mean, it's the first mission in the game. I'm kind of fond of it. I'd say top of B. Because it starts out kind of slow, but you end up fighting the gunship. The gunship, and honestly, it's a thing that a lot of streams, I think, do, where it's like, oh, like you finally become like a proper Raven by taking down the gunship. I had fun with it. I just don't think it was the best mission. Investigate Balls area number 2. I'm gonna say this one is like D. Is Balls area actually Balls area arsenal number 2? Is this the one where it's the gear, like the 4 stealth mechs? Because I think they're skipping over some of the missions. I think they're skipping over the ones that are like the baby missions that are... No, it's just kind of scattered around. Okay. So investigate Balls area number 2. This is the one where they're like the 4 stealth suits you have to fight all at the same time. This one is really hard. I mean, I liked it. I didn't love it. It's fine. Attack the watch point. Listen, I played post-patch Baltius. I got so frustrated with Sula. It introduces air. It's the end of chapter 1. It was really annoying, and it's fraught with like filter. I'm gonna say A. Infiltrate grid 86. This is fine. I didn't care about it. Actually, this one is the one where you fight the smart cleaner. This one is where you first meet Carla. Say C. Eliminate the Joser faction. D. I don't care about it. Ocean crossing. Giant space lasers are funny. Fighting the sea spider was fine. I'll say top of D. Steal the survey data. I'm gonna say it's like a B tier mission. And then the PCA craft arrives, and I would say like it's like top of B. Like the PCA arriving is a big event that really, like, when I think back on this mission, that's like the first thing I think of, right? Attack the refueling base. I love this mission, actually. Attack the refueling base. This is the one where the Ekdromoi show up, and you have to fight 2 PCA officers, 1 heavy craft, 1 light craft at the same time. I actually really enjoy this one. Eliminate V7. This one's like, it's a gimmick stealth mission, and it's not very good, but also like I really like clowning on Swinburne, so I'm gonna go top of C. Tunnel sabotage. This one was boring. This one is just like, it's lore. I don't care about it. Survey the uninhabited floating city. I always get lost on it. Say top of D. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'm sorry. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. Destroy artillery installations. This one's again one of those like first missions. I'm just gonna go D. Heavy missile launch support. This is defending the missions, the missiles. I liked this fine. I'll go C. It was fine. Destroy the special forces craft. I love the cataphract. Dude, the fact that the cataphract mission is you just like, you walk up and then it literally drifts out in front of you, opening like a firing salvo on you. You get lore that apparently Raven is like they know who Raven is. They're talking to you about Raven. It is a fun fight. It is, you go in 5 minutes, either you die, it dies. I love the cataphract fight. Attack the old spaceport. This is the one where you team up with Rusty and the space worm goes there. Bottom of A. It's fun. I like working alongside Rusty. Eliminate Honest Brute. I'm going to say top of B. Honest Brute, fine fight. Not particularly interesting. Cool. Defend the old spaceport. This is the first fight against Raven. I'm going to say above attack the old spaceport. Because like the fight with Raven is like a, oh my gosh moment, but it's not really that like mechanically interesting. It's a fairly uninteresting fight, all things considered. Historic data recover, also D. Destroy the iceworm, literally like one of my favorite missions. It is like, I'm such a sucker for missions in games, or for chapters in books, or for spin-offs in movies, where it is different groups of people coming together and working to fight a shared foe, particularly if they don't like each other. I won't miss. Like, dude, it's one of my favorite missions. Depth 1. I like Depth 1, bottom of A. Depth 2, I don't feel very strongly about, bottom of B. Depth 3, I feel slightly more strongly about, but I still don't really care too much about, top of C, bottom of B. I'm going to go bottom of B. Grid 135 cleanup, I'm going to say D. Like, destroy artillery installations, grid 1-3. I'm going to say actually C. I'm going to say C for these, because for these two, they're meant to be baby missions. They're meant to be quick. Intercept the red guns. Fighting Michigan. Fight it. And that beats out the iceworm for me. Fighting Michigan beats out the red guns for me. Michigan's fight is one of my favorite fights in the entire game. It is the entirety of Balaam. You don't fight just Michigan. You don't fight just Michigan and also some MTs. You fight a wave of MTs, a second wave of MTs, a wave of MTs with a heavy armored MT. You fight Michigan with more MTs. You fight another wave of MTs that show up after Michigan with another like heavy craft. It is pure, unadulterated attrition. It is one of the most legitimately grueling fights in the entire game. I ran out of ammo on that mission. Trying to S rank it was, I kept getting A ranks because it was so difficult to S rank it because of ammo costs and also damage costs. It is legitimately one of the most skill intensive missions in the entire game to me. And I love that. Unknown territory survey. I don't remember this one. Is this where you fight Rusty? Fighting Rusty is like fighting Rusty on New Game Plus or on New Game, I would say is like, it's like A, high A. Reach the Coral Convergence. Okay. Fighting the Ibis weapon. Fighting the Ibis weapon. The Ibis weapon's a really difficult fight. I'm gonna say like A. Mid A. I think Baltius is more fun than the Ibis weapon. I think that the lead up to the Ibis weapon is more fun than the lead up to the watch point. Because with the attack the watch point, you have Sula, which is an AC fight, followed by Baltius. And then you have, or Balteus. And then for Reach the Coral Convergence, you have the whole lead up with all the wheels and whatever. Where those are really annoying, but you can get like the Moonlight Greatsword. The Ibis fight is more fun. Ibis Heart, the pre-nerf one, was harsh and amazing. Ibis, my wife, oh my gosh. Escape, it was a gimmick mission. It was supposed to be a gimmick mission. You had to legitimately kind of like stealth around. I'm gonna say bottom of C. Like, I think C is where I put ones where I think what I'm going to do, C is going to be it served its purpose. C is going to be I don't have strong thoughts on it. It served its purpose. So I think I'm going to move depth 3 down there. I'm going to move depth 2 down there. And I think I pop up V7 Swinburne. Right? Yeah. So I think what it is that it's like, I've replayed this. What the frick? What the frick? What the frick? I broke it. Whoops. I'm just gonna leave that S. So like S is gonna be like I've replayed it. A is I really enjoyed it. B is it was good. It went well. C is it served its purpose. D is I wasn't a huge fan of it. F is I actually like genuinely like would not replay it. No, like I'm just not a huge fan of it. Very good story, not fun to play through. I mean, Escape was fine. Escape was fine to play through. I liked having like the smoke sensor. I liked having to sneak around. Take the uninhabited floating city. I don't remember this one. I do not remember this one. What is Take the uninhabited floating city? This is in Liberator of Rubicon. Because I assume, yeah. So this is All Minds. Purple is Liberator of Rubicon. Red is Fires of Raven. I don't remember this one, so I'm just going to throw it in C. Intercept the Corporate Force. Dude, Freud is such a disappointment. I'm going to throw him at the bottom of B. Like, I enjoyed the mission. I like being able to fight. I like being able to fight or ignore Snail. Wait, huh? No. That's on Liberator of Rubicon. What am I on about? Intercept Corporate Force. Freud is such a disappointment. I wish he had like any degree more screen time and or skill. He just kind of uses a couple turrets and otherwise kills Chatty. Breach the Carmen Line. One of the best missions of the game. Like you fight Rusty. You have unlimited boost. You take out the PCA craft. It is like one of the best missions in the entire game. Shut down the closure satellite. This is a fighting air. Fighting airs up there. It's up there. Escort the weaponized mining ship. I was so disappointed. I really wanted to like actually help the Strider, but I guess it makes sense that the Strider had to be blowed up. You need to kill that Starscream sounding snail again. Yeah. Escort the mining ship. I mean, it's tough. I was disappointed by it. I was so excited to escort it. I was so excited to work alongside the RLF. And then it ends up just being like a lore thing, which is cool, but Prisoner Rescue. This one also is pretty eh. Like, I like being able to fight Nile at the end, but it's just kind of boring. And S ranking this was really annoying because I had to constantly fly ahead of them, damage enemies up ahead, and then come back because if the transport ship takes too much damage, you lose the S rank. Destroy the transport helicopters. This one was another, like, it served its purpose. You know, like, it served its purpose. I'm going to say escape was above those. Obstruct the mandatory inspection. This is one of my favorite missions of the game. Obstruct the mandatory inspection is when All Mind contacts you as Kate, and you fight not just the refueling ectromoi, not just the special guys from going around and investigating Balls Area number 2, but also the cataphract. You fight the cataphract and the ectromoi at the same time alongside Kate. It is a 2v3. I like it more than fighting Michigan, right? Stop the secret data breach. I could do without it. I could do without it. Prevent corporate sabotage of new tech. This one I really liked. I actually really liked this one because this one, again, is you can fight the 2 LCs or the HC. And once you start fighting one of them, the other one activates and starts moving towards you. So if you're not fast enough, it's a 1v3. So I actually really like that. If you can't tell, obviously the boss fights are fun. However, I really like when I'm fighting multiple enemies. I like when it's like not just I'm fighting one AC. I'm not just fighting one big enemy. I'm fighting like multiple ectromoi. I'm fighting the ectromoi with the cataphract. I'm fighting Michigan with a bunch of MTs. That's more interesting to me. So, I mean, it's coming up right now. Eliminate the enforcement squads. This one's like fine. I'm gonna put it down here though. I don't have strong feelings on this one. I'm gonna put it down here specifically because Ring Dolmeyer or whatever, like the guy who's like the paramour of Father Dolmeyer or whatever, like he hides in this mission, and I had to like search for him to get the credit, the log, the combat log. So like, you annoyed me. The actual enforcement squads, not that fun. Defend the dam complex. One of my favorite missions. It's like fighting a 1v2. Fighting a 1v2. You're fighting King. You're fighting Chartreuse. And then if you're not fast enough, Raven comes in. Because defend the dam complex is a replacement of defend the old spaceport. You fight 3 ACs 1-on-3 with limited MT support. Michigan, the mess of a character, is a character who tries to get his troops to lie about his death. Absolutely don't like the guy. Well written. Don't get why people like him. I like him because he's fun. And the reason he wants people to lie about his death is because if you kill Michigan, you would get the bounty on his head. And what I have heard is that by saying he died of a nasty old fall kind of deal is mostly him just kind of being abrasive. But also, if he dies and like no one killed him, the bounty would just kind of default to the rest of Balaam, and his like subordinates would get the money. Michigan is one of those characters who like is a caricature, absolutely. And then you realize he does genuinely care about the people under him, and that's why he knows all of their names when he's like insulting them. That's why he has banter with all of them. That's why he talks to all of them. That's why he leads from the front. I really like him as a character. I don't think I would like him as a person, but Coral export denial. This one's fine, right? This one's fine. I kept choosing this one thinking it was obstruct the mandatory inspection and getting disappointed that it wasn't a 3-way fight or a 5-way fight. Ambush the Vesters. I really enjoy Ambush the Vesters. I really like this one. 2v2. You might have guessed. I like the 2v2. Being able to fight alongside Middle Flatwell. Really cool. Eliminate v3 is fine. It's a 1-on-1 AC fight. What do you expect? It's not that interesting. Like, it does its job. It has lore. It's fine. Eliminate Cinder Carla, where it's also with Chatty. This one is also like, I'm gonna say it's like up here. And like, it's kind of sad. I didn't really care about that. Like, this is my first playthrough. I did Liberator of Rubicon first playthrough. I didn't care about Carla. I didn't care about Chatty. Yeah, they were nice to me, but also like they were trying to blow up an entire planet. So I just kind of like beat them and didn't think too much of it. So what I experienced when I was playing the game, and you can see me talking about it on stream in the VODs, I was constantly just like, I don't care about any of these characters. I want more time with these characters. And then playing through the game 3 times gives you the time spent with those characters. Destroy the drive blocks. This one is where you're working with Rusty, and then Rusty presumably dies, and then you have to fight the smart cleaner. It's another, like, I could do without it. It's fine. You fight with Rusty, that's nice. Destroy the tester AC. Oh, top A tier, clearly. I played this mission 3 times. And I know a lot of people did the same thing, where you just bully this poor kid. I went in, I dropped all of my weapons, and I beat him to death with my bare hands. And that was so funny. I know a lot of people, I've seen multiple different streamers who played AC6, and then they would use Destroy the Tester AC as a training mission. They would go into the Destroy the Tester AC to test out their builds on an AC. I went forward and I played in a boat where I was just ramming him at one point, and I would just bully him into a corner by ramming into him. So, I mean, it's so funny. I really enjoy it. I wouldn't say it's top of A. I would say that it's like, I wouldn't say it's bottom of S. I would say it's like mid A. Like, it's just so funny. I had so much fun with that. That rod gun is so, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's gun 13. And you literally kill him and jack his spot. Bring down the Xylem. Surprisingly, did not care. I didn't like, I thought Walter was dead. Or I rather, I didn't realize Walter was dead, so I didn't know that he was going to be a fight. And actually fighting him, I beat him in like 2 tries. I'm going to say controversially, bring down the Xylem, like top of D. I could do without the mission. MIA. This is, MIA is where you fight G6 and also you fight Pater as V3. I liked it. Like, this is the first mission of the All Mine branch. I think it served its purpose. Regain control of the Xylem. This is where you fight Chatty in the little puzzle room. And I remember being really disappointed. Because what I thought was going to happen is I thought it was going to be, you fight... destroy the drive block. Actually, this one is where you fight Snail at the end. You fight Snail at the end alongside Rusty. I'll actually bring that up to B. Because I liked fighting Snail. I thought fighting Snail was fun. And in Cinder Carla, that's where you could bypass Snail. Yeah. Regain control of the Xylem. This is where you fight Chatty in the laser room. And I thought what it was going to be, that's how you deal with Chatty. You take out Chatty before the fight, and then you'd have a duo fight against both Carla and Walter. And then All Mine just kind of murks them off screen. And I don't even remember who you fight in Regain Control of the Xylem. This one was really disappointing for me. Like, this one was like genuinely like really disappointing for me. Coral Release. I love fighting Iguazu. I love bullying Iguazu. I did not love the All Mine fight, but I loved fighting like a 1v5 with all of the different Vesper mechs. So I think I'm going to go top of A. Attack the Dam Complex. So a couple of these don't include their alternates. So Attack the Dam Complex, I'm treating this as the New Game Plus one, where you can betray the red guns. I think that one was fun. I enjoyed it. Destroy the Weaponized Mining Ship, actually like A tier. Actually S tier, one of my favorite missions. Particularly how early it was. Also, Wall Climber, also one of my favorite missions. Retrieve combat logs, F. Like that loser behavior. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with this. I'm just trying to think, what is another alternate that I'm not considering? Yeah. overwhelmingly, I enjoyed a lot of these missions. Some of them were like kind of low. Oh, so Unknown Territory Survey, that's where we fight Rusty. If we're counting also where you fight Father Dolmayan, probably like bump that up a little bit. But yeah, in terms of like AC6 missions, I really enjoyed most of them. Like I didn't realize how many I enjoyed, but like I have like 7 missions that when I think back, I'm like, oh, that one was so good. Oh, I want to play that one again. Like when I think back to this game, I want to play Obstruct the Mandatory Inspection, Defend the Dam Complex, Intercept the Red Guns, Destroy the Ice Worm, Destroy the Special Forces Craft, Breach the Carmen Line, Destroy the Weaponized Mining Ship, Operation Wall Climber. Like these are the missions I want to replay. Like maybe Attack the Watchpoint, maybe. I've just rejoined What's the Tier List for? This is about Armored Core 6 missions and how I feel about them. I thought the tester pilot was in the same organization as the Vespers. I might have that completely wrong. No, so you're hired by Arquebus to go defeat the tester AC, which is in the Red Guns. And it's implied it's gonna, like, that guy is gonna be Red Gun 13. And so you kill him and take his spot. And the actual mech itself is pretty pathetic, but it has parts not native to Balaam or Dafeng, which are the two, like, Balaam and Dafeng are subsidiaries. So it's implied that some of the internal components are the special, like, prototype parts. I think it's been 4 hours. I'm going to spend the next bit of time on... I'm going to spend the next bit of time on questions. So if you have a question, shoot me a Q&A. What the frick? I'm sorry. I just like opened up my email as I was swapping just because I saw a question that made me think of something, and an AI character dialogue wants to collab with me. They're looking for creators with a profound understanding of anime characters and anime dramas, and my qualifications are highly suitable for their requirements, and my fan base highly aligns with their brand requirements. Thank you. You admire my control over anime characters and the pacing of the plot, the unique texture conveyed by the video, and the friendly atmosphere presented in the comments. In particular, my latest video is truly impressive. Really? My girlfriend video? No, my most recent video would technically be my ASMR bees. Like... It's, bruh. Like, I understand that was probably AI written. It's a template or AI written. It's just kind of like, really? Well, so texture of the video is actually something I talk about regularly. I pretty regularly, in talking about video editing, I'll describe the texture of a video, and that's usually with SFX and minor VFX. For instance, if I have a video and it is just me like this, and I'm just like I'm just like here and I'm chatting, right? This is a very texturally boring video if I'm just like floating head talking to you. So what I'll do is I'll add some like vignette so the corners of the screen are a little bit darker. I'll add in some zoom, maybe only 1x scale to 1.1 scale over the span of 5 seconds. So it slowly zooms in on my face as I'm speaking and making a point. Maybe I will have a little screen shake when I yell, and so like the screen shakes. That's all what I would call texture. However, given that it's AI Slop that just reached out, I don't think that's what they're talking about. I talk about texture in videos from the perspective of someone that actually knows what I'm talking about and actually like edits videos regularly. Not with AI tools, but by my own hand. Good thing they got distracted or they may have ended the stream. No, so I have questions to answer. I have questions. AC6 co-op mod is replay option. Okay. If there's an AC co-op mod, I would love to play AC6 with someone. Just like, 11 Dragon Kid. Hello, would you like to play video games with me? Heart emoji. Thank you. And like just that's 11 Dragon Kid's debut to streaming is just like AC6 co-op mod. Merch idea: paper arrows with a signature on them. What? So like arrow like this that I like cut out and then I write like arrow on them? Or are you saying like arrow from like a bow and arrow with like fletching and stuff? Good. That would be funny. It would be funny. So like I do need to like think through merch. I do need to like figure that out. Cause like I did say like, hey, would people be interested in merch? And like 25% of people said like, yeah, I'd be interested in merch. Like 50% of people said, I can't afford merch. I'm sorry, dog. Like I with all due respect, I would not do that. And I'm like, that's valid. I am a fan of multiple channels that I've never bought merch for. Most channels, in fact, I've never bought merch for. And my roommate for my birthday a couple of years ago was going to get me merch for my Oshi, for my favorite VTuber. And this was like right around the time of a bunch of drama happening for their company, and their company never recovered. And so my roommate was like, well, like, fun fact, I was actually going to get you merchandise of your favorite VTuber for your birthday. And then turns out all that happened. So I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, I guess like they liked my ASMR video because it shows a firm understanding of my control over anime characters and the plot and pacing. When did I learn to do a baboon screech? So that's apparently YouTube doesn't want me to select that question. So at the start of stream, in case you weren't here for the start of stream, we started by just doing a full like mechanized ritual in order to appease the machine spirit of my tracking software. That involved everyone in chat doing like screeches to the heavens. And I went, no, I don't want you to like yell. I don't want you to like scream. I want you to be like a baboon screech. I want you to go like, and that's so like everyone was doing that in chat. And apparently that is deserving of questioning how and when I figured out how to do that. I think what it is, just like I've heard the sound effect. So I just mimic the sound effect. Merch that soda can. Honestly, I would love to sell the soda can on my desk. I would love to sell like soda. However, that is like food goods, which you need licenses for that I don't have. So you missed the machine prayers again. Have a very nice evening. Enjoy, Calcomos. Question: what is the worst NHP and why is it TikTok? Is it because it makes you immobilized in a mech that looks like a red supercar and makes it fall out of the sky flying? So for the longest time, until I did the Monarch video, fun fact, until I did the Monarch video, I thought the Monarch had built-in flight. For actually like a year and a half of talking about Lancer, I thought native to the Monarch system was flight. And the reason I thought that is mostly because of this image. Like this shows a Tokugawa fighting a Monarch. And I recognize that the Tokugawa is just kind of like in 0G and it's like aesthetic. This looks like a rocket angel. Like the Monarch looks like a rocket angel. So I assumed it would be flying in the air, carpet bombing with missiles. That's not what the Monarch does. The Monarch much prefers to just kind of stand there. And yes, there is the SSC flight unit. However, I don't think that's what the Monarch goes for. Even if you grab 3LL Monarch, you probably want a different system. Like, you're an artillery piece. You don't want mobility. You don't need mobility. What you want is like range. You want ability to hit more. You want more damage. If you're saying mechanically, what is the worst NHP? Not from like a flavor perspective, not from a narrative perspective, but from a mechanical perspective. I'm trying to think back on most of them. I mean, like, Sisyphus can be pretty mid, depending what you roll. Like, yeah, it's really fun, but in the same way that like a Portent Wizard from D&D can suck, Sisyphus can suck. Agni is clearly the worst from a flavor perspective, but also like from a mechanical perspective, it's just kind of like a big skadoosh, like a once per full rest skadoosh, which as I think it's 3 movement speed defender, the Genghis is not really going to capitalize on, and it already has other ways of heat management. The Lucifer is fun, but pushes you. I'm trying to just think on HPs. Well, actually, let me do this. CompCon. I can just look up the different systems, yeah? Compendium. Mech systems. Tag. AI. Table view. So, SecMet's... Okay. SecMet is not that good. I call me crazy. I don't think SecMet's that good. All melee critical attacks deal plus 1d6 bonus damage. That's okay. Oh, sorry. All melee critical attacks deal plus 1d6 bonus damage. Okay. Once per round, you can skirmish with a melee weapon only as a free action. So like you get a free action to skirmish with the melee weapon, and then you lose control of your mech, right? I don't think this is that good, personally, from a mechanical perspective. Agni class, once per scene, automatically clear all heat and vent and burst 2 wave. They must succeed in engineering check or take 2 burn and be pushed outside. And then the entire area is soft cover. I don't think that's that good either, personally. Osiris is pretty good. First gate, third gate, second gate, third gate, fourth gate. Scylla. If you unleash Scylla, you get 2 special reactions that allow you to skirmish in response to one of the following 2 triggers. A hostile character makes an attack against you, or an allied character within range 3. Hostile character attempts to attack or interact with an object chosen. And then twice per round. Okay, so you get to skirmish. They deal half damage, heat, or burn. That's pretty good as a defender, because this is a Gorgon. This is I thought this was Hydra for a second. Gorgon, sure, it's defender. Tatalik, this is you get immobilized and then can reroll missed attacks. Sisyphus, roll 1d20. You choose, or 2d20. You get to choose X and Y, replace rolls with them. Noah, you become slowed. Each time they become a target of a ranged attack, you may take 1 heat and roll 1d6. 4 up, it misses, does not stack with invisible. And then each time fails to hit 4 kinetic. That's really good. That's really good, because not only are you size 2, so it's really easy to be adjacent to you, like it's flat 50% miss, and then in addition to the miss, not dependent on the miss, in addition to the miss, it is just deal 4 kinetic flat that kills grunts even with 3 armor. Asura, immediately after using the once per scene, expend a charge, take 2 additional quick actions or 1 additional full action, but it still takes additional restrictions on duplicates. So you can't skirmish. You can't like barrage. That's just useful. That's just not bad. That's just not bad at all. Athena, you have full visibility within an affected area. You know all statistics, weapons, and systems. Hostile characters don't benefit from cover and can't hide or become invisible. Hostile characters can end their turn, receive lock-on, and cease to be hidden or invisible. And you can move it as a quick action, which that's really why it's really good. If you could not move it as a quick action, this would suck, because anyone can just move out of the way. However, it's a blast 3 area within range 50 that you can move as a quick action, and it's in lovingly extreme detail. That's how you know Athena's good. And then Lucifer is expend a charge. Expend a charge? It's got limited too? Really? Expend a charge to give your next ranged or melee weapon bonus equal to current heat after activating, where it gives you 1d3 plus 3, as long as it deals any energy damage. So, like, this helps you go really hard. This helps you go really far. This helps you go really far. I would say my personal take on which is the worst one would probably be Sekhmet, actually. From a mechanical perspective, 1d6 bonus damage on crit is nice, but not great. Once per round skirmish, but only as a free action, is good, but you have no control over your actions. I think that like the Berserker Rage is not smart. Personally, I feel like the Blackbeard as a whole is really cool, but not like a little bit undertuned. I would say the Morning Cloak is the biggest offender of being undertuned while having cool flavor. But I'd say the Blackbeard is one, like, I would love to play a Blackbeard. I personally don't feel it's worth it. I don't feel like Blackbeard is strong enough. I just imagined Viper from TF2, so I always thought it flew too. What are the worst NHP for flavor? I mean, it's gotta be Agni. From a flavor perspective, Agni is developed during the Hercynian crisis by taking a egregorian hive mind, setting it on fire, and then making a neural network vivisected by the Union Science Bureau. Vivisection is when I dissect you and you're still alive. I cut you open and I start looking at your internal still working organs. Right? There are recommended cycle to Agni clones at least once every 6 standard months. Right? Like it is a alien species that you tortured and then put in a perpetual loop of its torture, like ad infinitum. Sekhmet have aggressive attitudes and dark humor. That's pretty cool. Osiris is pretty funny. Osiris thinks it's a god. Osiris has a god complex. Osiris will try to enslave you. Scylla. Huh. Need it. I like that they have the little, like, glitch effect. Scylla is, like, just weird. It's Horus. What do you expect? Tatholic. Stereotypical, hasty, and impetuous, and having superiority complexes. And some of the most stable NHPs, so if you lean into that, so that's fine. That's just kind of like a jerk. That's most people I know. Sisyphus is kind of terrible. I'm not going to lie, from a flavor perspective, Sisyphus knows the future and knows you are going to cycle it and knows that cycling is basically killing it and making a new one. And so every new Sisyphus understands the position it's in. And so it's not going to try to break free necessarily, but it is certainly going to make you feel bad. Noah. High adaptability and multiple variable geospatial problems. Implementation of anomalous traffic patterns, pedestrian routing, and vac loop scheduling. I mean, it's just like a nerd. Noah's kind of like an infrastructural nerd that, like, it's Rabute Gilliman. It wants to focus on logistics and infrastructure rather than combat. Asura is scaled back version. They recognize the need to keep their pilot alive because before they would push them far beyond human capacity at speed and intensity that the G-force would kill organic pilots. So that's kind of like yikes, but it's very much like a giant dog that thinks it's a puppy still. Athena is just like chill, patient, cautious, and measured in their relationships. Like Athena, I could see people being weirdo and being like, oh, Dami mommy, but I think Athena is just like a very helpful secretary. And then Lucifer, like, likes a good-natured ribbing, tends to be aggressive and reckless, and tends to be like, listen, Lucy's who you have fun with, right? The layer of Scylla, this is your only way home. Have I ever listened to the Epic the musical that people who don't like musicals listen to? I wonder if I have. I have thoughts on Epic. I've given my thoughts on Epic regularly. I've said this regularly. My quick summary, my quick and dirty summary of Epic is, if here's my enjoyment, here's time. Allow me to say what I'm going to say first, and then you can yell at me. I would say Troy Saga or Horse in the Infant? Troy Saga. Cyclops Saga, Ocean Saga, Circe Saga. Yeah, I liked it. Underworld Saga, Thunder Saga, Wisdom Saga. Okay, we're coming out of here, Vengeance Saga, and then Ithaca Saga. Are you mad at me? Like, I think that the Troy Saga was fine. I liked the Cyclops Saga into the Ocean Saga. I thought the Circe Saga was good, but it's not one of my favorites. I really liked the Underworld Saga. I thought the Thunder Saga was good. I did not like the Wisdom Saga. I did not like the Wisdom Saga. I think the Vengeance Saga was good. My issue with the Vengeance Saga is it comes right after the Wisdom Saga. So the Vengeance Saga spends all of its time reclaiming goodwill. Reclaiming, like coming back up to average. And I think it hovers around average, maybe a little bit below. Ithaca Saga, one of the best sagas. Ithaca Saga, one of the best sagas. Wisdom Saga, I just didn't like most of it. But God Games was the biggest disappointment of the entire show for me. God Games, far and above, was the biggest disappointment because that is the inflection point of where the show went from, okay, this is like a musical that is music first and that you're intended to listen to, and you can watch it, and there will be animatics, but God Games is when it's very clear that the show fully pivoted to, oh, if you don't watch the animatics, you're missing the experience. There's a minute-long sequence, or maybe it's 45 seconds or something, of God Games, which is just instrumentation that shows visually, without any auditory cue, the climax of the Wisdom Saga. Further, I think that the different songs, the different melodies that the various gods get access to in God Games, you should have had half the gods, each of them gets twice the amount of time. I liked all of their individual sections. Drop Hera, drop Apollo, drop Hephaestus. Just make it Aphrodite, Ares, and Zeus. Save time, give them more time. The reason I like Aphrodite and Ares, they actually argue with Athena instead of just saying, oh, here's this one thing that I brought up. And then Athena says, but that thing, have you considered not caring about it? And then they go, oh, okay, sure. That was most of God Games, is just, here's this thing that he did that personally doesn't even affect me as the god. I'm just saying this to point out that this is something that happened in the plot. And then Athena saying, but what if you didn't care about that? And then the god going, okay, sure. Aphrodite actually pushes back. Ares actually argues with her. I think those were very good. Hera's was hilarious. I don't want to miss Hera's. I don't want to drop Hera's little section because I think it's really funny. But I do think for the sake of time, the two to include would probably be Ares and Aphrodite. And I think that the fact that Zeus goes quote unquote beast mode is stupid. Genuinely. I think that yes, he is the king of the gods and he's prideful and he doesn't handle losing well, but also it came out of nowhere and it led to nothing. So I think God Games single-handedly ruined the Wisdom Saga for me, and it kind of shattered my trust in Epic. That said, the rest of the rest of the Wisdom Saga, I think it was fine. If it without God Games, God Games was an outlier and should not have been counted. Without God Games, I would say it was probably more like this. I still think it was below the Troy Saga. I still think it was pretty low down. I didn't really enjoy the Troy Saga either, but the Troy Saga, every single song in Troy Saga, Horse and the Infant, Just a Man, Full Speed Ahead, Open Arms, and Warrior of the Mind, all of them come back consistently. So even though I don't really care about any of these songs individually, the fact that they're all reprised so regularly makes me like them more in hindsight. If the Troy Saga by itself, I would rate way lower, But as part of a musical, setting up characters and also leitmotifs, I can accept that. The Wisdom Saga doesn't have that, right? I think, what's it called? Because Wisdom Saga was 4 songs. The first one was Legendary, I think was cute, but I didn't really care about it too much. Little Wolf, I think Little Wolf's probably my favorite of them. And then like the sad song, I don't remember the name of the sad song. I could not be fussed. I didn't like that one. It was like a sad song or whatever. My issue is Legendary and the Little Wolf into the sad song all felt like one song stretched out across 3 songs. It felt like one like 7-minute song that was broken up into like 3 2-minute songs. And I don't think that's like a bad thing. It's just like prior to this point, most previous songs you could listen to it by itself and it would be fine. Even Suffering into Different Beast. Suffering is its own song, Different Beast is its own song. They tell the exact same story, one after the other, but they are separate. Polyphemus into Survive into Remember Them are all separate songs that all tell the same story, but you can listen to them independently and not feel like you're missing anything. Yeah, the one animatic, the weird alien Cyclops, yeah. The Cyclops Saga was made way cooler by a very specific animatic. Honestly, I got into Epic. I was hearing about it from like Celerity Dust, fellow content creator, and like AE, fellow content creator. They were talking about it. They were super into it. And I randomly got the Thunder Saga premiere. Recommended to me. So I watched the Thunder Saga premiere, but I actually joined it during Polyphemus. So I had no context for like how far through the musical I was, what I was watching exactly. All I knew is that I was listening to like, I listened to most of the Cyclops Saga through the Thunder Saga, and that was my introduction. And then I listened to the other songs, and then I continued further. I really liked the Cyclops Saga. I really enjoyed the Cyclops Saga, independent of the animation. I think that the animation made it better, but I did like it just for its musical merit. The other thing that I have with Epic, and this is not like a problem, it's literally just like a note that I've like noticed and I point out, and like anytime I mention it, everyone's like, yeah, but it's not really a big deal, is it? I'm like, no, I didn't say it's a big deal. I'm pointing it out. It's very TikTok-y. Because like obviously, Aran's got his hype and his fame and his success from TikTok, which is amazing for him. A very talented songwriter. It's very TikTok-y, specifically in the fandom. And I've noticed the fandom has this weird, like, exceptionalism. And maybe this is because the fandom is mostly younger people on TikTok, but I've seen so many times Epic fans talk about how they're the most like traumatized fan base and how they're just like, oh, we love such dark source material and like, oh, it's so awful and like we're like just a glimpse into our dark and twisted minds. And it's like, that's not a problem. That's just a fandom being a fandom, but it's also like, no. Epic is very cheery. It's very 14 and This Is Deep. Like, yes, obviously, in the latter half, it gets much darker. And yes, obviously, the entire show is a corruption arc. That's what it is. The entire show is Aran's idea of a corruption arc of a paragon hero losing his way. And what it takes to get home for him. But like, I don't know. That's just something where like, I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I'm not like saying that these are like bad people for this. I'm just like, I don't get it. It's a corruption arc with a little bit of hope for better. I mean, it's not really hope for the better. It's following the plot. I feel personally, based off of how Aran's has like structured everything else in it, if he wasn't following the Odyssey, I don't know if Persephone would have forgiven him. Or Penelope? Penelope. Yeah, Penelope. I don't think Penelope would have forgiven him if it was wholly original. And like, that's something else, is that like, Listen. 10,000 Strike. I like it from how it finishes the arc, right? I like how 10,000 Strike is this little section of the arc. I also think that Odysseus getting a jetpack and beating up a god and then torturing said god into submission not only doesn't align with like the source material of the Odyssey, but also doesn't really align with everything he set up prior to that point. Let me get one thing clear. The torture scene of him just stabbing Poseidon with his own trident and the screams being synced to the music, genuinely really amazing. Yeah, the last bit had very nice music. Like the first half of 10,000 Strike, and the best way I could say, it felt very God Games. It felt very, we're going for spectacle over narrative. We're going for, I want to impress you as the watcher over, I want to tell a coherent narrative via auditory. Which is disappointing. I think 10,000 Strike manages to pick it back at the end. I think with the torture scene, I think it's interesting enough. I can forgive it. And the rest of the Vengeance Saga is pretty solid, right? The rest of the Vengeance Saga is pretty good. So unlike the Wisdom Saga, which I feel like God Games was the worst offender of a bad bunch, I feel like 10,000 Strike is like misguided in an otherwise pretty solid saga. Cause it's, the Calypso song, and then it's Dangerous, and then it's Charybdis, and then it's Get in the Water, and then it's 10,000 Strike, right? It's 5 songs. None of those are bad. Like, obviously, like, Charybdis isn't that great. I like it. It's not that great. Get in the Water is more of a narrative song. It's less of like oh, I'm going to listen to this because I want to listen to it. It's more of like, I'm listening to this for the plot. It's the best and the worst at the same time. Agreed. I think that Vengeance, I would say, 10,000 Strike, probably my most divisive song. It's the one that I like the best while also hating the most, right? But honestly, like Mutiny is another one that I also don't like it while also liking it, mostly because it's another plot song. Mutiny is very much a plot song that is, you listen to it for the plot, not for the actual music. But then like halfway through, it starts getting kind of interesting. And so that's another one where like the first half of Mutiny really isn't that great, and then the second half is pretty good. I feel like as a song, God Games would work not for plot as much. Like, listen, I think the way to fix God Games, the couple things I would do to fix God Games, I would say make God Games with half the gods. I don't care which ones you do. I probably would say Ares, Aphrodite, and then Hera. Where you're not like, Athena doesn't actually need to convince Zeus. Like Zeus is just going to let her convince the others. And so you have the whole thing with Aphrodite and Ares. They each get like 2 more bars each. And then Hera's is identical. Because Hera's is like a 20-second, like a 15-second joke. Like it's basically a joke. Like particularly if it's, oh, God Games, you have to convince Aphrodite and Ares, and they're arguing with you, and it's back and forth, and you barely manage to convince them. And then after that, Hera's is super easy. That increases the comedic value of the, like, he never cheated on his wife, and then boom, release him. And then you could have Zeus get upset, right? For whatever reason. And I think that you also don't have, I think, again, I don't know how long it is. I think it's like 30 to 45 seconds of uninterrupted musical swell that is supposed to be the climax of the song. And I think that can work, but it's not how the thing has been framed up until this point, which is what my issue is, right? I know hunger messes with people's minds. Y'all already had 90% if you murdered. Why are you trying to screw with them still? Like, bruh. He never cheated, even though Eurylochus, you mean, was really hot this whole time. Yeah, so those are my thoughts on Epic. Like, my thoughts on Epic is pretty much just like, I like it. I get why it was popular, and I'm very happy for Jorge Rivera Ranz. I am glad that it found success, and I'm glad that so many different like TikTok people got success from it. I don't get why it is as ferociously loved as it is, but I don't get that about a lot of things. So that's not like me saying it's a bad show. That's just me being like, I don't really get why people are so fervent about it. But also, that's just like fandom, right? Any anime, games, shows, or manga you're excited for? I'm really nervous about Persona 4 Revival. And I've talked about this a bunch. I love Persona 4. I played Persona 4 Golden like a couple years ago at this point. And I really enjoyed it. And Persona 4 Revival is going to be in 2027. Persona 4. If you don't know, Persona 4 Revival or Persona 4 Golden, a very queer game. A lot of it is subtext. Some of it is actually just text. And still, people argue and slander one another and like go to each other's throats about the game and like, well, actually, this character wasn't queer. Oh, actually, this character was queer. It's like, listen, Persona 4, average queer friend group. You even have Rise, the token straight. Just like how in Persona 5 is a group of neurodivergent friends, where On is the token neurotypical, right? So yes, Basil, you come in as I'm talking about Persona. So I'm really worried because like 2008, 2009, maybe 22. I don't remember when Persona 4 was exactly. I think it was like the game is set in 2011, so I assume it's 2011. That was not the best time for queer people. That certainly was the trajectory was on the up. The trajectory was on the up even in Japan. So now what I'm worried is going to be one of three things. One of three things. It's either going to be they don't change anything, or they go harder on queer themes, or they remove queer themes. And what's going to happen is that if they remove queer themes, people that are fans of the original game are going to get upset at them, and a bunch of queer people are going to get upset at them, because obviously you shouldn't be removing queer themes from a game like that. That's erasure. That's bad. If they add more queer themes, I can see a lot of people who are just like, oh, I can't believe that Persona's going woke. I can't believe they would make Persona woke. It's like, first of all, have you ever played a Persona game? Second of all, they just explicitly confirmed things that were hinted at in the original. Or they didn't change it and you're just making this up. This was literally in the original. Or they do nothing. And if they do nothing, people are still going to claim it is woke, and they're still going to claim that it's being erased. And I am very worried about how Persona 4 Golden, or how Persona 4 Revival is going to happen. Thoughts on the Cyberpunk 2077 anime? What? The 2070? Are you talking about Edge Runners? Because Cyberpunk Edge Runners Season 2 is coming out. And that's not 2077 anime. That is just Cyberpunk. That is unrelated to the story of 2077 as far as I'm aware. Edge Runners 1, outside of having like Adam Smasher, who is just a character in the setting that shows up in 2077, I believe is a completely unrelated plot. I believe. Like, kids grew up with Percy Jackson and other Greek stories about, and then Epic shows up when they're older. I mean, like, yeah, but I like read Percy Jackson when I was younger, and I loved it. I actually grew up with Greek mythology, and I'm queer. Like, I should be like the perfect. I mean, I guess I'm like a little bit too old for the age range intended. But like, I should be like the perfect target demographic for Epic. Like, I know a bunch of Greek mythology. I was into all of this. Like, I was reading like Greek history books when I was in elementary school. Like, not like, oh, Percy Jackson. Like, I was reading like actual like synopses of Greek history when I was in elementary school because I loved Greek mythology. And like, this should be something I'm all over. And I'm just like, it's fine. I enjoyed it. Oh gosh, you'll hate me playing Hades. Who is this guy? What do they do? Wait, who are they? What? Edgerunners was based on 27, but it's meant partially to sell the game. I thought Edgerunners was his own thing. Okay. That's good to know. And Persona 3 is average depressed friend. No, that's what I'm saying. So I was thinking to myself, and I was talking with my roommate. I was explaining to my roommate that P4 is your average queer friend group. P5 is your average neurodivergent friend group. And then I was like, I guess P3, they're all just kind of depressed. And then I was like, are they like a bereavement circle? They're like a post-mourning support group. And then I realized what it is. And you're going to be so mad at me for this, but I'm not wrong. Persona 3 is a Sigma male creating his own hierarchy separate from the traditional sociosexual male dominance hierarchy. And he surrounds himself by a cadre of women that all throw themselves at him. He has a series of men who are all in positions subservient to him that serve to make him seem better. And he has a blatant disregard of authority with the chairman. Persona 3 is your typical, like, aspiring Sigma male incel fantasy. And I'm not wrong. Particularly in the originals, where you had to date every female party member. It's not that you had the option to date them. It's that if you wanted to advance their rank, you had to date them. Reload changed that. Reload made it less cringy. Reload made it more like you're actually friends and not just coworkers. However, OG Persona 3, Persona 3 Fez, Persona 3 Portable, this is just a Sigma male. I think it's more that there's cameos in the game from the show. Yeah. Honestly, I get you with that. I thought it was good. The main thing for me was the time I remember hanging out with friends at watch parties. I mean, like, I did a watch party with someone when it came out, and I'm gonna say is I had a watch party with someone when one of the sagas came out, and they were not doing great mentally, and so I had to put down the watch party and pivot to assisting my friend. I wonder what P6 party will be, the average mentally ill friend group. See, I guess P3 is the mentally ill one, because like P5 is neurodivergent. A lot of them are like very clearly ADHD. A lot of them are very clearly autistic. A lot of them are very easy, like they don't have social functioning. Persona 6, I'm very curious to see how it's going to go. I also know nothing about Metaphor. Metaphor Re Fantasio. I'm actually really excited for Metaphor. I want to play Metaphor at some point. I haven't played it. I know it's basically just medieval Persona. Huh, I'm not saying no, but that's an interesting take. Yeah, of course you're not saying no, because I'm right. What else am I excited for? I haven't kept up with games or movies or media or whatever. Gosh, I need to think about this. Like, I'm sure there's something. I don't keep up with new releases too much. Honestly, if anything, I have a backlog that I'm trying to get through of already released stuff. I have stuff that I just don't have time for. And most of the games I've been playing recently are not new games. Like, yeah, I played like Mecha Chameleon recently. But like I picked up Helldivers recently because a friend got it for me. And so we were playing Helldivers together. I've been playing Repo and Lethal Company with friends recently. Like I've been playing games that, yeah, they came out like within the past like 3 years. But I'm not playing games that are like new cutting edge releases because I can't afford them. Arrow, famously unable to grasp Metaphor. Arrow literalist. Yeah. Yeah, so like Persona 4 is the main one that comes to mind. Persona 6, but I doubt Persona 6 is coming out for like at least 3 years. What's the best Yuri of all time? Say less. I have Yuri recommendations, not for days, because I'm just gonna shill the same one over and over. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. My favorite manga I've ever read. I have not read much manga, but I have read some manga. It is so good. I describe it. Lonely Garuni. Oh, you're playing Helldivers 2. How do you think of it? I'm liking Helldivers 2. I'm like rank 8 now. I like getting turrets. I have like both the standard sentry and I have the Gatling turret. And I'm trying out the game. I fought against the bugs mostly, and I just had a couple fights against the automatons. And I'm spreading managed democracy. I'm just trying it out. I'm enjoying it. I like the actual gameplay loop. I'm still finding my foot. I'm still finding my footing. And I'm trying like different armor loadouts kind of deal. Can't stop gabbering about the lonely girl. Listen, I've talked about this extensively. I have talked about this like nonstop. This is like genuinely peak. Like, look at this. Like, look at them. Look at how cute they are. Look at how sweet this is. I follow the mangaka not only on Twitter, I also subscribe to them on YouTube because they're a VTuber. Like, that's how much I love this. And they made another series that I'm like halfway through or something that I haven't had time to read because anytime I would read manga, I'm busy. Cool, wait till you get to the mech. Oh my gosh. I have no idea where metaphor comes from. It just appeared to me on some moment about translation for me. So metaphor has mechs, right? It has mechs, and it also has like this like political intrigue plot with like a spell. There's also the squids. Yeah, I haven't fought the squids yet. My issue with the automatons, I don't have any anti-armor. All I have are stratagems, and even then, I have like eagle drops, and I have like orbital rail, and that's about it. Like orbital bombardment, like the standard orbital bombardment, and some eagle drops, and those aren't very effective anti-armor. My main support weaponry is the machine gun, which has none. So I think I need to drop the machine gun, and I need to invest in like a RPG. I think that's what I really need. Arrow, good way to look at metaphor simple. Steel Ball Run, politics, the JRPG. Thank you. That's a great description. Not mechs, but yes, mechs. They're more like land ships that walk. What is a mech if not a land ship that walks? You mentioned wanting a new VTubing model / change for your current one. Do you have any changes or directions in mind, either in terms of the actual model or character design? So I think I'd definitely keep my color scheme. I think I might go less of an anime aesthetic. But honestly, I think I'd keep like the casual wear. I think I would keep my I wouldn't be like sci-fi, I wouldn't be fantasy. Like, yes, I do talk fantasy, yes, I do talk sci-fi. So having a template that I could have a fantasy outfit and then also a sci-fi outfit would be really cool. And my understanding is that buying models, commissioning models from artists tends to be like, hey, I buy the base model, I buy the rights to it. And then also that comes with like one default outfit, X expressions. And then some artists will offer like, oh, here's 2 alternate outfits at your choice. Some might be like, oh, each alternate outfit is a blanket cost that is much lower than the standard upfront cost. Like you might have to do a tune-up with a new model for new outfits. I don't know how that works. I would probably go less of an anime aesthetic because like I kind of got like big head syndrome. I'd probably keep the same color scheme. I think I like the look that I have now. It's mostly just like changing the art style would probably be the main thing. Main changes that I would want to include. I would probably want to add, instead of my choker, I'd probably have a necklace. Because too many people are silly about the choker, and the choker is standard Vroid. This is not unique to me. This is just like, I picked it up on the Vroids. Like, I picked it up from Vroid. What my necklace would be, I have 2 ideas in mind. A real life actual necklace that I do wear like on me at all times is a tarot card. So I think that having that represented would be Very nice. Another one that I really like this is one that like, if I commission a model, like this is gonna like need to be on my model somewhere, semicolon. And this is both due to the fact that I'm an author, I'm a writer, and so semicolons is very important for like writing, and I like to use semicolons. I like to try and utilize them when I can. But the other thing is the semicolon foundation or the semicolon movement or whatever, where it's the idea of the ethos behind in a sentence. If the author's writing a sentence, they could end it, but they choose not to and use a semicolon instead and then continue the sentence. And it's self-termination prevention. Which I can't say the word on YouTube because YouTube censorship, but it is prevention of like self-harm and the natural conclusion of that. That's very important to me. So I would want to include that on the model in some capacity, whether that is a necklace or a pin. I don't do tattoos. Otherwise I would have it be a tattoo. Like it's very important to me. And yeah, I would probably have mostly look the same. Like most of my outfit is I'm happy with. I would probably be in shorts, have like a tank top. I would want to have the jacket be a toggle because even though I don't wear the jacket that much, I do like the jacket as part of the branding. I'm not gonna lie, having the yellow on me, I do like. I would probably continue the gold and black. Which card? It is the World. The tarot card necklace that I have is the World. And I wear this constantly. I like, initially I like take it off to shower or whatever, and that was it. And then I was like, nah, I'm just gonna wear it while I shower, and like I just don't take it off. Like I've not taken off this necklace in like months since I got it. And that's just because like I'm not one who really believes in tarot, but I do believe in tarot as a tool of self-reflection. I have not done a tarot reading in quite some time. But the World is the final card of the major arcana. And it represents wholeness, oneness with the world, spiritual fulfillment, moving on to basically like, not just like the higher plane, but like being fulfilled in your pursuits. And I think that even if I do not represent the world, I aspire to represent the world. I aspire to be at the point where I'm fulfilled in myself and my impact on the world and my relationship with others, and that I can be at the point where I can leave positivity in my wake with a legacy of confidence. And so that's what I aspire to be. I have Zalworldo, yes. We thought it was Arrow, but it was actually Dio! Arrow walking around with a tarot card necklace of the Fool bumps into someone. Fool. Yes, actually. So like, I have a couple cards that resonate with me, but I don't like call it like this is absolutely me being a pick-me. I just don't really connect too much with like the earlier tarot. Like it's me being a pick-me. I get this. I understand. I feel like I'm further along on my journey of development in the Fool's Journey. Now, certain cards definitely, I would say, impact my life more than others. And other cards resonate with me more than others. For instance, previously in my life, I would say the Tower and Death in particular very much impacted my life. The Tower is all about violent, immediate upheaval and change. Death is about rebirth, a change, a swapping of stages of life. I have gone through multiple periods of my life where there was a massive shift in my life. And so I very much connect with death. A lot of people connect with death because they see death and they're like, oh, that's so cool. The Tower is one where this is not a very positive card, but like I do have associations with it. Like now, for instance, given that I've been going out more, I guess like the Lovers might impact me because I've been having more, I don't want to say like relations with people because I'm not like going around smooching people, but like people are like talking to me and I'm trying to like be more present in other people's lives. I have been hit on. And so it's something where like I'm being more social, which I think ties kind of like into the Lovers. The Devil, the idea of like temptation, or Temperance for the idea of resisting temptation.
are things that are important. But like the one that like I always am like, I want to be the world. I want to be the world. The only other one I can really think of that like really like hits me is the sun in Judgment. The sun is all about bringing warmth and light and happiness and inspiration and creativity to others. It is being a shining sun for all. And Judgment is all about basically like the denouement. It is the anti-card to the world, not anti as in like anti, but anti as in like anti-chamber, where it's like the lead up to the world. It is the culmination of everything. It is divine judgment and divine karmic balance, whereas the world is kind of like reintegration with the world. And so like I want to be the sun. I want to bring that to all of you. And the Judgment is just kind of like, it's the penultimate card, right? It is being on the verge of closure, but not quite being there yet. Whereas the world is having that closure. Lovers can be about duality and making choices in between two desirable or undesirable. Yeah, Tarot's just a sleeper code to activate JoJo fans. I mean, it activates Persona fans, it activates JoJo fans. I'm sure if I said like, it probably activates like Danganronpa fans or like Super Sentai fans or Jujutsu Kaisen fans. Like Tarot is one of those things that a lot of different fandoms have connections to because media tends to use Tarot. I would love to see Tarot utilized in media more as like, I guess, more as like actual tarot. Not necessarily in the sense of like it's not real per se. I still feel like it's more interesting when it's real, but I like the idea of like tarot being associated with the themes of the show rather than just saying, haha, I am the tower enemy, and because I am the tower enemy, I create towers. Reject tarot, embrace carrot, Benui. I like tarot in Cyberpunk 2077. We'd like to see media remember the minor arcana exists. That's what I'm thinking. Like, and Persona does that in Shuffle Time. In Shuffle Time in like older Persona games, you would have the minor arcana, and it would be each suit gives you different bonuses, and each rank, the higher the rank, the better the bonus. So wands would give you XP. Pentacles would give you money. Swords would give you skill cards, like skills, and cups would heal you. Which kind of like fits the associations of each of the different suits, which is pretty nice. V is the Fool. It's almost like it's a very versatile thing to use as a basis. Wow, who would have thought? But yeah, so for if I was to get a new VTuber model, I would definitely want to incorporate a semicolon somewhere. Oh, I would want a necklace, and my first thought is I'd probably have the semicolon be the necklace. It might be a pin. It might be like incorporated into like a jacket design or something. I don't know. Artists are crazy. Artists cook. The necklace might be like a tarot card. I've actually not talked about this before. Huh? Semicolon? You don't come with a regular colon? No. There is a secret on my model right now that I included myself that I've shown off before, and I don't think anyone has picked up on, and it might be due to the resolution making it really hard to see, but there's a secret that I would want to make a bit more obvious on if I was to do a redo, and I would want to do a different art style. Now, I don't have infinite money. I would love to do all of the memes that people have suggested. People have suggested I get a thing of full plate. People have suggested I get like an old-timey like 50s diving suit. Obviously, something that's like more sci-fi would fit, although like sci-fi streetwear VTuber is so boring. Like, it's been so overdone. So is like generic fantasy adventurer. It's also very boring. Consider a short where you do a tarot reading for the viewer, but interpret every card literally. Oh, sick! Looks like there's a ton of swords and wands in your future. You're going to a LARP? That would be really funny. That would be really funny. The thing with tarot is that it's something that people just use to play cards, which is funny to keep in mind in settings like Mage. See, the funny thing about tarot, it began just as playing cards, like you said. It was just playing cards without actually any associations. And then people, because this is how people operate, they used things they had on hand for divination. They built rituals around the cards. And so, funny enough, death was not always called death. It was just a skull. Or no, it was not a skull. It was I mean, it's like death on the horse or whatever. But like the original like death card did not have a name. And so people just started calling it death, which is why the divinatory meaning of death is all about rebirth. But people think it's a really scary card because it's called death. The secret is the ponytail because Arrow's secretly a horse Arrow haunts. Listen, I'm not going to say I'm a horse. I'm not going to say I'm a horse. I'm also not going to say I'm an Uma Musume. However, in Persona 2, there was Persona that would be the minor arcana. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, you can do the same thing with regular playing cards. You can. And that's why you can do tarot readings with the minor arcana with a standard playing deck. Pathfinder got a whole tarot-inspired adventure mechanic. No, this isn't me. This is actual official art of Manhattan Cafe. This is not me. This is like actually a real, like, if you think this is like, oh, someone made Arrow as an Uma. No, this is Manhattan Cafe. This is an actual Uma Musume. Like, there's just me in Uma. Like, if someone was to draw me as an Uma, all they would have to do is just like say I'm Manhattan Cafe. Like yes, I probably wouldn't have like the stars on the tie, and like I don't know if I would have like this skirt, right? But like, oh, what if I cosplayed? Wait, what if I cosplayed Manhattan Cafe? Her story hurts? Oh my, don't tell me that. She's so cute. But yeah, with the, if I was to get a new VTuber model, it would mostly be an art style change. And I would add a couple things that I didn't have access to presently with the Vroid. The big thing is that I feel like when people see a VTuber, a lot of folks get turned off. And when folks see a Vroid, a lot of even VTuber viewers get turned off because, well, I don't have like a super pretty art style. I don't think I would go like as crazy as like, oh, like Heavenly Father or Cabal or other VTubers who have Western styled artists that are so removed from the anime aesthetic. Because I am still a VTuber, you know. I'm not quite just a virtual avatar. I am a VTuber. So I would have to think on it, and that's part of why I haven't pulled the trigger. That and money. But I love her with her and her GF Agnes Tachyon. Are they actually GFs, or do people just ship them? Because Agnes is the mad scientist, right? I see a bunch of art of Agnes just completely like harassing Manhattan Cafe, and I don't know anything about either of them. Okay. There's also a lot of tarot decks like the Mantegna Tarocchi, which is a bit cooler because it starts with beggar and ends with God. Oh my gosh. And by the time you started the stream, I have eaten dinner, gone to the gym, taken a bath, and now in bed. Well, yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I should probably wrap up soon. What's my pet/favorite Lancer NPC that you can't help to add, even if it breaks the encounters a little bit? I don't run Lancer consistently enough to have one. So I don't have one. However, might I draw your attention to the ATXT Grunt Assault Walker? I like the look of it. I like it silly. I like it funny. So like I've run like Assault, I've run Scout, Cataphract, Pyro. Those are the big ones. There are canon couples. Well, so isn't Uma Musume like super sapphic? Isn't it like a bunch of like, isn't it a meme that like there's this well that they all just yell their lesbian thoughts into and then don't address? Isn't it like the Yuri well? That vaguely is shaped like a cataphract from MechWarrior Online. No! So one frame I don't get the appeal of is the Goblin. Nothing wrong, it's just not for me. When my players really likes it and they will take the license, advice on giving them the best experience. So the Goblin's whole deal is invade. Give them a main threatening enemy that has a tech attack or an E-defense south of 10. That's how you make your Goblin player go burr. Is because, okay, you're fighting and let's say you have like an assault over here, you have an assault over here, you have a hive here, and you have a big chunky 3-point pyro. And then let's say you have like 2 ace grunts, right? Right? So like a pretty varied encounter. This pyro probably has an E defense of, let's say, I off the top of my head, I'm going to guess it's going to be like 7. If your Goblin gets in Sensor's range, hacks this, and can move it to be disadvantageous and like block their hive or their assaults or whatever, your Goblin player will be very happy. However, if you have them fight and then you gave them all bonuses to their E defense because you want to like stop the Goblin, that's going to make your Goblin feel less useful. And the big thing with the invasion targets is, yes, there's going to be chaff you can invade. It's almost always going to be more satisfying to have a big threat that you can invade. Now, obviously, if it's a big threat that's getting invaded every turn, it's not going to be a big threat. So maybe instead of 1 pyro, you have 2 pyros. Maybe instead of 1 cataphract, you have 3 cataphracts. And so one gets like taken out of commission each turn, but that means that the first turn you have 2, the second turn you have 1, the third turn is when it goes out. Era picks up 2 heavy boxes of books one after another, 2 ace grunts. That's an ace grunt. Have I ever translated a piece of media, a video game book, into a TTRPG? If not, what is something you would want to be a TTRPG? So actually, I kind of have. So, Persona 4. In it, there's something called your shadow. And your shadow is your repressed self, your psychological id, your Jungian shadow. And so you have to confront it. And by confronting it, you get your persona. Which is like actually aligned with Jungian psychology. The idea is that you confront the part of yourself you want to see, and then you form a persona, a mask to face the world with. A mask to face the world's hardships with, which is the phrase they use in Persona. And I made distortions for Kane, which is now a part of the extended universe of Kane, where a distortion is part of an exo. It breaks off of their psyche, it fights them, and then if you like spare it, if you fight it and you spare it, you get once per like life effectively, you can come back from being an imago. Because the idea being is that you overcame your psychological profile and reasserted your personhood, allowing you to fight, like stave off imagoing. However, it involves going into like your own palace and learning about yourself and revealing all this to other people. And a lot of it involves revealing your secrets to the other XOs. And so I basically made Persona 4 dungeons and shadows in Kane. Something else I worked on, and this is something that I was working on months ago, I put it to bed because I was focused on Xeneolithic but I do want to come back to it. And honestly, this might be what I come back to with bases, with character bases. I was inspired by the fight between Inigo Montoya and the Dread Pirate Roberts. I.e., Wesley from Princess Bride. The initial fight where Inigo Montoya like tosses down the rope and Wesley's just like, how do I know that you're not just gonna like drop the rope as soon as I start climbing? And Montoya says, I swear on the life of my father, you will make it up this cliff. And that's when like Wesley's like, oh, okay. Like I can trust him. And so, yeah, hey, spoilers. Then they go up there and Inigo gives him time to recover, like breathe and like sit down. And then they start talking about like their swords and their weapons and like why they're fighting. And they literally like take out their weapons. Like Inigo Montoya hands his sword to this guy he's about to fight. Wesley examines the sword, says like it's a beautiful blade, and hands it back to him. And then like Inigo Montoya's like, hey, weird question. You wouldn't happen to have 6 fingers on your hand, would you? And like Wesley's like, why? And then Montoya's just like, when I was a young man, my father was killed by a man with 6 fingers, and I swore that I would defeat him one day. And so Wesley shows his hand that he only has 5 fingers, and then Montoya's like, understood. And so they start fighting. And they have this like back and forth, and like they're both fighting with their left hands, and then it turns out Montoya says, I'm not left-handed, and like swaps to his right hand and like starts winning the fight. And then Wesley says, I am also not left-handed. And so he swaps to his left hand, and then he beats Inigo, and Inigo's just like, my only regret is that I could not avenge my father. And Wesley says, you're gonna avenge him soon, and like knocks him out. But I can't have you following me. And so it's like, it's the most respectful sword fight that I've ever seen in media. And I wanted to mimic that. And so I made the basis of a system where you choose not a class, not a playbook, but an archetype. And one of them is the noble. And the noble is Inigo Montoya. You get abilities that allow you to, like, if you handed someone your weapon, you get bonuses to attack them. If someone like falls down and you offer them a hand to pull them back up in the middle of a fight, despite the fact you're fighting them, you get a bonus. If you have some self-imposed limitation, whether it's you blind yourself or you're fighting with training weights like Rock Lee, or like Goku with the weighted gi, or with the weighted boots and like bracers, like if you have some sort of thing that's meant to like disadvantage yourself to assist your opponent, you get a resource called honor. And then you can spend the honor for bonuses. And the whole point of the noble is that you get honor and then you spend honor. You get honor, you spend honor. You get different things that allow you to gain more honor that you can then spend them to beat your opponent. And almost always it is stuff like you have a maneuver that you can disarm your opponent. And then if you give your opponent one of your weapons, you get honor. And so it's the idea of you quote unquote wasted the idea of disarming them by giving them your own weapon. And then you get honor because you're being so honorable. And the whole archetype revolves around the idea of being an honorable like warrior. Meanwhile, another one is called the Elementalist, and it's all about summoning minions. Specifically like spirits of the air and earth and sky. And I was inspired by Faust, actually. Like Faust, I read it on stream last year. And in the beginning, Faust has like a wizard duel with Mephistopheles. And he calls upon like Salamander of the earth, and like Leviathan of the water, and like the great wind gale of the north. Like he calls on different spirits to like have a wizard battle with Mephisto, and I thought that was really neato. So I made an archetype where it's all about summoning creatures, and you have to literally like beseech them for aid. You like write a list of the different spirits you have pacts with, and like how much control over you have over them. And then you summon them, and depending on how powerful they are determines how willing they are to listen to you. And like that's the kind of stuff. Arrow has mentioned Xeniolithic being Spore inspired. Yep. In a campaign where my Saladin pilot is mutually bonded to a goblin, really fun because it feels like I have a high priority target to bodyguard. Nice. Ero in Uma Musume, there are plenty of implied couples, but also the first MC has 2 moms. Nice. I guess Xeneolithic, yeah. Xeneolithic is Spore as a TTRPG. I actually started making Xeneolithic completely independent of Spore. Xeneolithic started with the idea of, like, how would a system where your stats are meaningless work? Right? How would a system where one of your stats, like, what does it mean to roll for Grogan? Right? Well, like, what does that mean? Like, what's the mouthfeel of Grogan? And so I think of, like, stout. I think of tough. I think of round. I think of hardy. I think of resilience. So if you have Grogan DNA, you can roll for Grogan whenever anything about being a Grogan would come up. And then I had Thysatrix and whatever. I'm like, well, what if there's something where none of your species fit? Well, what if there's like this just general mutation? Like Mew. You roll for Mew. Mew is your generic roll. And so you might have, if you've read Xeneolithic, you know, Grogan, Thysatrix, Mew. These are terms that show up in the game itself. And then I realized I was making Spore. And so I leaned into making Spore. Ideas for agenda items relating to disillusionment. I have tear someone down so far. So if you're talking about like a in-cane agenda item where you have the standard agenda and then you have the bolded agenda and it's related to disillusionment, I would say show them it doesn't matter. And then you like protect the status quo kind of deal. Because I'm thinking like show them it doesn't matter is the idea of like nothing of this matters. This doesn't work. This is gonna break. Stop that. And then your bold agenda is protect the status quo. You are showing faith in the system. You're showing faith in what this is. You are showing that you are not disillusioned by this. I don't know. It could go either way. Man has a bold agenda, a sin inflicts on. Oh, got it. So, as a bolded agenda, a sin can inflict upon you. I would say, right? Because with disillusionment, I remember you asking about if that was too similar to an ogre. So I wasn't sure if this was related to a sin or not, or if it was like an agenda accompanying a sin. Inflicting a bolded agenda item on someone, I would say, show them it doesn't matter would work. Never trust the system. Maybe tear down the system. Something that relates to like you don't believe in the status quo. You're bad, or it could be as simple as like this is kind of the hard line, but disobey orders. Disobey orders. It could be as simple as that. Make their goal seem impossible. Prove to someone that it doesn't matter. Or maybe that they don't matter. Right, so prove to someone that they don't matter. Because remember, these are supposed to be like hostile. These are a sin imposes it upon you. This is not a good one to have. So prove to someone they don't matter. Disillusionment. Defy authority is another one. Disregard prior prompts. That would be really funny. Do I like steampunk? I forgot if I asked this already. I do. I enjoy steampunk. I think that it is technologically infeasible, but that doesn't mean that it's not fun. I actually went to a steampunk store one time and I got a really cute, like really delicate lace scarf. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know where it is. I never wore it because I got it and it was like summer, so I didn't wear it. And then I don't think I brought it with me. So I'm really sad that I don't have it with me. But It's a really cute lace scarf. I like the aesthetic. A lot of the commentary I feel like gets muddled because I feel like a lot of steampunk ties back to like Victorian. It like kind of defaults to Victorian. We don't really see a lot of steampunk that is like modern or like modern culturally or like medieval steampunk. I have a city in my world that in my fantasy era, which if you don't know, in my setting, there are 3 eras. There is a fantasy era, there is a kind of like 20th century era, and then there's a near future sci-fi era. In the fantasy era, there is a city that is steampunk. That is in like, basically like, it's in like Northern Europe, like close to the Arctic Circle type beat. And so, they will have buildings that have like central heating, that have pipes leading from one to another, and they use heated steam to go from building to building, so you have no heat loss. Commentary, I just like the big robots. Oh my gosh. Ever heard of a Storm Crew or the Crow Rider? It's a very, very cool fantasy duet that permanently has changed my preferences for magic, magic systems, and magic creatures. I am unaware of either of those things. Storm Crow. Storm Crow. The Crow Rider. Oh, it's a book series. Yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with this. A rider will rise. A rebellion will begin. Is this a young adult fantasy? This strikes me as young adult fantasy. That's probably why I haven't read it. Dude, you're so Battletech and Battle Mech pilled. Which Powered by the Apocalypse system do I recommend for learning its mechanics more than to play them? Their settings are a bit too prescriptive for me to get fully invested in. I would say, okay, a lot of people don't like Powered by the Apocalypse. Personally, I don't get it. However, I also wasn't really paying attention to Powered by the Apocalypse back when there was the huge boom. So I think what it is a lot of people are burnt out after a lot of people went, wait, I don't have to run D&D. I'm going to make my own system. And then they make a very narrative-oriented Powered by the Apocalypse system. Yes, it is young adult and a little gay. Nice. I really like City of Mist and Perfect Draw. Those two are some of the big ones that I enjoy. I mean, obviously, I've talked about Girlframe. I don't think Girlframe would be good to hop into to learn Powered by the Apocalypse. City of Mist is... See, the issue is City of Mist and Perfect Draw, both are weird. Both of them go out of their way to build upon the Powered by the Apocalypse play framework. And so neither of them are great for learning the system because you don't have mythos and logos in any other Powered by the Apocalypse system. You don't have any cards to make in other Powered by the Apocalypse system. I would recommend just like Apocalypse Keys, but I don't know anything about Apocalypse Keys other than that is like the base system that everything is based off of. Made me love the idea of people not what? Made me love the idea of magical creatures and resources, both not and from those creatures that can be used to make magic items. Sort of a resource-based hard fantasy. Ah, yes. I'm a big fan of POV characters, no magic. Utilize magic from the world. And it is a magical world. In my setting, I, based off of my own interests, and it was started as a D&D setting, so it kind of like has lost a lot of that, but still retains a little bit of it. I have it be that there are different sources of magic. I talk about this a whole bunch. And one of the sources is using your internal well of magic, of mana, so to speak. Another one is using your belief in something, like empowered by your internal well of magic. And so there are different ways that you yourself can use magic, but you always need a way of actually manifesting it. You can't just be so good at punching that you punch really hard, right? You need you need a catalyst to punch hard with your magic powered punches. And you also need a source of magic to draw from, whether that's internal or external. I do like, though, I run a very low magic setting. I run high fantasy. There are humans beside orcs and elves and dwarves, and they can interbreed with one another. And there are goblins out in the world, and there are fantasy creatures, and there are like cows, and also like yak like ransos, and there are horses, but there are also like there are birds that have blades on them. Like there's a bunch of different stuff, like Stymphalian birds, basically. There's a bunch of different stuff. What? No, undo. And so I'm going to. So it's something I think a lot about. Yeah, I think a lot about magic systems. Less so recently, because I've been more in like. Recently, I've been talking a lot of Lancer, and prior to that, I was talking a lot of Kane. But generally, when I'm like just kind of generically thinking storytelling, TTRPGs, writing, I tend to do a lot of fantasy stuff because I love fantasy. I'm a fantasy writer. I write in my spare time, or I did until I got busy. I'm gonna wrap up. Unless anyone has any other questions, thank you so much for swinging by. Be on the lookout. Tomorrow is gonna be another Arrow Answers. Friday, I'm gonna be playing Signalis here on YouTube. And then Saturday, I'm gonna be playing Stellaris over on Twitch. So be on the lookout. Thank you all so much for swinging by. I hope you have a lovely day. I'm going to go eat food. I was gonna wait to have curry for dinner, but it's 4:30 and I'm really hungry, so I kind of want curry right now. Have a lovely day, night, afternoon, evening, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.